Good morning. We are back. You've got this too. So let me know if you are live with me at the moment. This is going through YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. So I can't see you coming live. But what I can do is I can see any comments. So if you're on live, you can have to tell us because it's over 3 different platforms right now. Remember, leave your comments and I can post stuff in like this. So if you're watching live, I can pull you in. I can also run some banners, stuff like this. So be sure to do that. This is a bit better, isn't it? I'm still hunkered down in my little underground bunker. But I've got lights now. I've got a little green screen going on in the background, which looks a bit better. And we've got another great lineup for you today. The last time we ran this, we think we had about maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 thousand views quite quickly. I'm sure there's about 2,000 just on Facebook alone. And I think we had about 700 or 800 comments across Facebook. So really good engagement. You guys loved it. So we thought we'd bring it back for you again today. Oh, there's Mark's made it. All right, okay, so Mark's watching through Periscope because I can see that little Periscope sign. That's great. He's through Twitter. Yeah, we had about 800 comments, loads of engagement. So we thought I'd bring us back today. I thought I'd start at 10 o'clock because on lockdown, like 9 o'clock isn't really a thing. So yeah, 10 o'clock, that's a little bit better for me to get prepped for you because last time I was literally seat in my pants. And of course, we need to get prepped because today we have, look at this, got my Lego ready because at 2 o'clock, we've got a Lego workshop with Terry McStea. So bring your kids along. What we're going to do is, I don't know if anyone saw Lego Serious Play before, but it's like metaphors. So you can use Lego to talk about metaphors of work, of your family life, of business. And as you make it, you kind of become really, like little thoughts and ideas come out. It's really interactive as well with the workshop. And it creates some really cool stuff. So I've got my Lego here. So make sure you've got yours at 2 o'clock. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you guys, well, Terry is going to ask you guys to make some stuff with the Lego. And then what we're going to do is, if you comment on your social platform, I'll try and share your screen. This is going to be a bit crazy. I'm going to try and share the screen so we can see what you're making back at home with you or with your kids as well. So we'll do that. Who we've got? What's Kate saying? Good job you're indoors today. Aha, because I could burn, couldn't I, Kate? Ah, yeah. It was a bit of a killer this morning driving in thinking I'm going to miss a lovely day because that means you guys mightn't watch. But what you might do is watch through, I don't know, you can maybe watch while you're outside. Is that a thing? I'll turn my phone on silent. Is that camera a bit high as well? Let me take this camera down a little bit lower for you. There you go. Who else we got there? Mirrors. So we've got Laura on. Is Laura on first? I'll have to actually check who we've got. I'm sure Laura's on first at 10:30. Let's see who we've got. Yes, we've got Laura. Oh, there's our Peter. Morning, Peter. Good to see you with us. You must have put the alarm on this morning, did you? I hope you've got some trousers on for a change. I've got dressed today for the first time in a long time. I've got jeans on. Morning, Katie. Good lass. Make sure you're here all day. Keep those comments coming. So who we got then? Laura, she's first. Okay. Laura's going to talk about her online business she created maybe a year or two ago, Laura. I'm not sure. You might have seen Laura on some of the social channels. She's wild. So we're going to hear all about that. And then we've got Pascal. So Pascal's an absolute video legend. Pascal is going to be talking all about how to engage using video. Then we've got, thanks, Dagger, another brick in the wall. I need to move this camera so you can see the other bricks that aren't there. I think I should have had a beach scene. I could have had a beach scene, couldn't I? I wonder if I can do that. Let's have a butcher's. There, how does that look? I'm in some corny little. There you go, Dagger. That's just for you. Who we got? Then we've got Big Pink Dress, Colin. You might have saw Colin on his travels at the Great North Run and various other runs. So Colin is the guy who wears those huge dresses and raising money for charity. So we're going to hear all about Colin's charity results. Then we've got Paul Lancaster. So Paul from Newcastle Startup Week. A good friend of mine, Paul, is going to be telling us all about starting something new, encouraging us to start a new project. Paul has even started skateboarding as well. So he's talking on Facebook. He goes for his morning walks and he takes his skateboard along with him. And he's been discovering Newcastle. So we'll no doubt talk about that. Then we've got Deb McGoggle. Deb's a rock star. Deb is going to be talking all about her kind of LinkedIn career path. Sorry, non-LinkedIn career path. So we'll do that. And there's the lady that made this all possible. Here's my mother. Hi, Mom. And we've got, who else? We've got Suki. Nice haircut. Well, my Luke's been cutting my hair. I've just been talking to a friend of mine and his is all over the shop. And you can't buy clippers, apparently. You can't buy clippers online now. They're all sold out. So it's a good job my son's a barber. Peter's in his pages. I knew you would be. I knew you would be. And who else we got after that? We've got Michael Anderson. So Michael is a fellow professional speaker. And Michael worked in the States. He's an American chap. And he's going to tell us all about how he come through adversity in terms of 9/11 and the recession and build his business. Then we've got Terry and the Lego. So as I say, I've got my Lego here. This is my daughter's Lego. Actually, I've never even looked inside this box yet. This is my daughter's Lego. And as you would expect from girls, she's a huge fan of farmyards. So we're going to be playing the Lego. Oh, look, we even got a Santa. A little bit early for that. So yes, we've got Terry and the interactive workshop. We're going to take an hour for this. Make sure you post up your Lego pictures for me and we'll show them. Then we've got Leon Howe from the Durham City Incubator. Leon has kindly, the DCI have kindly sponsored his slot, which is great. It helps us pay for this. Beautiful backdrop, you see. I mean, look at that sofa and that fireplace. That cost me a fortune. Then we've got Anthony Steers, the telephone assassin. Anthony's going to tell us all about how he prefers to pick up the phone and not do things through social. He's going to encourage us to do more on that. And then we've got Martin Stout. So if anyone's from the Northeast, especially around the kind of business space, you'll know all about the Northeast Times, the magazine. Martin's the commercial guy for the Northeast Times. And if you saw April 1st stream, you remember Boomerang Geordie, Grant Murray. Well, Grant was on the front cover of this month's Northeast Times, handsome devil that he is. So yeah, we're going to hear all about the Northeast Times. Who else we've got coming in? We've got Quantify. This will be our Simon, who spoke last on the first. Simon's looking forward to hearing all about Colin's fundraising on as the Big Pink Dress. I'm sure he said yesterday he had something like 75 dresses now. Who we got there is Paul Reed. Thanks for joining us this morning, Paul. How is everyone? I'm not sure, Paul, because I'm here, but I tell you what it is. I could do the coffee right now, but it's not going to happen, is it? I've got my supplies. I have got these to keep me going throughout the day. You won't be able to see it's cheese and chive. I don't know what these are, little maize wheels snacks. Tons of water. Lots of those little protein balls from Lidl, because I'm a huge fan of Lidl. Put a beach scene up. Oh my goodness, Peter, I don't really want to think about you in your budgie smugglers, but what have I got? Don't think I've got a beach scene. I'll try and find you one. I'll try and find you a beach scene before we go. I'm going to go back in my little living room. Oh, we've got John there. Morning, John. Nice to join us. We're going to get John on the show soon. John's quite an inspirational guy, and he's doing some great stuff for fundraising on his chosen passions. So we'll try and get John on the show very soon. Anne has her Lego ready. I'm going to bring Anne in to help us, actually. So Terry McStea from RTC is going to run the workshop. I'm going to get Anne to pop into the stream as well, and we'll do that together. Who else have we got? Give us a shout if you're here. Let me know. Let me know actually who you're looking forward to and how long you're going to be joining us. Remember, you can always watch these again. You can watch these again on your chosen channel. So, for instance, Facebook, they'll just be sitting there and you can pick them up. What I'm also going to do is chop them up again into podcast episodes. So, if you subscribe to Industry Angel, you might have saw your phone blow up recently because I was chopping the episodes up, editing them, pushing them out as half-hour episodes. So every speaker on the first got a podcast episode. And I think I released 10 last week and just blew the servers up. So I won't be releasing a few more. I won't be releasing some for maybe a few weeks now. But we've got quite a lot of speakers on there. I think there's about, like I say, 10 for the last live stream. So we're chopping all these up for you to listen whilst you're running, riding, having a bath as well. People keep tweeting saying, I was listening to you in the bath the other day. It's really creepy. Who else we got? Mark Walsh looking good. Mark, are you enjoying this lockdown beard, brother? It's starting to destroy me right now. But at least I've got someone who can cut my hair. Who else is growing a lockdown beard anyway? Oh, there's our Andrew. Thanks for saying hello, Andrew. I wonder how you're getting on. Are you working from home? Myra, let's have a look. Any dark chocolates for today? You know I like dark chocolate. No, I'm trying to stay good. I'm trying to stay good during the day. I've been running every day actually. The gym's closed, so basically I've been trying to get some miles in. So every day I'm just trying to put some miles under my belt. I did 40 odd miles last week, which is unlike me. So are you guys trying to keep your hand in? Are you having your half an hour a day as Boris suggested? What you up to? Let me know. Paul's looking forward to seeing what everyone's got to say. Paul, we've got a great lineup, my friend. Really, really good. We've got a dirty dozen today, so you'll be able to pick and choose, dip in and out as you see fit. But please engage. Let me know. As you saw, I can pop all this stuff in the comments. I tell you what, I must do as well. I'm sure I've got, as I was just unpacking the car on the way here, I must send somebody. Remember the famous socks? I haven't pushed any of these up for quite some time, so maybe I'll pick a few people out of the comments and send you some socks along. I think we've sent about 300 pairs out. You might have been seen on Twitter and Facebook, people wearing them. So it's really good. Who else we got here? Laura's gone lockdown here. Well, Laura, you're first. You're coming on in about 10 minutes time, so I can't wait to see your lockdown here. Morning, Phil. I hope you put the alarm on for us this morning. Where Phil's looking forward to a full day ahead. You might have caught Phil on the first, all talking about his escapades over in the States. Our dagger's a size 8. Well, I think these run from like an 8 to a 12, so you should be fine. You should be fine. You never know, you might win. Did anybody get any books off Jeff Ram on the first? Actually, Jeff was doing 3 books for 20 quid. Jeff's a great speaker, and I might, you've heard it here first, be doing a kind of secret live stream with Jeff and one of his colleagues on behalf of a local charity. So we'll be pushing that out quite soon. Maybe in the next couple of weeks we'll be doing that. So keep an eye out for that. And did you ever get some socks? I can't remember if you got some socks or not. There's been that many flying out. So yes, they are. I think I might have mine on actually. Let's have a look. There you go. I've got these bad boys on. We should do some other merch, shouldn't we? Just for kicks. Maybe some t-shirts. Obviously not with my bracket on. I think I do need a beach scene though, Peter. A beach scene would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? I might change that as someone's talking. When Anne comes in, I might have a beach scene. Okay, who else is here? Let me know. I can see people coming in live, but I can't tell who you are. We've got people from Periscope. We've got people watching on YouTube as well. Great stuff. YouTube Live, obviously. We've got the majority coming through from Facebook, which is great. This software is great. It's a great little bit of tech. I can see all the comments coming in. And there's our Laura just popped in the green room waiting for her slot. But I'm not bringing you just in yet. Oh, she got a holiday haircut going on. You got your lockdown haircut on there, Laura? She's smiling away. You can't. No one can see you yet, Laura. There's our David Francis. Thanks for joining us, David, fellow sand dancer. I love your profile picture. I need one of those in my life, don't I? I don't know if you ever. I don't know if you saw my friends who've been supporting me on Twitter, creating videos and pictures. They actually tweeted out a picture of a seat. And if you caught that, David, a seat with wings on the back. And I was like, yes, I'm definitely getting one of those. So maybe for next time we'll get a seat with wings. That could be right. Simon there from Quantify saying he got Jeff's books. Yeah, really good read. If you can't, if you missed Jeff, you can always watch again. But there you go. That live stream I alluded to just before there, it's been confirmed. 2 to 4 on the 24th of April. Jeff and his friend Nigel Risner are going to be doing a 2-hour live stream for you. Absolutely fantastic speakers. These guys command a great audience of thousands across the world, and we're going to bring them to you for Grace House. We're going to raise some money for Grace House because I'm sure Colin will talk about this when he comes on, Colin, the big pink dress. But fundraising right now is going to be hard for charities whilst on lockdown. Obviously, they're going to be staff probably going to be furloughed or working from home, but it's going to be really tough for fundraisers. So we've got to try and innovate. So as you can see there, we're going to put a special event on to try and raise money for Grace House. And of course, if you want to raise money for my my lovely snacks, really, you could also donate to industryangel.com, which will help pay for the hosting and the software. If you enjoy the show, that would be great. Who else we got here coming through? There's my mate Ian. Good morning, Ian. What time is this? You should be in bed, sonner. I guess James has woke you up. Good to have you with us, Ian. Keep watching throughout the day. Katie, Industry Angel t-shirts will be amazing. Okay, Katie, you well volunteered. You're going to design those for us. Good lass. Well done. Over 5 million now. What's 5 million for what, Peter? Surely not what Mike Ashley's going to sell the club for, is it? No? Good man, John. I'm looking forward to you sharing your story too, my friend. John is a good friend of Polly Brennan, who opened the show on the 1st. And they do lots of walks together. So I'm looking forward to hearing all about your tales, John. Who else have we got in the room? Oh, well, Rob, guess what? These could be yours. These could be yours. Keep your fingers crossed, buddy. Again, another one who's up sharp. I don't know. You must have wet the bed, Rob, at 10 o'clock to get up this early. Who else? Right. Okay, the old guy doing laps of his garden for NHS. Yes, Peter, the captain who, I don't know if you saw him, he's been walking around the garden. Has he got like a frame as well? But he was trying to get like a quid per lap, and he's got 5 mil. Wow, that's insane. Well done to that man. What else have we got? Oh, thanks, Anne, Ian Snack Bun, and thanks so much, Anne, for pushing me a donation last time. That really helped. As I say, we've got to pay for all the hosting. It's a full day streaming as well, so that really helps. Yeah, thanks, Rob. He put the alarm on just for today. No doubt sitting in his pajamas, which is not a pretty sight. Rob and I work in the same business centre, and I have saw him walking around in his kegs now and again. He's wild. He's a wild man. Okay, then. Who else we got? Myra, let's have a look. Love the power of storytelling. Yeah, Myra Pascal's great. I've saw Pascal speak. I saw Pascal host conferences as well. He's very engaging, very experienced. I know he's got a few speaking slots across today on other shows as well. So we're lucky to get a hold of Pascal. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that too as well, Myra. Yes, it is a true story. You do wander around in your kegs. Yeah. Who else have you got? If you're in, say hi. We've got about 20 odd people, 25 through Facebook. So that seems to be the majority. But I'm sure we'll have the numbers will be creeping up throughout the day when people jump onto their chosen speaker. And of course, if you want to watch again, you can certainly watch again. Is anyone bringing the Lego? Let me know if you're going to bring some Lego. Let me know if you're going to bring the kids in as well, because they will try and shape it around them. What we'll do is we'll get a bunch of Lego. Hopefully you've got a Lego figure, because we'll be using a figure which will represent you. Get your Lego, and then Terry is going to give you some examples to then create. And as you start creating, we can show your pictures online just like this. We can show your comments. Razors are not an essential item, my friend. Aren't you on lockdown? Just embrace it, okay? Obviously, you've got to get your hair nice and tight, but just embrace the beardage, man. It's where it's at. I should have waxed this bad boy up for today, shouldn't I? Just for you. Okay, who else have we got in the room? Do you think we should bring our Laura in right now? Think we should get Laura in first? Oh well, let's throw her in. Let's throw it in. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear
good.
you.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Hi. You okay?
Yeah, this is exciting.
Isn't it? What time did you get up early? Did you get up early, like to get yourself all pruned, ready for this?
Well, do you know what? I'm gonna really lie here and say that I got up early. No, I'm not gonna lie. I got up early, but I didn't really do anything special. Washed my hair yesterday, and then thought, you know what, Ian, you can have it as wild as it comes. Look at that. There's no hair dye available anywhere.
Times are tough.
Do you know what? I'm embracing it. I love it.
Isn't it funny that when it first happened, you couldn't get I was looking for chicken. I couldn't find chicken anywhere.
No.
Mince. I was eating vegetarian sausages. It's like, what's going on?
Nice. No, I know we've been having to get like massive packs of chicken from the local butchers.
Yeah.
But we're getting so many at a time that we're going, how can we possibly eat this much chicken? Because it only comes in these massive packs, but we're managing.
Do the butchers think you're reselling it? That could be a little side hustle, couldn't it?
Can I just show you, right? Can you see in the background? Can you see my boy on the exercise bike?
What's he doing?
He's on the exercise bike.
Is he watching something? Have you got a little screen there as well?
Yeah, he's got his Netflix on his phone. And also in the background, we were halfway through an extension when lockdown happened.
Right. So is that stop?
Yeah.
What's your boy called?
Tom. This is Tom.
Can he see? Hi, Tom. Can Tom actually see? Hi, Tom. That's wild. Is he gonna stick around for the Lego?
Oh, probably.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
So I was really excited to get you on because not only are you wild, right, and a little bit crazy on social.
A bit.
I was really interested to where this come from, because obviously I know you from Office Rocks, right?
Yeah.
And then suddenly you start dancing around on social with dresses on with your pal, and it's like, what's you playing at? And then watched the engagement rise and watched how relatable you were, and other women responding and asking, and then it just seemed to blow up.
Yeah, it's been really
cool. Tell us all about it.
So,
for the people who don't know.
Obviously, for anybody who doesn't know me, in 2015, I set up the Office Rocks. We're classed as digital marketing, but really we specialize in community and affiliate marketing. And one of the things I always said was I would never sell a product. Why would you sell a product? The margins are so low. You've got all the customer service to deal with. Digital services, it's where it's at. But then what happened was there was a company that set up in Sunderland. Two girls created this fashion brand called What About This? And they did a little bit of advertising with us. And there was just something about this brand that really jumped out at me, that got me really excited. I don't know what it was. It was almost like a calling. There was something there. Anyway, this brand, I didn't see it for a while. They didn't do any further advertising. I thought, what on earth's going on? So we got in touch with the girls who'd set it up, and basically they'd had to put it to one side, and they weren't able to give it what it needed to actually be able to make it work. So crazily, as we do, I decided to suggest that I just bought it from them. I mean, I've never bought anything before like that. And it went against everything that I'd ever said that I would do business-wise. But I thought, well, what's the worst thing that could happen? And how hard could it be to sell a product? I mean, how hard could it be? And we started off initially by targeting an audience that we thought was the right audience to target. So we were going for the 18 to 24 market, your boohoo, your misguided, your pretty little thing. And I had the girls who work for me in the Office Rocks, I was allowing them to choose the stock, and I was saying, you buy the things that you think that we, should be selling. And it just didn't seem to work. And couldn't figure out what was going on. And I kind of stood in front of the rack with all of the clothes on and thought, would I wear any of these clothes? And my answer was no, I wouldn't wear any of it. And I thought, how am I supposed to sell a product that I wouldn't wear myself and I'm not passionate about and I don't believe in it, I suppose, because I'm looking at crop tops going, well, I can't wear a crop top. I've had 3 kids and this isn't going to work for me. So I thought, well, do you know what? I've never been a fashion buyer before, so let's give that a good go, and decided to buy stocking based on what I believe that I would wear and what the mums on the school run would wear and all the women around me, what they would wear. We had, so one of the girls who worked in the team, she was totally into fashion and she modeled it for us, and she did it all in a selfie style. So she was standing in front of a mirror, hold up her camera. In fact, I think Kimberly was watching. I saw her name pop up at some point. She'd stand in front of a mirror, she'd do a selfie photo, and we would put it out there. And amazingly, people really bought into it. And I think it was because it wasn't all fancy. It wasn't all singing, all dancing. It was just one girl stood in front of a mirror. But one of the things that kind of dawned on us was that Kim's absolutely gorgeous. She's a mummy of 2, nearly 3. She's due her 3rd baby now. She's totally gorgeous. She's tall and she's blonde and she's slim. And I still felt as though there were women out there that couldn't really relate to that. So randomly decided that what would be a really good idea is if myself and Leanne, who sadly Leanne's not in the business anymore, but at the time we went, right, okay, we'll do a video, we'll wear the clothes. And it was probably the most cringeworthy video I've ever seen, of 2 late 30s women trying on some clothes and doing a little bit of QVC, essentially, is what we did. But people seemed to like it. So we did another one, and then we did another one. And then the videos got a little bit crazier because we forgot that there was a camera there, and we forgot that we were putting ourselves out there for everybody to see, and we were just being us. And we talked about when things were too small and when they didn't fit, and you couldn't wear this if you've got big boobs, and you couldn't wear this if you've got short legs, and all those things. But then ultimately we would go, but even if you have got those things, if you want to wear it, just be happy and wear what you want to wear. And it really, really worked for us. And we strangely developed this hashtag called Loz and Lee, because that was the shortened version of our name, Laura and Leanne. And we've developed a bit of a fan base, really, I suppose. I hate even saying that because I find it really strange.
There was fans, because I saw some creepy guys even leaving comments like, oh, I think they're like, I like Leanne better than the littler one, and all this is like,
oh God, yeah,
really creepy.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, particularly Leanne, she had somebody asking for her to marry him, and that was on LinkedIn. LinkedIn's probably the worst place for those types of things. But the messages that we got from people was that they just felt like for once they could buy clothes where they knew what they would look like in it, and they felt like they could totally relate, and were just normal girls trying on clothes the same way that you would if you were in the changing rooms with your mates. And sometimes people just need that little bit of confidence, and for somebody else to say to them, you will look amazing in this. And I think for them to see us wearing it made them feel like that. So the business has been going, it traded within the Office Rocks initially, but then as accountants tell you, it all gets a bit messy when you've got 2 businesses trading in one. So we separated it out, and it's finished its first financial year. And we've done really well. We turned over way more than I thought that we would. We actually ended in profit, which I thought was amazing for the first year of a fashion business. But wow, it's hard. Selling a product is hard. Oh, I mean, when you're looking at what your margins are and how much work has to go into being able to make £10 profit, is it's phenomenal. And I think that I didn't really appreciate what it was like for people who sold a product. And I've developed this respect for anybody who does now, because I just see what has to go into it, and all your inventory and your warehousing. I mean, we were actually operating out of our office. So the office that we had in the marina, we turned into a warehouse. It was just everybody walking past going, excuse me, I'm just going to go around here. And at one point we sat there and we've got £200,000 worth of stock in a 2nd floor office.
Wow.
So we've got a warehouse now. The warehouse is amazing. My husband actually left his job to come and join the businesses.
Wow.
Yeah, which was a big deal too. To come and help us get organised and I'm very, well, as you described me, I'm a bit crazy and a bit wild and creative. That's the bit that I like.
Oh,
I like
nicely done. Nicely done.
I like to wild. Okay, run at 1,000,000 miles an hour. But what I'm not great at is the back end of all of it. So he came in to help us get all of that sorted. So it's the Office Rocks is still there as well. So I've got a team running that one, and then we've got obviously what about this there, and then when the PM announced lockdown measures, that was it was one of those moments where you go, what do you do? What's the right thing to do when you have a business that is so non-essential? Nobody needs to be buying summer dresses or sandals, or no one needs those things. And so we sat there on the Monday night and had to just make that really difficult decision to cease trading.
Oh, did you?
And we did it straight away. We contacted all of the team and we just said, we just don't feel like this is the right thing to expect the team to come into the warehouse, to have to leave their homes, to do all of these things, and had to announce to the world. But the beauty of our audience is that it's like a family, it's a community of women. So it's not like Boohoo having to put a message out to their millions of people. It was me being able to do a video and speaking directly to the women who buy from us and who were part of the What family is what we call it. Right. And everybody's been absolutely amazing. And talking about as soon as we're trading again, they're all going to be getting their orders in. And it's been actually quite overwhelming, really, and quite emotional to know that we've got this community of women who are so supportive and are saying that as soon as we're back up and running, they're going to be back there buying with us.
Good.
But the only reason why we have that is because we've focused on community. So it hasn't been about selling, it's been about
relationship.
It's exactly what it is. And I never thought that we would be able to do that with selling a product. I don't know why I never thought that, but it's happened quite naturally. And it's I mean, I'm still going in the groups, I'm still speaking to the community even though we're not trading. So I didn't do it this weekend because I was feeling a little bit glum, to be honest. I was, when you have a bit of pity me moment. So I didn't get all dressed up and put a dress on and post pictures of myself. But the previous couple of weeks, that's what I've been doing. So putting on one of our outfits and having a boogie around the house and things and sharing it with the women in the group.
Did you tell people in the group why you didn't post? Because you weren't feeling too good?
Do you know what? I didn't, and it was a missed opportunity.
Get it in.
I know. I absolutely should have done. And
not from an engagement point of view, not trying to get metrics out of it and like trying to jump on the back of it. But it's really important because the talk about relatability. I think that's why you succeeded with this, because it's just so relatable. But actually, there's loads of other. Well, yeah, we're all a bit wild. But there's loads of other people who are like going through it right now. And I don't know. I don't know if you listen to the podcast at all, but I put a podcast a few weeks ago out, and I just recorded it in the car, and it was quite raw. And I've had so many messages of support from that because it was just literally heart on your sleeve stuff. Because we're just people at the end of the day, and we're not like, like some of the. Well, yeah, and some of the other brands and businesses won't show you the downside.
No.
They'll show you, and especially in social media, it's like your little show reel of all the good moments, but actually there's lots of hard moments as well. Just like you said there, you weren't feeling too good.
No, it's tough. And I think one of the things that I've probably struggled with a little bit as well is suddenly I made myself the face of a brand. And so when I was younger, I always wanted to be on the telly. That was what I wanted to do. I wanted to be in Hollyoaks.
Look, you're here. Look.
This is it, dream made. But that was always my goal. It was what I wanted. And then suddenly don't get me wrong, I don't think I'm like Hollyoaks celebrity, but suddenly people have been aware of who I am. And I went out for lunch one day with my husband in Newcastle and posted a picture, and then somebody commented on it, a stranger, saying, I was sat opposite you at dinner. I had that moment of, oh God, that made me feel really weird, because we actually spent the whole time on our phones and we didn't talk to each other. So they'll have been really judging us for being that type of couple. But I think I've struggled a little bit with that whole everybody almost feeling like I'm so accessible, which is great, But sometimes you want to just disappear. Sometimes you want to be able to just go, no, I'm not going to be around for a week. But actually, people message you all the time saying, what's going on? Where are you? What's happening?
Yeah.
And so that's actually been a really hard thing to deal with. And I never thought that would be. I thought I would thrive on it, and I thought that I would crave it. But yeah, sometimes it's tough. And some unwelcome comments are tough as well.
Some of the what?
To deal with those unwelcomed comments.
Unwelcome comments, yeah.
And we've had some that have been pretty unkind, and it's hard because it's easy to say, well, just don't listen to it and don't let it affect you. But actually, it's impossible. You're human. It's going to bother you. And I let one lady bother me for an entire day, a whole day, and I beat myself up so much about letting her bother me. And then afterwards, I just thought, I've got to give myself a break, because of course it's going to upset me. Actually, I tell you what she said. She said she couldn't watch me because I was too annoying, and it really.
Well, just don't watch them. It's really simple. Isn't it?
And the best thing was, there was a lady who I used to work with when I was at university. I worked at Tesco. She was one of my managers at Tesco, and we're friends on Facebook, but we don't talk to each other. And as soon as this woman, this Linda, she's called, jumped on it and just shot this woman down and really backed me up, and it was so lovely. And
yeah.
And you just think, well, actually, that was more important than what this stranger said about me. I didn't reply though. I always call them out. I can't ignore them.
Yeah. Well, do you know what it is, though? I think when you do get haters, I think you're doing something right. That's what I always say, because obviously that now you're making an impact.
Yeah. And that's a good way to look at it.
If they don't like it, then just move along. I don't get it either.
True. I know.
I've had similar stuff, and I've had even people say to me, I don't like your accent. I can't do anything about that.
No.
I can fake it, but then that wouldn't be me, No. But then you get conversely, you get another 9 people who say, "I love the show because I love your accent."
Yeah.
And it's like, I live in the States, and it's a little bit of home, but you focus on them little bits, don't you? And you just got it. Yeah.
You do, and again, I think it's just about recognizing though that it is okay to be affected by things, as long as you kind of allow yourself the chance to process it and speak to people about it too. And I think that when the team have had some of it as well. So when we first started doing it, and because Kim's so gorgeous, and these women just couldn't cope with it at all. And, as a team, we had to learn to deal with that. And you realize that it is their problem and not yours. But 99.9% of the feedback that we get has been absolutely amazing. So, we're a good 18 months in, and it was flying. We've had ups and downs. We've had tough times. Summer last year was really bad because of the weather. There was no sun. The sun came early. So it was a real kind of, we had to go through a real learning journey to figure out about buying stock and when was the right time to get it in and what quantity should we be buying it in. And
so you don't design anything. You buy in and then you resell.
Yeah. So we work with suppliers, and initially we were working with the same suppliers that everybody's working with. So, we'll turn up to to meet a supplier, and the buyers from Misguided are there. So it's a whole weird world that you're in. But then what we really wanted to focus on was quality. And I think particularly for women of my age, we want to buy something that is going to last us longer. We're happy to pay a little bit more, but we want it to last longer. We want it to be comfortable, but we also want to be fashionable. And we've managed to find some really, really good suppliers. Most of them are Danish, strangely, because they've got really clean lines, really good quality, and they're all working towards sustainability and all of the things that matter to us. So it's a long process to get to where you want to get when you're selling any kind of product, and there are so many things that have to go into it. And I tell you what, I don't think I've ever worked as hard as I've ever worked since having this type of business. And I always grafted my backside off with the Office Rocks, always. But this is so different because you've physically got to be there. Whereas with the Office Rocks, I can take my laptop and I could work from holiday, I could work anywhere. Whereas suddenly we've got a business where we can't do that anymore. We have to be in the warehouse. We have to be doing all of these things. We have to be packing the parcels, and So that's really, really different too.
Surely young Tom in the back there can be packing parcels.
Tom, honestly, he's good. He's good. Tom will tag the clothes. It is a proper family business.
Great.
When we moved warehouse, we've had so my mother-in-law was there helping us to move, and it is lovely. It's really good.
Awesome.
And we absolutely, our focus as well is customer service. So for us, no matter what, the customer is always right, and it amazes me that companies still fail to see this. I
totally agree.
I find it really bizarre, and of course there are mistakes.
Social media.
They can destroy you.
And they don't some of them don't even reply.
No.
I'm giving you a real piece of gold there. Yeah. You're not even reading your tweet. You just
what they do is delete them. So on Facebook, quite personally, because we've put so much into it to make sure that it's perfect, that we need to know how we fix it. So we always go on and reply and acknowledge and then fix it. That's just what we do. And the thing that's difficult at the moment, of course, is that we've still got people sitting at home with returns that they want to send back to us, but our warehouse isn't open.
Okay.
So for lots of women, it's particularly they're sat at home and they need the money back for these clothes that they don't want anymore. So it's really, really hard because they'll get in touch with us and they'll say, well, I need to be able to send it back. And I'm having to just say, I'm so sorry, but we're not trading. We can't take the return back. But at the end of all of this, we will honour all of the returns. It's as simple as that. People aren't going to be left out of pocket. We're not going to put up a fight with anything. But I think because we've built this on being open and honest and it being community, when we say that, they believe us and they trust that that's what we'll actually do. So it's going to be fun at that end.
This has been a real reset for people, and I think they are quite understanding of things like that, and they want to try and help. I mean, I've came across loads of small businesses where their customers are still paying them, even though they're not getting the service from them.
Yeah,
just to make sure they keep going and make sure they're there when this is all over. And I love that absolute.
It's amazing.
Loyalty is it's lush. It's really, really good. It's really
good. And I think we've got lots of people who've been wanting to buy gift vouchers, but actually I haven't wanted people to buy them because for me, you really don't know what's going to happen. And obviously the worst case for so many small businesses now, it really is going to be touch and go, depending on how long this goes on for, and if this goes on for 3 months, 4 months, then as a business, you're really going to struggle to come back, particularly if you are the type of business that we are, where instantly to operate, our overheads go like that. Instantly, just to be able to operate. So the last thing that I've wanted is for people to buy gift vouchers that then to use at some point where we go, well, actually, what if the worst thing has happened and we're not here, and then all of those people are out of pocket. So it's about you have to think about everything, and as much as you don't want to think about worst case scenario, you have to plan for it, and you have to think, well, not that I think that that's going to happen, because we're sensible. We plan, and and of course, because at the other side of this, we're going to go quick sell.
I know. It is. I'm not overthinking this too much, and I'm the same as you. I'm sitting burning cash from an operating point of view. But I'm not. I'm hardly even looking at the bank account now, on the company bank account, and I don't know why. Because I'm normally on it all the time. But it's been quite actually liberating that I can take it back. I'm even doing this. Like the prep for this is crazy. Just for one day. And then obviously doing it all, but it's keeping me focused and it's enjoyable, and I'm quite enjoying it perversely, But I am really looking forward to getting out of it as well.
Oh,
let's look at some of these comments, Laura. So we've got Suki's just said there. Just listen to you now. I'd love to know more about your brand. You sound so engaging and fun. Not annoying at all.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. So it's called What About This? And we are present on Facebook and Instagram. I would like to say we are on Twitter, but we're not. It's not really where I like hanging out, to be honest. And we've got a private Facebook group, and we've got 5,500 lovely ladies in that group. And the best thing about it is that people put their clothes on, take photos of themselves and post it in the group, which would be amazing if you did that, Ian, of course. If I sent you a dress and you took a picture and put it in the group, that would be wonderful.
Well, I tell you who would do that big pink dress, Colin, who's coming on later.
That would be so good. I would absolutely love that. And the reason why we have this private group is so that it's a safe space on the internet for women who wouldn't normally take a selfie and post it out on social media because they're too uncomfortable doing it, for them to be able to put something on and say, do you know what, actually I feel really good. And then all of the other members tell them how amazing they look. And honestly, it's so wonderful to see women supporting women. That is all it is. And obviously we have a rule where no one's unkind, but we've never had anybody be unkind. It's really strange because I've got other Facebook groups as well, because I've got a mother and baby community, and wow, the amount of awful comments that we have to delete and people that we have to remove from that group. But we just don't have this in the What About This group, and it's just a big supportive community for women, and it's wonderful that we've been able to create that around a fashion brand.
Yeah,
it's surreal, really. Makes me proud.
Imagine what about what Zoe said here? Have you
Hi,
thought
Zoe.
about plus size?
Do you know what, Zoe? We absolutely want to be able to do plus size. The difficult thing that we've got is when you're buying from suppliers will have their set sizes that they do. So most of them will do 6 to 14. And it's honestly, it drives us absolutely bonkers. Some of them will now go to a 16, some will go to an 18. But if you want anything beyond that, what you have to do is you have to put your orders in directly. So and when I say orders, to go to the manufacturer. So then you're going to have to buy in 500 pieces in 6 to 18, and you have to commit to that. And the difficult thing that you've got is that when you're such a new business, you don't know whether or not you're going to be able to sell all 500 pieces. And so we did take the risk on quite a few lines that we got in a range 6 to 18. And then we really struggled to sell the quantities that we'd ordered in, because then you've got external factors that impact on it, and sales might drop off, and then you sat on the stock. And for such a young business, cash flow is absolutely key. And when your money is tied up in stock, then you can't move with the times, you can't move with the trend, you can't get all of the new stock that you need to be able to keep on kind of driving forward. So it's really difficult, and we get asked all the time about plus size, always. So yeah, the answer is always one day is the dream, where we're designing our own clothes, we get them made in the quantities and the sizes that we want. That's absolutely what we're working towards. It's just we've obviously been put back a bit further right now. So, but also the other thing is there are some suppliers that'll do things in bigger sizes, but it's just not the type of clothes that our women want to wear. It's just not fashionable enough, and it's not, the quality isn't good enough. So we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't sacrifice the brand, because then it just kind of defeats the object.
Isn't it interesting though, like that kind of business outlook that you had there about the plus sizes as a consumer? You probably wouldn't even think outside of the box like that.
No.
So it's a great question.
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, I get asked that question on a daily basis. Yeah. I really do. And it always makes me, I'm so disappointed to have to say the answer all of the time as well, because before I went into this industry, I would have thought that it was just that brand choosing what sizes they wanted to stock. And it really just isn't like that. But a lot of our Danish brands, we can get them in the larger sizes. But again, what we have to be careful of is the line that you get in a particular size as well. So there's so much thought that has to go into it. And before all of this, I didn't even like fashion. Clothes has never been my thing at all. Well, I turn up to networking events wearing a hoodie and trainers and jeans, and that's it. That's just how I've always been. And if I was going anywhere, I'll borrow clothes from friends because they're more fashionable than I am. And so it was just never something that I ever thought that I would do. But
it's really funny what I'm trying to do. Is there's a brilliant photo of you and I at some networking event, and I've got it on my website somewhere. I've used it somewhere before, where I'm in like a suit jacket, waistcoat, probably a little pocket chief and hat, all this guy, your office rocks, black hoodie. But I love that photo of me and you, like sort of. But it is that is relatability, that's authenticity, that's who you are, and just
I was lucky enough to be featured in the North East Times once, which was wonderful, in the women's edition. And I had a photo shoot, and I rocked up again in my hoodie and my trainers and everything. And I thought, God, should I be dressing better than this? This was before I did What About This? But I thought, well, no, because that is me, and it feels real. I mean, my fashion has changed since. Can I just show you the T-shirt that I'm wearing?
Come on, then. I think I've heard all about this.
Have you? The good thing is, though, so this is a Facebook group that's been created by a lovely lady called Sarah Hughes. She's a mummy blogger. She's actually hilarious. She's hilarious. But she created this group to basically positivity and to celebrate what the good thing is about lockdown. And then came up with an idea that if she sold some merchandise, she would be able to raise some money for charity. And all of the proceeds are going to Childline. So I couldn't resist. I just thought it was absolutely fantastic, and I thought it'd be nice to give them a little plug because what they're doing is just wonderful.
How do we find them?
So it's the Facebook group, which is the good thing is though they've got a little Shopify website that's set up where you can buy things. I can post the link in here after though, if you like. I can send the link over to the Facebook group. But it's definitely worth joining as well, just because it's so lovely to see the positivity that people are sharing. I mean, some of the posts are actually hilarious. Some are quite inappropriate. So it's that type of group. If you like hanging out and have things that are going to tickle you a little bit, then it's a good place to be. There it is. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, oh, cool. Also, just jump on Facebook and look at that.
Yeah.
You find it.
Yeah, you should find. Yeah, you'll find the group if you go and search for that. So it's fantastic. But I just thought that the t-shirt was quite appropriate. But yeah, I thought, well, maybe I should wear something from What About This, and I thought, no, this is for a better cause.
No, so hang on, let's have a little look. We've got a question here from Grant, who was also on the North East Times. There's his picture. Look, the handsome devil. Do you use City Chic from Australia?
No, we don't use. I'm assuming that's a supplier then. We don't. Yeah. I'll be making a note of that one though. Thank you, Grant.
There's Anne loves the t-shirt.
Oh, it's such a good idea, isn't it? It is. It's brilliant.
Please speak slowly. Right. Okay. That must be you. That must be you, not me, because you clearly understand me with my English beautiful accent.
That is me. I'm so sorry. This is because I get too excited and I get too carried away. And
I love that. I love that.
What can I say? I'm sorry.
There's our Anne.
Hey, thanks, Anne.
Put a link to that group. Well, that's great. She's raising money for charity as well, because it is really tough right now. So that money, what charity is that going to?
Childline.
Oh, fantastic! Oh, great.
So obviously, it's unimaginable to think about what some kids are going through right now. You know, when all we've got to do is. When Tom gets to sit on his exercise bike, he has no idea how lucky he is. Yeah. So, yeah, it is. It's really important.
So here's a question from me then. Come on, what about guys' clothes?
We get asked that a lot as well. Okay, I'll be really honest. You don't buy the way that women buy.
What do you want about?
You don't impulse purchase. If a video popped up on Facebook of two guys wearing, I don't know, a blue shirt and a pink shirt and a pair of black trousers, it's not going to make you go, I have to buy that outfit.
Okay.
Whereas women, I hate to kind of generalize, but we are much more likely to go, oh my God, that outfit looks amazing. And actually, if I buy the dress and the bag and the shoes, then I don't need to think about it. And I've got an entire outfit sorted. That's it. So it does, and it's horrible to say, but it is. Oh, there we go.
Do you know why he's saying that? Because I know Grant impulse buys. Grant wanders around charity shops in his lunch hour, impulse buying like all random bits of clothing, and he'll basically say there's full outfits from a charity shop.
Amazing. Well, I love that. That is amazing. And you know what?
Look at that.
Yeah, and out all of his secrets.
Sorry, mate, your secrets are out. No,
if we had a physical store, then it might be different, but the complications that come with a bricks and mortar, that's not a world for us at all.
I tell you what, I think is quite interesting.
Thanks, Chloe.
For guys, I don't know, like accessories, you know, like watches and bracelets and little bits and bobs. Like with this lockdown, Casio G-Shock have been following me around everywhere. Whatever device I pick up and look straight away, it's like that watch again. I'm like, I've got one already, but it's a different color, and it's like, are you listening to me? Because I did say I like that watch, and now it's just everywhere, you know.
Yeah, but then that's because it's obviously it's a higher end and it's a brand and it's something that you will have already considered at some point. You've already probably been on the website. You've obviously spoken about it, and that's what my husband's like. He finds a shirt that he likes and he buys it in 4 different colors, and then he repeats it again in 12 months time. So it's different buying behavior, isn't it?
And brands. I don't know about you, but I have like a number of brands that's it. I'm so loyal to. I'm not interested in anything else. Like I wouldn't wear a pair of Adidas trainers, for instance.
But this is it, and I think that is again the difference often between men and women. But I have to say though, a lot of our audience now say that they only buy from us, even though we stock a variety of different brands within our brand. They buy from us because they trust our judgment on what we're buying in. which is really nice to know.
Sorry, I'm just reading these comments. Peter wants a grumpy old bugger range for guys like me and guys like me and Ian. You don't love me in that grumpy old category, my friend.
That's wicked. There's a business in there somewhere, isn't there?
There is grumpy old guys.
Yeah, I think I'm too tired to come up with any other business ideas and start something new.
Waistcoats for us, yeah. So listen, in the last, there's our Michael. Look, Michael knows all about brands. I don't know if you know Michael from Always Wear Red.
Yes, all over LinkedIn.
Yeah, Michael's great in LinkedIn, obviously with his 50-odd blog that he writes. But in terms of sustainability and higher end clothing, Michael's talking about doing more like merino wool sort of jumpers that you would keep for many a year rather than the throwaway kind of fashion.
I mean, it's going, isn't it? The industry needs to move that way. I think it's just slow to do because it's changing people's hearts and minds, and for people to understand that you do have to pay a little bit more for that. But that's why when you wear the clothes and you do videos, and it's true, Claire, it's true.
Men are boring. That's terrible.
But I think it's about being able to openly talk about the clothes as well, rather than it just being images or, I mean, don't get me wrong, influencers are absolutely amazing, but quite often an influencer will put something on and that they've got it clipped behind them, they've got it dressed in a certain way, that it isn't true and that it's not what it's going to look like on you. Right. And I think as long as we continue to have this open and honest communication with people about the clothes and where they come from, and the fact that, yes, at the moment it might not all be sustainable, but this is what we're doing and these are the steps that we're putting in place to make that happen, then people will come with you on the journey. And I think it's interesting for people to see too. So, but you can only make the changes if you're in a position to make a change, if that makes sense. We've got to get ourselves to a stage where we, as a business, we're bigger and we have more control and we can choose the factories and we can do that sort of thing. So there's a lot to do.
Awesome. Well, there you go. Grant's going to link you in with somebody at City Chic.
That would be amazing. Thank you.
And
this was worth doing, wasn't it?
I know, and what this Laura has got I'm not a hugger anyway t-shirt.
Laura Kemp is not a hugger.
It is. I could not wear that t-shirt because this non-hugging thing is destroying me. Absolutely destroying me.
Awful, isn't it? We live next door to our 86-year-old gran, and it's amazing that we live next door, but it's so hard because obviously we're not allowed to go anywhere near her, and but she leaves chocolates in her porch and little notes for us, and then we leave dinner in her porch for her.
Oh, good. Oh, well done. Oh, that's lovely.
We feed her. It's a weird world right now, isn't it?
It sounds like she's a cat. Like, we'll feed her. Has anyone fed the gran today? Or go and put it in the porch for her.
I think she might be overfed, to be honest. She gets so much.
Everyone else is feeding her. Well, I've already fed it today.
Yeah, honestly, it's what happens.
Oh, my word.
No, it is. It's very strange. I can only apologise if I've been speaking too quickly. I can't.
You haven't been speaking too quickly. You've been lush. Well, listen, that's it. Your time is up, and our friend Pascal's in the green room. Do you know Pascal?
Do you know what? I don't think that I do.
There he is.
Oh, hey!
No, we're on. Hi.
I like this.
It's great, isn't it? There you go. Right, Laura, well, thanks so much for being absolutely so raw, authentic, honest, transparent, usual self. I love
Thank
you.
you.
You're amazing.
Thanks, you. Right back at you. Woohoo!
Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see you too. Okay. Cheers, Laura.
Have fun, Pascal. Goodbye.
Bye. Hi, mate.
Hi, that was a real pleasure listening to Laura, wasn't it?
Oh, that's great, isn't she? Hey, look there, green screen, brother.
Yes, well, I'll tell you what, the blend is smashing. So, no, I mean, as you know, I've gone au naturel this morning because I think it must be a browser issue with my MacBook. The green screen is not working.
Right, okay.
So I was going to tease you by having the Star Wars cantina behind me, but...
Well, I'll download some more backgrounds if anybody wants to see me in a certain
Yes. Let's get people to suggest some of the weirdest backgrounds to you. We'll have a competition. So how are you doing today, Ian?
I'm good. I'm really good. Obviously, we're only one in. That was Laura there. So and then straight in yourself. So feeling good. But I've got a bag full of snacks as I normally do.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for a couple of people that are really good friends that I bring in together, and then I run away and have a little comfort break.
Yeah, even if they're not friends anymore afterwards, so long as you can use them for a bit.
Exactly.
So are you doing things a bit differently this time? Have you learned anything from your first marathon, would you say?
Yeah, well, so the last time I did it, I literally sat down and had 3 minutes to spare before I went live, which was really seat of the pants stuff because on lockdown, all my office was shut, so all my audio visual equipment. So basically, I managed to get hustle back in with security guard, get some equipment. So now I've got some light on us because I was really dark the
I can
last
see
time.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the green screen behind us because I was just on a white background before. So yes, a lot better. I feel a bit more calmer.
Yeah.
And I've
No,
got a little Logitech camera here, which is on a little bit of a jaunty angle, but it's not too bad.
it works.
So yeah, good mate, good. But in terms of that question, I know the reason you asked us it because you are the man when it comes to video.
Well, that's very kind for you to say.
I tell you before you start, I tell you what I loved when I saw youpreneur, and you spoke about your passion for video because I realized where it had come from because you spoke about videos, directors, inspiration from, and I didn't realize that about you, Pascal, because yes, I kind of like video and audio and podcast and all that, but as a boy, I wasn't transfixed, and I think you were by the sounds of it. Is that am I
I
right?
was, yes. I mean, it started at a very young age. I mean, my parents said that, and they have a picture of me still, age 2 or 3, watching TV, and I'm sat on the floor in my PJs, and literally, I'm just watching the TV screen in complete awe. And they said to me, from a young age, so long as it moved and made sounds, you were happy. And then he carried on from there. So then I started to so we come from a large family and a very modest family, so we couldn't go to the movies necessarily. So what I used to do then, we used to get our version of the TV Times in France, and I used to cut images promoting films and movies. I used to stick them in a book, and I used to write the story, but I used to make it up because I didn't know what the story was.
Wow!
So I had a picture of Ghostbusters, or a picture of whatever, E.T., which I didn't get to see until I was much older because there was 4 kids. Cinemas were quite a distance away, and my dad used to work long hours and so on. So, but what my parents did do, they just did buy me the books. So then I was able to understand the real story. So I would go back in, cut the pictures off the scrapbook to then put them in a new scrapbook, and then write the real story. And then eventually I was able to earn pocket money by teaching English and math as a bit of a, what do you call them, tutor, I suppose. And then that pocket money I spent pretty much every weekends and evenings in cinemas. And I'm ashamed to say that sometimes I used to hide and come into the seat so I could stay and watch it a second time without having to pay. Remember once there was a cine club in our little village. So once a week they would bring, and it was a real old-fashioned cine club where the camera was at the back of the room going, and then putting it onto a wall with a bed sheet, and you had to concentrate so much on the sound to kind of block out the sound of the projector.
Wow!
And the cine club was I think there was about 20 seats in this community center. So you would go once, pay your 5 francs back then, and then leave again. And I went back because it was a double bill, which I think really changed my life forever. It was Jaws and Raiders of the Lost Ark. It was double bill. And the guy said, "I've not seen you already." I said, No, that was my brother, because back then we did look quite alike. And so I watched it the second time. So then, of course, my brother Yannick wanted to see it later on in the day. And so, "Oh, you've been already, you can't go." So to this day, I still ask forgiveness. My poor brother wasn't allowed to go in the movies because I pretended to be him. And then when I was at university, again, the passion. So I was university at the time. I was studying to be an English teacher back in France, but life had other plans for me. And I pretty much blew all my student grant on going to the movies. That's what I did. I didn't study. And so it started from a very young age. And I was so pleased that at Youpreneur was able to share that story, because I've not told anybody really. We tend to share, which I'm going to talk about with you, we tend to share our professional side, because we've been told about branding and content marketing and so on. And what I like about Youpreneur is it is a platform where you can give a bit more of your personal self. And that created a context which meant that hopefully the advice I was giving was reasonably legitimate, because born out of decades and decades of spending far too much time thinking about those things.
And look, we all, we all learn from stories, and Laura's just told her story there, and everybody was engaging because it was Laura. Look at the things I remembered from your youpreneur talk that you said. It was the things about yourself. It was the things about the jaws, the really lost art, the childhood, the love for it. I'm really sorry to say this, but the other bit, can't remember it.
Of course. Yeah.
Because that's what happens. It just comes off a cliff, doesn't it? And it falls away, that learning curve. But what we don't forget is the story. That's why it's great to wrap these things in stories. So, and obviously, that's a nice little segue into what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. So really, to be honest with you, my plan many years ago was to keep those two things separate. So I was very happy to be the professional giving advice and training people on the wonders of content marketing, to use a global term. Yeah. And then evenings and weekends, I wanted to be the video producer, aspiring filmmaker. And it was really my intention to keep those two things separate. But I suppose one could argue the internet has conspired to bring them together. What I mean by that is, eventually when people ask me about video and they were asking about video marketing, my reaction was, yes, do that, but please understand, video marketing is one step towards something much greater and far more enjoyable, which is visual storytelling, which is a term that I've kind of adopted. I'm sure there's a better way to describe it, but what I mean by that, Ian, is that it is important for all professionals out there to do what I call the essentials. This is almost your video school. So do the expert Q&A type video series. By all means, do some video news roundup. By all means, do some product tours, product demonstrations, whatever. So the three kind of ways you can do video marketing. But my argument would be, don't just stick to that, because you're missing out on something far greater. And the idea being that when it's all said and done, and we can fast forward 2 years maybe, and most businesses will have caught up on video marketing, one with the other, whether they've been dragged into it kicking and screaming, or happy to go with the flow, the web would be full of video content. And I think at this moment, at this time, would be very much like blogging so many years ago, and social media currently, and email marketing back then, which is simply just white noise. And almost to your point earlier, of course, you want to be seen and heard being helpful by giving advice, because that shows you're competent. But when everybody does it, then how do you then stand out from the rest of your competitors? And this is where you need to kind of go, brilliant, I think I've built my confidence doing video marketing. I've built an audience. Let me take them on the journey where I'm going to move away from rational discourse to more emotional charged messages. And I don't mean by that, Ian, that you're going to start to cry on camera every so often just to get some sympathy. What I mean by that is you're going to show some other qualities through your video work. And I think one important one is a quality of just being naturally curious and asking questions to which you don't have the answer necessarily. But by asking those questions and documenting your quest for information, or by commenting on your findings, you'll progress obviously as an individual, but you will take your audience on the journey. So my recommendation, humbly, for people that listen today and on replay, is video marketing, the stuff you see on YouTube, is just one baby step towards something greater and better. And the inspiration, therefore, that we should be seeking out needs to come from those who have engaged audiences who are far longer than the web has been around. And for me, they are filmmakers, playwrights, book authors, and documentary makers. So if you love watching films and your partner grumbles, just say, it's just research. It's just it's
sure is. I was listening to you there. Your passion is just absolutely wild. I can see it just bursting out of you. So your partner must have a nightmare with you, bud.
So if you've, some of you are listening today, and if you've subscribed to Disney Plus, it's a good business investment. I would put it against, your expenses, because it's would be research. I mean, I'm sure you would agree, Ian. Have you on Disney Plus yet?
We need to watch The Mandalorian, don't I?
Oh, anyway. It's for another time. It's talk about story. Yeah.
You said something there which I loved, and what you said was the quest for information. And I love fly on the wall kind of stuff, like rather than really staged business video, I love to see people walking around being followed or fly on the wall and that sort of stuff. And actually, that question for information, tell me a little bit more about that. So, what do you mean that somebody is interested in something and they sort of delve into it, and then it's their journey of how they understand it?
Yes. So there's 3 qualities I want people to explore. But the first one, I think the most powerful one, is simply to be curious, and therefore you're gonna commit on behalf of your audience, both current customers, prospects, and the kind of the wider audience. You're gonna commit on their behalf to find more information about something. And you're going to simply record that. You're going to document it, and you are not going to worry so much about technology. You're going to worry about cameras, lights, and so on. You're just going to film away your findings, and then afterwards you can kind of edit and put it together into a very, very simple recounting of what you've done. So for example, you're curious about, I don't know, in your case, in the future of podcasting and audio production. And you're going to do some research for yourself. My argument would be, it's not the shame that you're going to keep it to yourself. Maybe into a notebook, maybe, or whatever. So my argument would be, why don't you find a way to document and comment and react to your own findings? Even better, and I think that's where why don't you find somebody that we can relate to and follow their journey of discovery? So then what you do, you bring some humility, which is you step back. So you move away from being in front of the lens. You go behind the lens, but say, I've discovered somebody, or I know somebody who are on their quest for knowledge and information. And what I'm going to do, with no comment on my part or reaction or judgment, I'm just going to capture before, during, and after, and then come back to you, my audience, with a edited version, of course, of what I've got. And what is interesting about it is, very often when I get involved with as video marketing consultant, people will say to me, I'm nervous about being on camera. I'm nervous about the way I look. I'm nervous about the way I sound, and so on and so forth. I said, yeah, by the way, that's very normal. I can show you many videos of actors, a very famous one from Denzel Washington all the way to all the others in the UK, who would say to you, the first few days on set is so nerve-wracking that they wish they didn't take the job. Everybody gets nervous. But I said, you know what? Instead of doing it the hard way, why don't you just move on from being in front of the camera? Just get behind it and capture what you see, and share that with others, and then you can structure it, and we may talk about this in a particular way. So then you end up in a situation where your audience is exposed to a much richer and extended version of yourself, which is that hopefully all of us will keep ourselves informed. We want to do the very best for our customers. We spend hours and hours in self-learning. I lost count of the books, the podcasts I listen to, the webinars I go on to, and a few years ago, it just occurred to me that I was guilty of actually what I was telling people, which is I just keep it to myself. So I got on a webinar recently to learn a bit more about podcasting, although I think I might still stick to video, but I'm trying, Ian. And I'm thinking, well, I hope that I remember to let people know about what I've discovered or what I've understood in some fashion. And this is where perhaps vlogging comes into it. And what is nice about this way of visual storytelling, it takes the pressure off you being always seen and perceived to be competent, which is always the worry. I've got to show that I know my stuff. And let me tell you, all of you listening or on replay, your future customers will take a punt. They'll say, yeah, I'll take a risk. I believe that Ian is competent. What I don't know, however, is how good is Ian at looking after his customers? What are his qualities as a human being in terms of common sense, customer care, all those wonderful facets of what we do. And the best way to show what it's like to work with you, Ian, is actually to see it and hear it. And I believe that we are at our best in conversation mode. So back to the reaction I'm getting from people. They go on YouTube, they watch YouTube videos of those YouTubers, and please hold me back before I start talking about. But you know what one that I mean the one that said to you, are you really happy with your sad life, or you're not earning 8 figures, that kind of things, so those are giving a very bad example of what video marketing is about, really, and what I'm saying is just ignore those. What is far more interesting for me is to see you in conversation with somebody else, because when I see that, I'm going to see the real you, and I'm going to see how attentive you are, how caring you are, how responsive you are, how funny you are, how down to earth you are, and that is the kind of supply that I want. I can't make that decision if I'm watching a polished YouTube video where, with respect, you've got all the right light settings, you've got everything right. What I mean by that is I'll go, oh, wow, good. I now I know how to do this task better because of this amazing video Q&A, but I still can't use that video to decide to use you as a supplier.
Fantastic. I love that. Absolutely love that. So then, how do we do that, Pascal? What kind of stuff? So is it a mix? Is it a mix of like just walking around vlogging and talking about your thoughts, maybe with a bit of a selfie stick or whatever it is? Like, how do you do that? That authenticity piece, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think, if we will say that everybody can find ways to show that they weren't practiced through those perhaps accepted format currently, the YouTube video, the expert Q&A, the news roundup, and the kind of platform tour or product tour. And please do those, but don't spend all your time just doing those. I think the next step could be where you show again that you're well researched. What I mean by that is you're so passionate about what you do that you can't help but keep yourself informed, and through very relaxed, informal, and kind of quick editing, don't spend too much on that, you can do some vlogs, I think, because ultimately you would do that in a written form. You would write an article, a blog, to say, wow, the month of April has been pretty busy, and this is what I found on this BBC website, on Facebook, on this podcast, this book. So you would give an account of your personal development, then you can flip it and literally record a video daily, 10-20 seconds segment of, today I read this book and I learned this, today I was with Ian talking about this, today. And so you do them daily, and then by the end of a fortnight, my goodness, you have this incredible kind of scenes, read segments. You pull them together into an app like Quick, QUIK, or Vlog It, whatever, on your mobile phone, and then just push it out on social. And the reason why you push it on social, you're going to say to people, listen, I know you've all been very busy, and I may have shared the odd ones, singly via Twitter or Facebook, but here's a compendium. Here's a video summary of all my findings on online, as I keep myself informed. So that would be the first one, and that would be therefore a dedicated series that then you can, by all means, publish on YouTube and put it into a playlist. You can give it its own name. You can have fun with it, give it its own kind of opening credit. You can have a little mini brand, very much like you've done with your podcast, Ian. And what is really important is that this prepares you for the next type of video. So we began by doing the essentials, video marketing. We're well practiced. We've then done something a bit different, that kind of vlogging, where we give an account of our personal development. We show we're well researched and curious. The next thing that we're going to do is show that we're well connected. And what I mean by that is we're connected with the world around us, and we are connected with the people in that world. And this is when we move into, I think, one of the most important facets of visual storytelling, is that you give your, I suppose, what you have discovered when it comes to this very, very important story that has been connecting the world around us for a very long time, which is how are people that I can relate to coping with a change in their world. And now that could be a positive change. It could be the introduction of new technology. In the case of Laura, new fashion trends coming in and so on. But Laura stops for a moment and go, I wonder how my world, or the world of my customers, is going to deal with that. Tell you what, I'm going to ask a few people and capture that. Wow. Because what is really important is, with respect to Ian, by now, I would imagine you're a bit of a pro when it comes to audio production and podcasting, and this opens some incredible doors for you. But I think it would be fascinating for you to, and I'm using it as an example, not as an instruction, by the way, Ian, for you to do anything whatsoever. But I'm thinking, okay, how do I kind of bring this to? So maybe what would be interesting is, what is the impact of podcasting in the food industry? That's it. And then you get in touch with a few chefs, a few restaurants, you get in touch with Sainsbury's and whatever, and you ask them the question. And part of your job, therefore, is to pick, the answers and then organize them into a story that I can kind of follow. So again, this is just an example. You don't have to do any of that stuff, Ian.
It's good. It's good. I love it.
We won't hold it against you. But so in my case, it could similarly be, what is the impact of the video in the HR industry or whatever, when now people are working from home. So we ask the questions, and really the question that I have for them is, why is your world changing? And I want them to kind of pinpoint the key element, the key disruption, positive or negative, that has happened. And this has been used forever in storytelling, and it's been kind of captured into a phrase called, a stranger rides into town, which has been immortalized by Westerns, but also all manner of documentaries and films. So this is my world, and it's kind of going as well as it can be, and sometimes it's going badly. And then an intruder kind of comes in and completely disrupts the status quo. What is then interesting is, how are people coping with the ripple effect? And really what we try and capture is three key kind of story elements when we ask the question. So we know it has happened, or something has happened. What is that something? What is the introduction of the new? And then how people cope with it is their trials and tribulations, and they're going to make mistakes. They're going to rush into it. They're going to be too slow. They're going to try different versions, different options. But really what we try and do when we tell the story is capture either what we call the quest. So are people essentially having to transform their environment completely? Do they have to physically or spiritually travel somewhere very different, and in the process overcome obstacles? That's number one. Do they have to assemble a team? And I use the term assemble on purpose, because then if some of you watching are hearing the Avengers theme, then you're my kind of people. So that's another one. Do we pull a team together with again the highs and lows that come to bringing people from desperate backgrounds together to provide a solution to this problem? Or do we go for a complete transformation? Are we going to use the metamorphosis kind of story element? So you've got the quest, you've got the assemble, or you've got the metamorphosis. And some of us who work in the knowledge industry, listening here live on replay, would recognize particularly the metamorphosis, where we ask our customers to change the way they do something, or change their practices, and how difficult that is to do, understandably so. So this is a story that you try and capture. So you won't know, by the way, if you do more of a capturing documentaries and conversation, you will not know whether you're going for a quest, assemble, or metamorphosis. It's only once you've captured this conversation that will reveal themselves to you. That's the difference. If you do fiction work, then you can do it in advance. You can decide, right, I'm going to tell a story inspired by true events, and I'm going to go for the assemble method, and we're going to tell the story of people who are fictional that are relatable, that go about it. Where the visual storytelling then goes to the next level, which I think is interesting, and many of us can be inspired by films and documentaries, is we know that a stranger rode into town. We know that people trying to cope with a change through quest, assemble, or a metamorphosis. But the next question is, what makes it hard? What makes it a challenge? There has to be something in there that essentially invites people to show their humanity, their kind of qualities and their flaws, and within that becomes something that has that emotional kind of elements to it, much more than the rational side that we saw with pure video marketing. And really the three elements that you'd be looking at, and I'm looking at my notes to give you the right order. You've got the race against time. So that could be that there's a deadline, to meet, or that the danger that is looming is going to come crashing onto you if you're not careful, or that the positive influence is going to peter away if you don't grab it now. So if we think about a race against time, well, the first one that comes to mind is obviously Back to the Future, where if Marty McFly doesn't actually get the DeLorean right on time during the storm, is going to get left behind. You've got the Goonies. If they don't come back with the treasure, their homes will be taken off them. You've got Towering Inferno. So if they don't actually find a way to get the fire down, so the race against time is always an interesting one, because people have to make decisions a particular way. Is it actually the universal David versus Goliath? So are your customers, or the people that you're observing and documenting, are they up against an impossible task? And yet, using ingenuity, using humility, and all the qualities that are so attractive to all of us people, they're going to find a way through. That could be anything from Erin Brockovich, which I think is a very good example of David versus Goliath and how they go about it. It could be The Matrix. It could be Star Wars, when a handful of X-Wings attack the Death Star, and it kind of how they're going to go about it. So that's another one. And the third one, I suppose, which is the one that I tend to favor, but I think because of the work that I do, is the two voices. So we had the race against time. You had obviously your David versus Goliath, but the two voices is one that I like, and you see it a lot in movies where our heroes are torn between two sets of advice, conflicting advice. So the hero has to find a solution to the problem facing them. It's kind of, it's going to be the blue pill or the red pill. And torn between those two voices, one usually has the answer, but the way in which they go about it, sometimes it's complicated or feels very risky and difficult to understand. And usually we call that character the mentor. And then you have the trickster, who naively gives a simpler course of action, but usually one that is doomed to failure. And we watch our hero being torn between the two, or we watch our client thinking, do I do the way Ian explained it, or do I go the easier way with this stuff I saw on Google? And that kind of things. And that needs to be captured, because I think that's far more engaging and interesting to look at than someone says, oh, by the way, I spoke to Ian. Ian say, do that. I did it, and it's working. See you later. If I capture I listened to Ian and I went for the Google stuff, and then it backfired, and this is what happened. And then I went back to Ian. I was dead embarrassed, but Ian was a great guy. Didn't make me feel too bad. And then we did it again, and now it's working. And now I told a story, and this is where, therefore, the role really of those who know a bit more than others, because we've just made a few more mistakes, is to find a way to have the humility to tell the story without being part of the story.
And this is going to make an absolutely fantastic podcast, because the vocal is amazing on this. This is really good, because I want to hear that again and go back 15 seconds and hear that again and just let that sink into my brain, because I need to let that sink in. Quick, before we go, Katie just said something there about wanting to kind of document situations and getting into the creating video content. But I'm sure you've seen this before, and I've seen this many times, Pascal, is too self-conscious to make the jump.
Yeah.
I don't want to put the head above the parapet.
Katie, thank you very much. And Katie, you are probably expressing what 99% of people that meet out there and talk to do. Your job is not to be a performer. Your job is to be a producer. Your job, your commitment, is to make the story happen, not to be the story. And I think, therefore, all of us can really take and learn from you, Ian, about how you approach the podcast. I know you mix it up. You do guesting, and then you do solos as well. But you've been in conversation with others more, I would say, than you've been solo. And that essentially is a commitment to your audience, to us, which is, I'm curious about a number of things. I've got the benefit and luxury of having some connections. let me bring them to you, because I think there are a couple of things you should know about, as opposed to keeping it to yourself. And I think that's what essentially filmmakers, documentary makers, authors do. They've been touched by something emotionally, and they take the view that maybe they don't understand it, so they want to explore it, or they've understood it, and they think others would benefit from being invited to think through this again, or to reflect on it through the media of moving images and sound.
Love that. Fantastic. What was that again? Be the producer, not the star. What did you?
Be the producer, not the performer.
Not the performer. Love that. There you go. There you go.
There's no requirement. You can. I don't know where. Well, I think it comes from the YouTubers. There's no requirement to be a performer to build your business using video. Quite the opposite. And in fact, you might find that as a producer, you're going to create more content than you are as a performer.
Fantastic. Love that. Listen, Pascal, before you go, you did say something yesterday. Have you got something you might want to leave us with? Or are you going to?
Yes, thank you very much. So, interestingly, like everybody else, I've been particularly touched, again, using that term, by what's happening around the world with regard to the pandemic and lockdowns around the world and so on. So I have family, as you know, in France, in Italy, and in the US. I've been keeping myself informed that way. And it just occurred to me again that I'm having those conversations with them. Those conversations are really quite uplifting and very often very funny, because I think it's part of our makeup as people. We will always find the funny side of everything. There's also the stories of the unsung heroes out there who are just showing some amazing human qualities. So I've decided to actually launch a new video series called #Confinement Stories. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to be talking to people around the world about how they are coping with the sudden change to their world, and hear about families, hear about the elderly, and so on and so forth. And what I'm looking for really from our audience today is, do you have stories you can share to others so they can learn from you? Are you interested to learn more about, obviously, what's happening out there with regard to other nations, because we are all united in isolation? And if you also have family members and friends around the world that you think would make for a fantastic guest, please get in touch with me. My email address is pascal@pascalfintoni.com. And I can assure that they'd be very well treated, and so will you, should you choose to want to be a guest. And what I want to do, Ian, is capture those stories and share them widely for people who are going through a bit of a tougher time, for them to have a smile that day and know that this will come to pass.
Is that right, Pascal? Is that email right, Pascal?
Pascal@pascalfintoni, my full name, .com.
Excellent stuff. Great. So, well, that sounds like a great project for you. That's going to keep you busy.
Thank you.
Is that right?
It is perfect. Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Excellent. Well, thanks for leaving us out. I could listen to you all day, and I'm going to listen again on that one. I really appreciate that. And I will chop that up as a podcast episode.
Thank you. That's great.
Thanks so much for joining us. Well, I can see in the green room, you need to see this as well, Pascal. I don't even see our friend. He's just about to pop in. Here we go. Our Colin, the big pink.
Oh, wow.
He is.
There's a commitment to branding.
There is. Why could you not come along like this, Pascal? I mean,
It's not part of my branding. I'm the West Coast guy.
Right. Well, listen, brother, thanks so much. I really appreciate it.
More than welcome.
See you soon, my friend. He's out of there. Colin, let me just say something before. So Phil said he's selling digital backgrounds of his work. We're talking about backgrounds, Colin, because you can see me sitting in a beautiful lounge.
Yeah, do you know what it is? I looked online to see whether I could do one in the background, but I realized my wig would actually totally wipe it out. So it was worth the time.
Well, I'm just going to quickly move me into a little bit of a bricked area.
Oh, look at that.
There you go. That's a little bit better. Hey, good to see you. Well, look, you've got all the gear on. I'm glad you've brought us this beautiful attire today.
I was going to just wear me t-shirt, and I wasn't even going to have a shower. Got to be honest with you. But I thought, you know what? It's the first time I've actually been outdoors in a long time, so I better make myself look all right.
Oh, look, there's our Laura saying you don't need a background. He doesn't indeed, Laura.
Thank you, Laura.
So people might be looking now, Colin, thinking, I recognise that chap. I saw him run along the John Reed Road on the Great North Run. But where did this all start, Con? Let's wind it back. Come on.
Yeah, do you know what? This all started in around about 2014. Hadn't done any running for years and years. I think it was about 15 years or since I'd done any running. And I was working in a nursing home at the time. And just at that time, one of my wife's friends was diagnosed with breast cancer. Now, you see, I'd never had any experience of anybody with cancer or breast cancer, anything they had. And to watch her go through it was horrendous. And I wanted to do something, wasn't a doctor, wasn't a sort of like, I couldn't mend anything. So I said, listen, I'll try and raise some money. So I thought, right, I'll do the Great North Run, give it a shot, see if I can raise £350. But when the pack came through from the charity, it was Wear It Pink. Now, at that point, we'd just done a bit of a show for the residents at our nursing home, and it was Stars in Your Eyes. And we had to pick my hands in the hat, take out a name, and I got Diana Ross and the Supremes.
Nice.
Now, bear in mind, I'm 6'6", 19 stone, ex-Forces rugby player. I thought, well, yeah, okay, I'll give it a shot. And you know what? It was such a good laugh. The residents loved it and all that stuff. So I thought, well, listen, I'll try and, I'll hide the outfit on, run the Great North Run. I didn't even contemplate that Diana Ross's dress was tight to the knee. I remember getting to the start line and thinking, how on earth am I running 13.1 miles in this? I got the end and we raised thousands. It was just unbelievable how much people had thought, this is nuts. This man's, give him some money because he's obviously not stable here. So, but it was amazing and it worked so well. I decided, listen, let's up the ante. Let's try the London Marathon. Doing 26.2 mile in a 2.5 stone dress. I thought, it's going to take some work. And
so you got a new dress made for that?
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, I make all the outfits, you see. So it's kind of like, I think I'm up to number 76 now. So it's got a bit crazy in the last 5 years. And we're just under £129,000 raised now for charities.
Wow. What do you do? Call them mix those charities up?
Yeah, do you know what it is, right? It was all, at first, it was all for breast cancer and things like that. But I realized that as I got higher known in the sort of like profile area type thing, I could help people just by sticking a coloured dress on for their charity, just to get the awareness out there as well as anything. And now it's just literally I help as many as I possibly can. And, it makes me feel good for doing that. And it also helps the charity. So, it's a win-win as far as I'm concerned. And like you were saying earlier on, with the charity sector at the moment, they need every single penny they can get at the moment, because I understand people are cautious, people are worried, people are, at the point where they're thinking, where's the next penny coming from? But there's also got to remember that there are people out there with cancer, people out there who are fearing because they can't get their medication. But they still need the nurses to come in. They still need this, that, and the other. So the charity still needs to operate, which is why I do stupid things like you've probably seen this morning, or in a stupid dress on and running on the treadmill. Do you know what I mean? At 7 o'clock in the morning when most people are fast asleep, just to raise a few pounds for the charities. Do you know what I mean?
When you're running, Colin, do you go live or something when you do next? I've seen.
I do a live broadcast every morning around about 7ish, 7:10, something like that. And just to like wake people up and say, morning, here I am.
I did see in a French maid's outfit, which I really can't unsee. It's, I'm trying. I probably need to get a little bit of therapy for that.
I wouldn't mind, but that was one I already had in the house. Yeah, that was already there.
You've got the mannerisms off so well, holding the umbrella over your shoulder. It's just like it's meant to be, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
When people are watching live, then how do they donate?
There's always a link on my live feeds and all. It's Virgin Money given, and it's Big Green Dress. So it's just look for Big Green Dress on Virgin Money given, you'll find us.
Big Green Dress?
Yeah, I'm running for Macmillan at the moment.
Ah, right, okay.
So
So you switch it, right? Okay.
I switch it around every time I do something new. So, this is one of the things. I was listening to Pascal there,
Yeah.
and honestly, what he was talking about was amazing.
Mm.
Because,
Yeah.
he was talking about you have to tell a story, you have to this, that, and the other. And that's exactly the same with fundraising. You've got to go through the metamorphosis stage where basically you turn from this 6'6" rugby player into the big pink dress. You tell about the journey, you tell about the story of why you tug at heartstrings and things, just to get what you need to get for the charity. And that's exactly the same for us.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you did right. It's the story behind it and the authenticity and where it comes from. And actually, I mean, that's why I wanted you on the show today, Colin, because I've saw you, running past and your profile's raising. And I'm like, what's that guy all about? I need to know. And actually, I was really intrigued. And I'm sure many other people are intrigued. And that's why I think people will donate you, because they're like, what's that guy all about? And it's mysterious.
I've got to be honest, it's still mysterious to me. Like 5 years down the road, and I'm able to fundraise, and I'm still be able to get money in for charities and things like that. And I think people see my passion for what I'm doing. I think people see a lot of the thing. I have serial selfie takers, which is quite good. You know what I mean? I know people who've got up to 20 different dress photos with me and things like that, and I just think that's awesome.
Yeah.
And while I've been doing this, I've been lucky enough to be asked to do things like the One Show. I've been lucky enough to go on certain TV shows and radios and things like that. And it's just been amazing for myself as a profile thing, but also amazing for any charity I'm raising for.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, it's all about profile and awareness.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because maybe Emily's one of your selfie fans, but she's asking there, what's the favorite dress that you've made?
Oh, do you know what, right? That's a tough question. I have two, I would say. My very first one, because of so many memories, actually there's three. I'm going to tell a lie. I'll not do that. I'll do it that way. There's a one I ran the 2017 Great North Running, which was the heaviest dress I've ever worn, which is 3 stone 9 pounds.
Wow.
And it honestly was the most difficult and painful thing I've ever done. It took me an hour and a half to do 1.5 miles for the last mile and a half. My feet were bleeding. It was in so much pain. And it was a memory garden dress where people could donate and have a rose on the dress.
Wow.
With a message on for a loved one or something like that. And every step I took, I could see the roses, and I read the messages as I was going along. And that's what got me across that finish line. And it was just absolutely heartbreaking. But, the journey is just one day for me.
Yes.
And for these people, it's a lifetime. And that's what helps. It really does help for me. And my favorite dress then now, I'm going to tell you now, is the NHS one, the rainbow one I've done. It is also a pride dress, but it's so amazing. It's so bright, and it does tell a message. And it's just a big thank you to all key workers and NHS workers. It's just what they're doing at the moment is, without doubt, some of the bravest things you'll ever see.
Yeah.
They're putting themselves in front of the family, in front of other people and all that stuff to protect people. And that to me is outstanding, really is.
What are you going to do with that NHS dress, Colin? Where are you going to wear that next? Or
Yes, right. The last day of my challenge is the 26th of April. And I've managed to gather together some of the greatest fundraisers you'll ever see. Most of the ones you'll recognize from London Marathon, like Rhinos and Nessa the Big Nurse, and you've got Karaoke Graham, and you've got all these kind of amazing people. And I also gathered together some of the UK's best athletes and elite runners, the Ali Dixons, the Gemma Steeles, all that. And we're all going to do a 2K relay each, equaling the 42K for the London Marathon, raising money for the NHS. And that's the dress I'll be wearing on that day.
And are you going to do it on your treadmill, Colin, or?
Yeah. I'm
Fantastic.
trying to get everybody to do it indoors or in their garden as much as possible to get across the stay-at-home message.
And is this good? Sorry, I was going to say, is this all for your charity or for the individual charities?
It's for the NHS charities together. It's they're trying to raise, I think it's £100 million.
Wow.
And they're doing really well, by the way. But every single penny helps, and you know, this is why I wanted to get these guys together. And we've been lucky enough to get a great guy, Geordie, who is the guy who's, if you ever done London Marathon in the Red Start, he's the guy who's on the microphone, jigging you, getting you all going and all this stuff. And live on, he does all BBC and things like that. So he's coming to do the commentary as well for the start of the race. But I'm trying. I hope he's watching actually, because I haven't messaged him yet. Steve Cram, if you're watching, I know you did a commentary for one of my videos, right? If you fancy coming over and doing the commentary for the day, that'll be awesome.
Oh, well, there you go. Of course he's watching, Colin. And
I'll send him the link anyway.
I'll tell you who could be watching. One of the guys put in the comments the other day, the old captain who's been wandering around his grounds of his house. Yeah.
Oh my God! Listen, if he is watching, I've actually, this is no word of a lie, I've nominated you for the Pride of Britain fundraiser of the year.
Ah, really?
I just watched him last night. I thought to myself, do you know what? This is the epitome of selflessness. What an incredible man. 99 years old, man.
Is that what he is, 99?
He's raised over 5 million so far.
Ah, yeah. One of the guys in the comments before, he just put 5 million. I didn't know what he meant, but yeah. So that is wild. Brilliant. Isn't it?
It's crazy. I mean, I have trouble getting out of bed some mornings, and I'm only 51. Do you know what I mean? This man's doing so much amazing. Absolutely, hats off to the man.
Yeah, but I tell you what is as well. We spoke about kind of relatability in this country, and someone like the old captain there, we just think that's what Britain's about. That's it. Yeah. Like, give him money.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I've just seen Paul pop up there.
Oh, yes.
Paul. Lovely lad.
Yeah, Paul pop in. Here's a nice comment there. So I think this is from Simon. Always a high five for my nephew Archie at Marsden. So that must be on when you're doing the Great North Run, Colin.
Oh,
high five, everybody.
You've watching.
Yeah. How long does it take you to do a Great North Run? Because obviously, if you high five and take it.
Right? I've done that Great North Run in 1 hour 17 before. But in the dress,
yeah.
My fastest time is 3 hours 16 minutes or something like that.
Right.
So it's like 2 hours, but it's stopping for selfies, stopping for this and collecting on the way around. So you know, it's not a race anymore for me.
It's funny. I mean, I'm getting on now, and when I run it a couple of years ago, I think it was the last time. I missed last year, but the one before that. The first question is everyone asks you, "What was your time?"
I know,
and you put the pressure on yourself because you know people's going to ask you, and I'm dying just to not be so concerned about the time and actually run it for fun or in fancy dress, and then it doesn't really matter what your time is.
Right? Even I get it. That's the first question I always get. What time did you do? Well, do I look like an elite athlete? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of, do you know what? It is something that's inbred in the Northeast, I think, as well.
Yeah, I think it is.
What's your time? Which is why I still remember my fastest time from years ago.
Yeah.
You gotta ask that question.
You've still got the tattoo, 117.
Hey, I tell you what, that might actually happen for my 52nd birthday.
52nd. Have you had anyone doing crazy tattoos? Wouldn't it be great if someone got a big pink dress tattoo of you?
Well, they have. Quick story. A great guy called I'll tell you from the story. It was the 2015 London Marathon, my first London Marathon. The dress was average. It was badly designed, fell apart left, right, and centre.
By yourself, obviously.
Yeah. I don't blame the manufacturer. It was 7 miles into the London Marathon. I tripped over the front of the dress. And broke 2 toes on my right foot.
You're joking?
No, I was in agony, absolute agony. Do you know the great thing about broken toes is, right? It hurts for the first half hour, but then your bones start setting, so it's not so painful. But I think I got to mile 8 or 9, and I just stopped at the side of the road thinking, how am I going to do another 19 miles here? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I remember writing online, guys, I don't think I'm going to finish this. Like, and the next thing I know was this bloke who's bigger than me, 6'8" he is, massive beard, in a kilt. And by the way, when you're sitting on the floor, that's not a great view. He was, and I remember him turning down, and he was from Wolverhampton. He went, all right. I went, no, not really. I said, I'm a bit of pain here. I went, come on, I'll get you to the end. So we speed walked together the whole way, and his name's Big John Green.
Excellent.
And we've been like brothers since. I mean, we've done a few races together as Beauty and the Beast and things like that, and it's just been absolutely immense. The guy got me round that run that day, and I own my medal, but he'll never, ever, ever get it. But no, do you know what it is? From that day onwards, we've been like real pals.
Yeah.
And, we're always there for each other, and we're hoping we're back racing soon because he's had problems, I've had problems, all that sort of thing. So it's been a little while.
Good. I love that story. I did something similar. Obviously, I wasn't nowhere near that, but I just did a great run, and I met somebody along the way, and I was flagging and she was flagging, and we were each other's sort of pacemakers, if you like. Yeah. And I laughed and I went, God, I've been following you for the last few months. I've been following you. So we ran together, and we both got our personal bests.
That's great. That's actually funny because I've had my best London Marathon time in the dress when I was with John, even with broken toes.
Yeah, fantastic, isn't it?
It was 6:06 or something.
Yeah.
But, usually it's about 7.5.
Right. Well, Laura's just said, I've just volunteered myself. I think that was because I was talking about doing it in a fancy dress. Now, Laura will remember that I did the coast to coast for Grace House last year, and it nearly broke me. So you can move along with that, Laura. Nothing to see here.
Hey, tell you what, I've always fancied coast to coast, mate.
Well, you can't wear a kilt. Let's put it that way. So your mate's not doing it with you, all right?
Well.
The last thing you want is that blowing up down hard side pass. So you mentioned you've got like 70 odd dresses. Where are these stored?
Honestly, this is no way of a lie. My loft is a massive fire hazard. Streams and streams of dresses all over the place, fancy dresses, costumes and all sorts, man. So I'm running out of space. It's 6 foot high, my loft, and there's just no space left.
So you said you made them. You make your own dresses?
Yeah. I've got a condition called ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder, and I can visualize 3-dimensional things flat. So if I can think of something, I can dissect it in my head and lay it flat, so I don't need patterns.
Wow.
It's really weird. I should have been an architect or something, like, but it's just so I can just knock an outfit open in a few hours a day, something like that. It's just
my. You're wild. Did you do that before you made the dress?
No.
As a boy,
it was only when I started doing this I realized I could sew and do that sort of stuff. So I thought, well, it's easy. It's so just stopping with a needle.
Do you have like a sewing machine sort of thing? And
yeah.
Wow.
My mum used to be a seamstress, and years ago I must have watched her or something. I don't know, but it turns out that it's not that hard.
Is your mum still around?
Yeah.
Oh, great! She gets to see you in your dress. I mean, she's obviously very proud. There's her son.
I don't know.
I'm sure she is. I tell you who else is proud. There you go. Our Simon's just said, if you do it for Grace House, he'll do it in a dress if you will.
Hey, I will hold you that, mind.
Well, actually, I did the coast to coast on that gentleman's bike last year. And you know what as well? He had a pair of balls swinging from the saddle that I didn't know about, and everyone was laughing when I was doing it because I couldn't see it was behind me. There's a pair of swinging knackers.
How on earth did you not get stopped by the police?
And let's see what Anne's saying here. It's an amazing skill, yeah. So you have to put it to great use. Well, I think you have 70. How many? That's 70.
No, you have put it to great use.
Oh, you have. I was going to. You have to.
Thank you very much, Anne.
You have indeed.
I've seen that picture with her with Mickey Mouse there. Like, that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I know. I think that's Minnie. I think that's Minnie. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
I'm gonna take my glasses off. All right.
Yes, Laura, there were flashing knackers on the back of that bike. Yeah. So what's next in Collins? You've done Great North Runs. You've done London Marathon.
Right? With everything up in the air at the moment, it's so difficult to organize anything at the moment because.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, I've got the Great North Run, got the London Marathon, got the Sunderland Run, I've got Manchester, and these are all in the space of around about 5 weeks.
Yeah.
It's absolutely, it's mind blowing how I'm going to physically do this, but I will do it, obviously. But the great thing, Great North Run this year, I'm doing it for an amazing charity, the Oasis Community Housing.
Okay.
And
yeah, it is good.
I think what a lot of people don't realise about myself and my father, we were both homeless at one point. And it kind of hits home when I see people on the streets. I don't think people should be on the streets in this country. It's one of my things. It's just, I really, really, really want to help some way of alleviating that problem, especially in the Northeast. I do understand there are, you always get the days where you think, is that guy actually homeless? Is this one actually homeless? But if I give something to somebody and I think they are homeless, then I feel better about it, and hopefully it'll make their day a little bit easier. So, so if I can raise enough money for it, then great.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Colin. Actually, if you look at the, the current pandemic we're in, the homeless, we've tried hard to get the homeless off the streets and help them through that. So that's been a, a positive that's come out of this, really.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because there's nobody on the streets as well, as in walking by.
Yeah.
A lot of these homeless don't get food or don't get this, that, and the other. So, it's absolutely amazing that they've managed to get a lot of them off the streets, which is brilliant. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Just something just popped into my mind there, Colin. I was asking you what next do you, and I know obviously there's expenses involved, but would you go overseas to do any kind of London, Toronto?
Do you know what it is? I would love to, right? A lot of the races abroad don't allow fancy dress.
Oh, really?
No, New York, for instance. It was my ambition to do New York as the big pink dress in a massive sort of like American flag dress or something.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I've even talked to the organisers, and they've said no, not hope.
Wow.
But never mind. It's one of them things, isn't it? And I'm sure there's a couple of other races like that as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pascal. That's my website.
Yeah. Can you donate on there, Colin? I'll get some links to where you can donate.
Yeah, there's a link on there to donate, or like I said, on my Twitter page, on my Facebook page. Just look for Big Pink Dress and you'll find us, and all the links are on there.
You'll have to listen to a podcast I did with Catherine Switzer, who was the first lady to run the Boston Marathon. Yeah. She's an amazing woman. She comes and does the Great North Run and comes over to London. She's fantastic. And those I have
a nice photo with her.
You do you?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I was at the going past because she was one of the official starters, I believe.
Yeah.
I was just going past, and I got a quick selfie with her as I went past.
Yeah.
That's the kind of inspiration that is just amazing. It really is. I mean, for somebody to go out there and do what needed to be done, to defy all the authorities and all that stuff, no one should get in trouble.
Yeah.
But still went out and did it. And if it wasn't for her, who knows what would have happened? Do you know what I mean?
Absolute massive movement. Those iconic photographs of Catherine getting pulled out of the
race.
And she's done so much for women in racing, running, jogging, whatever. Yeah. Good man. Well, I can tell you who I can see now. I can see our friend Paul Lancaster waiting in the green room here. Handsome devil. I'm going to bring him in. There he is. There. Paul, have you met Colin before?
No, hi Colin.
Morning, Paul. You all right?
Hi, you're looking great there.
You didn't put the effort in, I see.
I feel very underdressed now, and you're.
Quick, nip out and get a hat or something.
He's actually got dressed because he normally wears a dress during the day, but he's decided to take it off just for this.
Well, I didn't want to be outshadowed.
Well, I'm not wearing anything underneath this. There's nothing.
Or from the waist down.
Good hot.
Right, Colin, listen, so thank you so much for joining us today. And listen, thanks for everything you do for all the different charities, and well done on the fundraising. You're an inspiration, buddy. Cheers.
Listen, have a great day. See you later.
See you now. Bye-bye. There he is. How you doing?
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, totally fine. Totally fine. Have you seen Colin before running the Great North Run, things like that?
No, I've never seen him before, and not forget him again, like. But,
no, you will not forget him. He's just saying there, 75 dresses he has, and he makes it himself. Oh man, inspirational stuff.
I think the beard really sets it off. You know that. Well, not just
mine or his.
Yeah, well, his beard. Yeah, there's a lot of facial hair going on at the minute. Isn't there?
There is indeed, yeah. But you must have the clippers to take yours off, do you?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't had a haircut. I haven't paid for a haircut in about 20 years, I don't think.
Oh God! But yeah, there's lots of like really like sort of tufty hair happening now. Everyone's getting sick. I'm just reading some of the comments here. I don't know if you managed to catch some of the speakers already, Paul.
I saw a little bit of Laura.
Yeah. Laura's a bag of fun, isn't she?
Yeah, no, she's amazing. But no, I've been working, you know. I've had some stuff to do, and then I've blocked out my diary for a bit of time for this, and I'll be coming back and watching some of the interviews after the event as well.
Good man. Well, I mean, just in terms of speakers, I mean, we had 16 on April 1st, and we've got the Dirty Dozen today. But speakers is something you know all about, because obviously you watch a lot and you research a lot because of Start of Week, and look what's happened now. And I was so excited to be speaking at Start of Week, and I mean, it would have been getting really close right now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 6 weeks away.
Yeah.
So, yeah, do you want to talk about that then, or do you...
Well, yeah, I mean, well, what I'd like to do is just let people know what you're doing now. It's being cancelled, because obviously you've cancelled the physical event, but in Newcastle. But you're doing some online stuff as well, though.
Yeah. So obviously, so if anyone doesn't know, so the Newcastle Start of Week Festival, so it's an annual 5-day, 5-night event that's all about promoting and celebrating all the amazing things going on across the whole of the Northeast, not just Newcastle. And so this year would have been our 4th event. First year just over 600, last year just over 800. This year aiming for 1,000. So yeah, big event. Been working on it for coming on 12 months now. So this period is normally the really exciting bit, where things are really ramping up in terms of ticket sales and media coverage and hype and buzz and stuff like that. And then obviously coronavirus has come along. So well, obviously we're not doing the physical event in May, but we have rescheduled it. We haven't cancelled it. We've rescheduled it for September.
Yeah,
so,
brilliant.
So the plan is, make sure I get this right. So the plan is to do the physical event between the 21st and the 25th of September, right? So anyone who's already got a ticket for that already automatically gets a ticket for that. But then in the meantime, in the original dates in May, I still want to do something to celebrate the week that it should have been.
Yeah.
So the plan is to do an online event similar to this, but 5 days worth of content that we're going to share through our private Facebook group.
Okay.
We've had a private Facebook group for a while. I haven't really known what to do with it. I haven't really done anything with it, to be honest. So the plan now is each of those 5 days, it won't necessarily be a full day each day, but the plan is to do some interviews with some of the existing speakers. Maybe the plan is to do some of the past speakers as well, because we've had some amazing
good idea
over the years, and bring them back.
Yeah, good idea.
And with the sponsors as well and the partners, and that'll be delivered through the group, like I say. So anyone who's got a ticket for Start of Week, people can still buy them now, and they get access to the online event in May, but also selling tickets just for the online only event. So I'm selling them for £5.
Oh, come on.
Well, yeah, exactly. I wasn't sure how much to charge, but I just thought Netflix charges $5.99.
Yeah, absolute bargain.
So if you get one great bit of content, which you will, then it's worth that. And it's
what's the website for that? I'm going to put it on the bottom.
Well, the easiest thing to do is just to go to the NewcastleStartupWeek.com website, and then on the homepage it explains it there. But if you go onto the tickets page, you can buy tickets for either the online event in May, or event in as well. So yeah, it's
like that.
StartupWeek.com. But yeah, just like basically, you know, it's interesting how everything that you have planned, everything goes out the window.
Yeah.
But actually, it's given me an opportunity to have a real think of exploring new ways of doing things. And look, I'm never short of ideas. I've got loads of other things that I've been wanting to do and had them on the back burner, but now I'm trying to make them happen now. Yeah,
I mean, what you spoke about quite a few times, and certainly what I do in my talks is about starting something new, and often the title of my talks is "No one's coming to save you," and about, you know, you've got to start it. No one's going to start it for you.
Yeah.
And I was really excited when I saw that was something you were interested this time around for the Startup Week, was start something new. So I'd love you to tell us a little bit more about that. You know, what was the inspiration behind that? What did you mean by that?
Yeah, sure. So I don't know if you saw, but sent a newsletter out the other day about this. So that was the subject heading of that. So it's actually a blog on the Newcastle Startup Week website as well, if you want to read it. But basically, near the end of last year, I was thinking it would be good to have a new overarching theme for the event, for Newcastle Startup Week, something that kind of transcended business.
Yeah.
And got the message across that it isn't just for businesses, it's anyone who wants to learn how to be more creative, more innovative, more entrepreneurial. That's kind of the whole gist of what Startup Week's all about. So I came up, I mean, it's not original, other people are using it already, but I just thought start something new is kind of a good phrase to sum up what it's all about. And so I started using that hashtag at the end of last year. I've been using it a little bit more, and then what I wanted to be kind of like a rallying cry for other people to encourage them to start something new, but also a reminder to myself to not settle and to keep pushing boundaries and trying new things. And
yeah,
if you're not happy with the status quo and you think there's a better way of doing things, then give it a go. And then again, in this blog and newsletter, I've talked a few personal things in there. Like at the start of this year, I thought, well, I've got to live by what I say here. So I've ended an unhappy relationship. I've moved into a new home. I've rediscovered some old like loves and hobbies, you know. So I'm really getting back into all my old music, listening to all my old music, cooking, Japanese anime, which I'm really into, skateboarding.
You can see me smiling, so I knew the skateboarding bit was coming. Yes, good lad.
Skateboarding again after 30 years, and this is something I've been wanting to do for a few years, but I've had people around me saying, "Don't be so bloody stupid. You look like an idiot if you do that." But actually, why not? You know,
exactly.
So I've been loving that. I'm very heavily padded. I'm going very slowly. I'm not doing anything crazy, but like I'm going out for really early morning walks and skateboard rides around the city, around Newcastle and Gateshead, and I'm loving it. And touch wood, I've still got it. You know, I'm still there. I'm still pretty good on a skateboard, and so there's that, and then discovering some new things as well. Like what else am I into? Got it written down here. Let's have a look. What else am I doing? Yeah, like getting really into stoicism. Your friend, my friend Katie Stidolf, she's
and
it's something I didn't really know much about. But talking to Katie, I've never met anyone who's so into stoicism as she is, and I'm really into history, and I'm into. And when she was explaining what stoicism was all about, I was like, I think that's me. Like I'm a stoic.
yeah.
But I didn't know it, right? So really into stoicism.
You're a poet as well. You're a stoic, but you didn't really know it.
Yeah, exactly. Get really into spirituality as well. Getting more in tune with
man
as well. swimming more, eating healthier, vegetarianism, veganism. You know, I'm interested in that now. So I don't think I could be a full-on vegan, but I am eating some vegan food, and I am eating a lot less meat and choosing to have more vegetarian options, especially now I'm living on my own and cooking on my own. So.
Do you think, I mean, sorry to jump in, do you think the living on your own thing has allowed you to start these things, or has it been a lockdown thing? And one thing I will touch upon is the spirituality side of it. And I think I said this last time we were on the live that I'm hugging way too many trees. But in terms of my spirituality as well, I don't know whether it's an age thing, a time of life where things are changing for me as well. But I seem to be a bit more receptive to stuff.
Yeah. I think it's a bit of both, because definitely moving out and into my own place, you start thinking, well, you know, okay, now's the time I am going to be a bit more true to myself and what I want to do, and not feeling like you've got to compromise and make someone else happy all the time. And I think every relationship is a compromise, right? But sometimes you compromise too much or so much that you lose sight of who you are and what you want to do. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I think just that is got me thinking a lot more deeply about what makes me happy and what really excites me. So yeah, but obviously the lockdown, you know, that's kind of gives you more time, more breathing space when you're at home, and you're not having all the journey time as well. And yeah, it's just forcing me and maybe a lot of other people that I know to think a bit more deeply about why they're doing things and what it's all about. So I'm definitely feel like I'm in a really, really creative phase at the minute. I've got so many things that I'm wanting to do, and so
I think if we can take anything out of this, you know, in terms of a positive, there's been a lot of people saying exactly the same as that, Paul. You know, it's time to reset, reevaluate, research something new, test something, think deeply, and it's changing. Maybe that's Mother Nature getting way too deep here, but maybe it's been forced upon us to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been sharing quite a lot of things on social media and stuff. But I'm saying, I think it is a good thing. There's a lot of people who are picking up old hobbies again. You know, there's also people who are exploring new things. You know, and I do think when we come out of this, what I really hope and I think will happen, it already is happening. There'll be this real explosion of creativity, and almost like creativity and spirituality, and kind of like I'm calling it like a new awakening. Right? I think it's a new way of living and working, and getting really thick. Living in the city centre as well as I am now, I'm walking around and seeing all these like empty, like everything's shut. Literally everything is shut. The only thing that's open is supermarkets and pharmacies, right? And I'm looking around and thinking all these amazing cafes, bars, restaurants, all these businesses that most of them are coming back, right? And thinking, well, what are cities for? What are urban areas for? And can we have a like rethink how we live and operate in them? So I'm looking at where I am now. I love where I am. It's kind of derelict area that I look at. It's not the prettiest of views, but I love it because it's the railway bridges and viaducts and arteries and stuff. And I'm thinking a lot about urban gardens, like taking over unused derelict land and to like revitalizing it and using it to grow fruit and vegetables, not only sustainable and ethical type of food, but also the community aspect of bringing people together. It's like that, and helping overcome feelings of isolation and mental health problems people might be having. So I think there is a real opportunity to rethink all kinds of things right now. And if we don't, it's a missed opportunity.
You're right, and I really hope that translates into local authorities, councils, people who actually have got the power to engage in projects like that, or even like European funding. A lot of the businesses we work with will be drawing down money to do certain pots of funding in certain projects. Wouldn't it be great if there was new pots came out for that very thing that was inspired by this.
Exactly. I don't know. Did you see? I've just been stirring things. I like stirring things up and putting new ideas out. I don't know if you saw something put out about a new Northeast micro business fund.
Okay, yeah. I did see you stirring the hornet's nest in that one, and I loved it because. Sorry, I'll let you carry on because I love. Yep, go.
No. So where that's come from is so obviously I've been sitting back. I've been absorbing all the information and seeing what support is out there, right? And hang on, don't know what I've done there. And there is some good support out there, right? But there's a lot of like all the councils, all the business support organisations, they're kind of regurgitating the same information. It's like very top down. This is what central government is saying is available to businesses, right? And a lot of it's not relevant or suitable for micro businesses, particularly small ones, right? But I've been doing my bit in pulling together a list of funding and finance that's available for businesses and putting that on this Startup Week blog and sending out newsletters and stuff, and highlighting alternative sources of funding that people might not be aware of, right? So that's going on, right? But then a lot of people they don't qualify for the business rates relief because they don't have a physical property. And there's others that they don't want to get a loan or they can't qualify for a loan. And then I don't know what the latest figures are, but there was something the other day where I think 300,000 businesses had applied for a loan, one of these e-bills loans, but less than 5,000 had been approved.
Wow.
Well, that's not going to work, right? And again, if you're struggling anyway to get into more debt, it just doesn't make sense to me, right? And then also, because I am involved in various discussions with local authorities and enterprise agencies, they're doing what they can, but they're not business owners. They don't understand what it's like to be a business owner. And I think there is still a bit of an attitude that it's us and them, and kind of if you're a business owner, you're kind of taking the piss a bit, or you kind of I noticed this in some of the media coverage. It was like, oh yeah, wow, these people who are trying to get handouts and like, you know, they're not paying their due and they're not paying taxes and stuff like that. That's not the case, right? Yeah, some exception. Anyway, all this combined, in various conversations I've had with people who are really struggling, they're worried they're not going to survive 2 months, 3 months, or whatever.
Yeah.
So I watched the Andrew Marsh show on Sunday, and apparently 25% of the economy is going to be gone, right, by the end of the summer, okay, or beginning of the summer. Sorry, so we need to do something quickly, and lengthy processes, loan applications, all that. It's just a waste of time. We just need to get stuck in. So I put something out. Why don't we just say, let's give every micro business owner £12,000 right, really quick and easy to give them £12,000. That's not enough for a lot of them, but 12 grand. I'm just saying like 6 months, £2,000 a month, just to give them a bit of breathing space and to tide them over. Yeah. So I put that out on LinkedIn. That's had 20,000 views. It's like loads of comments. Most people are in favour of it. A few people are not into it, but they're kind of saying they're coming up with reasons why not to give people money. Yeah. Rather than why, right? And then off the back of that, I've just knocked up a type form survey, put it together, asked people, right, are you a micro business owner? Which local authority are you in the Northeast? Are you worried about surviving? And what's the minimum amount of money you need to keep going for 6 months, right? People are saying that they're worried, right? So there's 50 odd people who've responded already. 48 of them have said they're not going to survive 6 months. Most of them say they're not going to survive 2 months, 1 month, 3 months, right? And then the amount of money, it's not a huge amount of money. It ranges from £1,000 up to £50,000, right? But I've just added up the total here, right? To keep 48 businesses going for 6 months, based on what they said they need, is going to be just over £700,000, which is a lot of money, but it's not that much money if you've got between the 7 northeast councils, if they've got some money set aside to help businesses, right? If they don't support these businesses, all of those businesses, business owners, employees, they're going to be on the dole. They're going to be claiming it.
Yeah.
And then there's the loss to the economy and the supply chain and stuff like that. So I want to feed that data into the local authorities, but I'm also going to try and get some private high net worth individuals to put some money in. And, that's my next challenge, I suppose, to see if we can save these businesses and keep them going.
Yeah, I really see a lot of. I mean, I was talking this. I did a Twitter poll. This is where this come from. I did a Twitter poll. How long can you survive for? And the majority said 2 months.
Yeah.
And what I was talking about with one guy is he had 6 employees, but he paid himself the least amount of money in that business. Yeah. He took a director's salary, as we do, and it's minimal. Mm-hmm. And then basically that would be 5 people or 6 people in that business that would be unemployed.
Yeah.
It's the people who are on limited companies that take a dividend when the small minimum wage. You're only going to get 80% of your minimum wage.
Yeah.
It's 500 quid a month or something like that, whereas other people are getting $2,000, $2,500. I think you're right. I think you just have to say this is what you're going to get, rather than try to work out who gets what and just make it a bit of a blanket.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, like say, just keep it. I don't know. I was saying just keep it really simple, just 12K. But then some people are saying they don't need that; they just need 2,000. Some people say they need more. But I think I don't know. Like, just it's about the old ways of doing things are gone. Or the recent old ways of doing things have gone, and we've got to think like really totally different here. Like, be really things that might have seemed really radical or far-fetched, they're not anymore. Like,
yeah, no, I totally agree. I tell you what it is. What was really radical? I didn't see the stuff that Rishi came out with, and I was really stunned actually when I was watching those press conferences. I didn't think for a minute that would be something that would pull out of the bag, and it looked good at the start. But then when you start looking into it, sole traders, limited companies, micro businesses, you just start thinking actually, some people will score, some people won't. And the premises thing as well, people are getting £10,000 if they had a premises.
Yeah.
And I know that will keep some people going. But what about the ones who don't? What about the ones who have a remote address, where they might pay 20, 30 quid a month to have a business address, but actually not a premises? They won't be getting the money. Soapboxes here up, but there's lots of permutations, lots of different things.
Because again, I think sometimes the public sector, local authority, good as they are what they do, it's not their money. Do you know what I mean? It's our money. We all contribute to the economy, right? We all pay tax. We all add value in our own way, right? So it's not their money. It belongs to everyone. So if and the negative impact on the economy in the region is going to be huge. It's going to take us back to like the 1980s or maybe worse, because that was a terrible time for the Northeast in particular. But I think this could be even worse because it's every region is affected. It's not just the Northeast and other areas are okay. It's everyone. So how do we get everyone back to just kind of where they were? Do you know what I mean? It's not like you give people handouts to give them any bonuses or kind of you're just getting them to where they were.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I don't know if you caught Emma Lewell-Buck, who's the MP for South Shields, my town, and Emma raised something I didn't quite think about, even though it's blindingly obvious. But South Shields is a coastal town. It makes its money for the year. It's very lumpy, so it makes its money for the year in Easter and the summer, where all the tourists come. Yeah. And then in the autumn and the winter, you're kind of still going through the cash flow that you made in them buoyant months. If we don't have those buoyant months, how can we survive the autumn and the winter?
Yeah, and that's not their fault. That doesn't mean they're not good businesses, do they?
No, not at all. Yeah,
you can say exactly the same with events. I know. Yeah. I knew coming at the end of last year, I knew that my business was vulnerable in that it was very heavily reliant on startup week because about 85-90% of all the income for the year comes from that one event. It's like it goes in phases where you got sponsorship, that's kind of the beginning bit. Then ticket sales is steady all the way through, and then there's a big like uptick in ticket sales near the end. But that's enough to keep the business going, keep me and keep everyone else, all the supply chain and all the freelancers, everyone, AV suppliers, venues, everybody paid, keeps us going for 12 months, basically. Yeah. So, and some people might think, oh, well, you're not a good business because you haven't got enough cash reserves to keep going, do you know what I mean? So, it's the same with tourism. Every industry is affected, but some more so than others.
So is there anything we can do, Paul? Is anything anywhere we can help you in terms of that survey, or give you any more data that would bolster your argument?
I think if you are a micro business, so if you're a freelancer or a micro business owner in the northeast of England, so micro business is 0 to 9 employees. If you just go to like my Twitter account, Lord Lancaster, or Newcastle Startup Week, which is this NCL Startup Week, you'll see a pinned tweet, a link to the survey.
Yeah.
So the survey is just a really short survey. If that's not you, but you know someone that is, encourage them to fill out the survey as well, and just help spread the word, and also, like, I don't know, give the councils a nudge and say, look, have you seen this? And kind of, I think the next phase will be to go to the local authorities and also some private high net worths and say, look, one thing I'm thinking is, you know, some people might have a spare 12 grand, right? Or they might have, and they might be happy to just give that money direct to that business and almost become like a patron of that business.
Adopt a business.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Why not? You know, some people might do that, and then they're not investors. They love that business or love what it's all about. If we could find enough people to just chip in and support each of these businesses, we can do it. It's because I don't know, like, local authorities are in a difficult situation. They don't have a lot of money. They might be restricted what they can and can't do. So it might be more of a community-driven, like, grassroots thing where the northeast people do it for themselves. So yeah, just anything like that. And obviously, just from a more direct personal thing, if you want to come to Startup Week, you know, I know it's not until September, but if you can afford to buy a ticket now, please buy a ticket, because that'll keep me going as well. Because I'm in that situation where right now I've got enough money in the bank to keep me going until the end of next month. I've got other money potentially coming in, but I need that cash flow as well myself. So.
Yeah, it is. I spoke about that just earlier on. There's some really loyal customers who are still paying subscriptions, even though they're not attending a gym, maybe, or whatever, just to try to make sure that that's still around when things get back to normal. And he can even do things like that. Look, you can donate a few quid in the Street Angel. Keep me in snaps as well.
I think the key thing is, right, like, understandably, people are trying to cut their costs and like reduce their overheads and all kinds of stuff. That is, you do need to do a bit of consolidation, but at the same time, the worst thing would be to stop spending money.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, people, if they can, wherever possible, keep spending money, particularly with local businesses. If they have an online offer, you know, there's a lot of food. Cafes and restaurants who are now delivering, or, you know, shop local, shop indie, support your independents, your micro business owners, buy online if you can, buy gift vouchers if you can, you know.
Yeah. I did see something today, if anyone can help us in the comments. I did see an article about pubs having an awful lot of beer sitting there that's not being drank. And then you maybe take a container and they'd fill a container for you, and you could take it back home. I thought that would be a great thing to do, because, you know, I don't know. I mean, there's nothing better than a pub pint, you know, rather than like opening a can or a bottle. So if someone can tell us how to do that, send me some draft ale. I'd be more than happy to pay for that. Yeah. Good stuff. Well, here's someone who knows all about that, Anxie, sitting in the green room, our Deb McGoggle. Do you know Deb, Paul?
I do, yes. Yeah.
Well, here she is. Bosh.
Hi.
You all right?
Hi. Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not bad.
So I'm going to kick you out, Paul.
Right.
Anything you want to leave us with before you go?
Start something new.
Fair enough. Right. Okay. Thanks very much, Paul. See you soon. Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just going to read this about Pascal. Trust me to know about beers, but I don't know Pascal. I need someone to tell me about it. Supply me with beer. What did you think? What do you think about the conversation there? Because you know all about this startup world and raising money and keeping people afloat.
Mm-hmm. I sit on a very difficult side of the fence. I think that I understand it's terrible. We've been at the front line of supporting over 50,000 businesses over the last 14 days, but ultimately I'm not so sure that using taxpayer money to prop up every single business is the right way forward. I think that there's a lot of businesses where they can prove some element of viability, where we can think, and we're working closely with the government at the moment about how we can get money to some of those smaller businesses. But ultimately, there's a lot of businesses who will just utilise that money to hang on in there, and that's not right. Because as Paul rightly identified, everybody has different needs, different amounts of money owed. To do a scattergun approach and just throw it to businesses that rightfully should have probably died before coronavirus, I think it's negligent, to be honest.
Interesting. See, there's another side of the coin.
Yeah.
I'm glad you raised that. Thanks.
Yeah, in my sector, so I work with high growth venture backed companies. The issue that we've currently got with those businesses is that whilst it would be great if the government would send down some money to rescue some of these startups, to help some of these startups, the initiative that's been pushed by the government actually has nothing to do with the support of the startups. These are initiatives that help high net worth individuals become even wealthier by giving them better tax breaks. This helps venture capitalists protect their investment by giving money to their portfolio company. If you want your investment protected, put your hand into your own pocket and protect them yourselves. Don't rely on the taxpayer to go and do it. And similarly, with the money that these tax breaks for angels, it's all very well and good, but they already get great tax breaks. And the valuations of these businesses are going to be on the floor. So they're going to be able to take more equity and get a bigger tax break on money that we've paid into that system. It just doesn't make any sense. I think that the fundamental principle of support is there. We need to support a community, but I think that the people who've been speaking to government on this, central government on this, are the wrong people, have a different agenda that could potentially benefit themselves. And I think that somebody needs to get right into the centre of it and say, look, this is exactly what's needed at the coalface, as well as up the higher ranks. But I mean, I'm very busy at the moment. I mean, I've written to everybody I can possibly write to, but I'm on the blacklist now. So yeah, everyone's just ignoring me. Yeah.
Well, you can probably drop the mic now after that little rant. That was fantastic. Love that. Absolutely love that. But we need that. We need these voices. So what's the answer? Who is the voice, Deb? What do you do?
So obviously, I am Northeast by background, but I work in the city. And there's some great people who are trying to get their voices heard. I'm just kind of leaving it to them. I'm getting involved on forums, putting over my point of view. As I say, the letters that I wrote in the first week as we were coming into lockdown to everybody, to Boris Johnson, to everybody in government, the whole of HMRC. I mean, I'll never work in that area now. I've completely burnt that bridge. But there's a lot of people in there with louder voices than us. So I just need to stick to what I do best, which is raising money for companies who are currently looking to continue on their growth path and feeding in where I can about realistic solutions, about telling them what the real challenges are. Keeping afloat for another 1 or 2 months isn't helping anybody.
It's helping nobody. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. If somebody's got a sustainable business plan where we can demonstrate in 8 or 9 months' time that that money would have gotten them to that point, and then they can rethink in what is already an unpredictable. Businesses are always unpredictable. It could be coronavirus, it could be a competitor, it could be anybody. But just, realistic talk, dishing out money isn't the answer here. It really isn't.
Fantastic. I could listen to you all day. I was wanting more. So what we're saying there is, it's not a blanket. It's not a blanket.
Yeah.
It's what is it then?
We need to, I think, as communities, be very honest with ourselves about those businesses that can be viable. I think that it's going to have to come somewhere from local authority or a local champion. I'm not saying that it's not, but it's about getting that right local champion on board who actually can identify what is a sustainable business that potentially can go on to have some kind of healthy margins when we get out of this. I don't know who those people are. I don't have all of those answers. I just know that the drip feeding of cash is it's more harmful to the business community than not.
What did you think of Paul's idea there? Pretty much adopting businesses, high net individuals, maybe throwing a bit of money at companies to keep them afloat.
But why would they? I don't know. I don't know why. Why would you? Why would I throw money at a random business just to help them get through a couple of months? If they've got a great value proposition and they can show me how they're going to add value moving forward and what their market could look like, and can demonstrate that they've taken their burn rate down to its absolute bare bones without breaking the business, and they can still make it through, then maybe we can have a conversation. But those high net worth individuals they've got their own challenges. I was speaking to a high net worth individual the other day whose soft spot, whose like sexy business thing was the travel industry. This guy has lost like potentially millions overnight. So it's all right saying, well, he's all right, he's got loads of cash. Look at what's just happened to his portfolio. Why would anybody suggest that he should put his hand in his pocket and stack a business up? I think it's great if people want to do that and be philanthropic. What I've seen from philanthropic investors recently isn't very philanthropic. Oh, there's one in particular I'd love to be able to tell you, but I can't tell you. But dear me, there's absolutely no element of charity in there. They certainly weren't the champion of people that came to the table as to begin with. No. Yeah,
it's funny in your line of work. I think you would come across so broad range of trying to put this characters. I was trying to give you a bit of a catch-all there. I'm trying to be diplomatic, but yeah, you've seen a lot of characters across your time.
Oh, I'd love to write a book. I don't have that luxury. I'm bound by confidentiality, unfortunately. But the book I could write. Nobody would believe it. I mean, that's the starting point. But the book I could write, it would be wonderful and funny, and sad.
In terms of starting point, why don't you tell us who you are, what you do? Because I know you from old, but there's going to be people who don't. So let's give us a little bit of background, because actually, what we decided was that maybe this talk could be about your career path.
Yeah. So I am. Oh gosh, what am I? I don't even know quite what I am anymore. So I'm a barrister by background. I've been a barrister for coming up 22 years, and I did my first half of my career in the corporate world, the global corporate world, working for Rolls-Royce, working for Siemens as their lawyer, general counsel, and on their executive management team, which all sounds terribly posh. It all sounds like, it's the type of thing you want to see in a LinkedIn profile, like all the name dropping. The second part of my career has been working with high growth venture-backed teams. In the startup community. I co-founded the first ever startup law firm with MJ Rippon, and we have been supporting and continue to support startups for the last 10, 11, 12 years. I'm currently Chief Legal Officer at Sig Legals, where we have built a legal tech platform. So I'm now a startup. Which it creates intelligent documents so people can complete their funding rounds online on the platform effectively and build employment tools and build share options and so on and so forth. So that's my very LinkedIn career. That's what my LinkedIn career looks like. Which is straight and wonderful, and it's the one that we all want. I can name drop. I've worked for Microsoft. I've worked with Techstars, but in actual fact, I don't think that's the most interesting part of my career. I think the most interesting part of my career is the bit that nobody sees on LinkedIn, and rather than being a linear career path, it is just all over the shop, from owning businesses like classic car restoration garages. I've owned lap dancing clubs. I've owned hotels. I've owned publishing magazines. There is not a lot I haven't dabbled with, really. I've dabbled with business from being 18 years old, and bought businesses, successfully sold businesses, made an awful lot of money, had some absolute howlers that have just crashed and burned, and all the time running those whilst I've had a professional career at the bar.
You're wild, I tell you.
Yeah, I love business. I love the hustle of business.
Yeah. So obviously, from being legal, though, why? Like, it seems like a pull there. I know obviously business has to conform and be legal, but you studied law. I take it you studied law.
Yeah.
But there's a pull to be into the business side of it, the hustle side, the startup world. How does that work? How does that wrangle work in your head?
I think it works very easily because the law doesn't meet startup right now.
Okay.
And so there's no laws that really govern what a startup can do. You have Companies Act. Let's be boring. You've got the Companies Act, which governs things like how you run your company and how you conduct yourself in business. But the rest of it is just hustle, wonderful hustle. And it's about knowing where the line is and knowing how far you can push the line and bend that line to get the end result. I did a wonderful call with the judiciary a few months ago now, who said, look, you've really cracked this nut. You've cracked this legal tech nut, and there's no regulation around legal tech. There's none. You don't have to comply with anything. So we thought we could come to you and you could discuss with us, the judiciary, about implementing a new set of rules. And when people want to go on and build a legal tech product, they will have to adhere to those sets of rules. And then that way we've got control of the whole process. And I said to them, if there had been legal rules in place that I needed to adhere to when I was building this startup, we would never have a startup. Because the whole point of building something innovative in the legal space is to be clever enough to understand the law, to see where the lines are, to apply a higher standard of care than any other law firm, and then just to let loose and see where it can go and see how those boundaries can be pushed. So for me, in the startup world, that element of hustle, of doing it differently, of riding by the seat of your pants, the law will always catch up with you. It will never be one step ahead. So as long as you have good compliance and you conduct yourself properly, then for me, there's no conflict at all.
So in terms of some of the clients that you have, Deb, so some of the smaller startups, do you help them through, like, does Seed Legal help them through not just the finance side of it, but also the compliance side, helping them grow, nurturing them through?
So it's an automated platform. So most of the work that the users themselves is online, but we have got a great CX team and a great team of lawyers who are always there to offer commercial advice, proper commercial advice about what to do. Nobody needs to know what Section 416 of the Companies Act says. Nobody needs that right now. Nobody needs to be going out there and getting stellar terms and conditions built because they've got an idea and that's where they should be spending their money. Teams need solid, good players in the market who've been there, who can give them the right advice at the right time for their business, because every business is different. And I feel really blessed to say that Seed Legals is one of those places that those teams can come to. I think more so, I never envisaged when we started Seed Legals that we would end up in a situation like this where the help and advice that I gave was about people's feelings and emotions in the middle of a pandemic. In the last week alone, we got advice out, free advice to 50,000 people. 50,000 people came to us for advice.
Wow.
Some of those people didn't even have companies. Some of those people were workers for other companies that may have been furloughed or whatever. But to have created a platform that can just serve that many people on a one-to-many basis and not charge anybody, but just give them what they really needed at that time, I just feel extraordinarily proud of the product, extraordinarily proud of the team. I think if I get no further than this in the journey, I'll take that as a win all day, every day.
Yeah. So what does the team look like, Deb?
So we're 50 strong from all over the world. Wonderful team with fabulous backstories and broken up, as you might imagine, into tech, legal, sales and marketing. So yeah, we're a really strong team. And of course, being legal tech, it took us all of 10 minutes to mobilize when we were all on lockdown. We were just like, okay, we'll just pick our screen up and go and work from somewhere else. So we didn't have the challenges that a lot of businesses had, which was how do we set up remote working. Although I do have a bit of gripe about remote working, actually, if I've got a soapbox moment, which is, sometimes I work mainly in London, but sometimes I do work from home. From this little office. When I've been working from home all of this time, nobody's come knocking and wanting to do an online Zoom meeting or a pub hour or a quiz for me. No one's thought, oh, Deb's working from home. I know, let's have an interactive Zumba class at 10 o'clock in the morning and see whether or not she wants to join in. And I think, for a lot of I'm not gig economy, but I was thinking about this in terms of the gig economy and in terms of freelancers. And I just thought, I bet they're all feeling exactly the same. Like the rest of the workforce can't cope a full week without, well, we need pub hour on a Friday, and I sat at my desk till 7 o'clock because night and days just shading into one. Yeah, welcome to the world of the gig economy. Welcome to the world of people who work remotely. We've never asked for, any sort of special treatment. We've never needed a book club to get us through the home working crisis. That's my gripe.
What's on your T-shirt, by the way?
Thank you, next.
All right. Is this the next conversation? I will just keep moving on.
Yeah, thank you, next. Yeah.
So let's go back to your career then. So you obviously seen a lot. Is what you do built up of experience that you've seen, or is it of education?
It's experience.
Okay.
It's experience, and it's about taking the time to actually get into the depth of a business properly, rather than just sliding that company across your desk, doing the transaction, sliding across. It's about understanding and taking the time to learn about people's emotions, people's backgrounds when they're in business. And I think that for me has been the most precious exercise I could have done, because not only do I understand about starting businesses, I understand what people need, I understand their emotions, I understand where they come from.
So when you're seeing people that slide their business across your desk, what are they looking for?
Right now, or generally, or
just in generally, yeah.
So they probably fall into two camps. I've got businesses who I've worked with for years, or founders who are maybe on their third or fourth rodeo, who get it, who just want a sounding block. They just want somebody, sometimes, half the time, actually, they're talking to themselves. I've got a fantastic founder who I'm mentoring at the moment, and she just uses me as a mirror. I don't even say anything. She just, after an hour of just talking to me constantly, she says, thanks for that, and away she goes. And she just needs that reflection back to be able to say the words out loud. With a lot of new companies, we get the old adage of, I hear you can raise money for people. Can you raise me some money? Yeah, well, yeah, because that's what I'll do. I'll just open the window and whistle out, see if anyone will flash a bit of cash at me. We have so many teams who focus more on raising money than actually building something that you can invest money into.
Yeah.
And still that's happening, actually. A lot of the businesses who've come to us recently because of this coronavirus saying, we need money. And I think this goes back to the earlier point that I was making. We need money. No, you don't. You need to utilise the time properly. You can get a grant off the government in the form of a furlough. You can literally step your business down, furlough the business, and focus on building a sustainable business. That's going to be more beneficial to you than raising funds. So at the moment, a lot of people come in, we need the cash, but do you really?
So when they come across your table and they're looking for finance, they're looking for experience. So how, like, is it who, where, what, how do I take this forward? So they might have an idea, but they mightn't have the dragon, like the Dragon's Den scenario. Do they need someone to help them come on board, finance them, and mentor them as well?
I mean, everybody's different. Some of the entrepreneurs that we've got are, as I say, serial entrepreneurs. They've been in this situation time and time again. A good advisor, you cannot underestimate a good advisor being a friend to the business, not somebody who's taking 10% of the business. That's just utter bollocks. A good advisor, a good mentor. I used to hate the concept of mentorship. I used to think, oh God, this is terrible. And when I went out to live in America, we all had to have a mentor. And I can remember cringing, thinking, what the hell am I going to talk to a mentor about? And then I found myself chasing the mentor down the street because I just needed another 10 minutes. Just give me another 10 minutes because I need to speak about this. A really good mentor, a friend to the business, someone who will champion you because they really want to champion you, and not for any other, not at an early stage, not for any other reason. Somebody might have a great black book that they can open for you. If they're a decent player, they would open it anyway. They don't need to be charged to open it up. So it's about, particularly in this day and age, better than getting money from high net worth individuals, better than getting cash from people. Ask them for time. Ask them for time and ask them how they can help. That's a far better investment in the micro community and the startup community than handouts.
That's really interesting. I love mentorship, actually, and it's something I do a lot of, on both sides as a mentee and a mentor. Let's talk about your American journey, though, because that was interesting, even from afar, watching you over in Boston, wasn't it? What did that look like? What was that all about?
Oh, it was crazy. I'd been walking the streets of Boston in a non-prostitute sense. I should probably qualify that, for 5 years, basically banging the drum, asking the high net worth individuals and the angels over there, why won't you invest in my teams here? Why won't you put money into British startups? Because we've got this whole wealth of talent and great ideas. And really, I was hugely naive, and it was a pathetic quest, because why would they? They've got all of that talent there. Angels out there aren't investing for the tax breaks. They're investing because they love the teams, because they've been entrepreneurs themselves, and because they have already done it, been there, done it. They want to give back. In the UK, not so much. They just want a little bit of a tax break from the government.
Yeah.
And so that exercise really affected me, because I thought that I was invincible and I thought I could change the world and bring people across. I ended up actually flipping more businesses from the UK out to Boston than I did getting investors into Boston.
Really?
But yeah, but I mean, having said that, I suppose you could say that that's a bit of a win-win. It was a great journey. I did a pocket of work for Microsoft, which was about the transatlantic tech tunnel, about this inward investment coming into the startup community. And then I went on to work on the Techstars program, where we took 13 teams and we built them over 3 months, all from different glorious backgrounds, working in LA, crowdsourcing movies, through to credit and paycheck things and food wastage. So I had the most amazing experience there. And I think if it taught me anything, it actually taught me that there are many, many people in this world who are significantly cleverer than I am, that the US startup community is nothing like the UK startup community, nor should it be, really. And that, I wasn't to take myself too seriously after all. I think I'd reached a point where you had to personify a certain character, a certain quality, because particularly as a woman in tech, to get credibility for what you do, you needed to sort of be a certain person. And and then I turned 40, past 40 now, and then I realised actually I'm just really shit hot at what I do, and I'm okay to say that, because I'm shit hot at what I do, and I shouldn't take myself too seriously, and I'd actually get on a lot better and a lot further in my career if I'm just who I am. So that's what being in textiles told me, because God knows they shut you down at every available opportunity, which is good, which is really good. You know, they break the businesses down to get their offering right. They break you down as a person to get your offering right. It was a remarkable time.
But Stucky asks there a little bit about the mentoring, and I think that's what I was interested in as well. So you assigned a mentor, or you had to take one? Did you find them, or?
No, you had to take a mentor through the program. So I was assigned a mentor out there, which was a really great experience. Mentoring's a really interesting one, isn't it? Because you never know quite what to make of it. I've done 2 senior mentor paths now with others, because obviously I have a lot of people who say, well, can you mentor me? Can you give me some time? And time's really precious. So I've done a couple of terms with the Sherry Blair Foundation for Women and worked with the Sherry Blair team. That's been wonderful, but equally a little bit challenging, because you are teaching people how to fish. So I had my last mentee was a wonderful lady, jewellery maker from Peru. I had all of the solutions at the touch of a button, wasn't allowed to provide them, because you're teaching that mentee how to fish, how to build their business. It's not your journey, it's theirs. I'm now one of the Santander Breakthrough Leaders. So as part of the Santander Women's Programme, I've been assigned an incredible lady, very different again, runs a manufacturing plant, which is where my heart is, probably something where I'd like to sort of circle back to when this career is all done. And a very different experience again. She just wants to talk at me, get it all off her chest and talk at me. So mentoring for me, I thought, was very cathartic, because I was able to say things on a very personal level about my career that I don't think I'd ever shared with anybody. And it was a really good time.
That's interesting. So from being a mentor, you took something out of that in terms of you getting stuff off your chest. Wow, I love that.
Because nobody knows everything. So why do we all pretend that we do when we just don't? Let's just be. Just be and make things happen. And also I think it's very good in terms of business relationships as well, if you're honest with yourself and you can identify your own faults and take responsibility for your own faults. I think when you move on to different business relationships or even personal relationships, I think that you come to the table much more transparent, and that can only be a good thing.
Totally agree. I've got another question here for you, Deb. This will be from Simon at Quantify. What practical advice have you got for startups that can't afford the advisor startup support needed to raise at the moment?
I don't think any advisors are asking for any money right now. Not good advisors. Okay. I don't know of any decent advisor that would be asking for money at all. I think if you've identified an advisor who might come and work alongside the board, because that's a skill gap that you've got in your business, and you feel you want to recompense them, then recompense them through some kind of option scheme or something. Give them a stake in the business. But anybody who's saying, I've got the answer, but I won't give you the answer unless you give me some cash, I don't get it. And I think it's important to qualify what I mean in terms of the advisor hat there. So in terms of the advisor hat, what I'm saying is that there are just general advisors, somebody who can help you pivot with regards to perhaps some of your marketing, your go-to-market channels. So yes, I've been using this, but I'm having to do that. Is that right? Versus an advisor as a professional services advisor, which might be a lawyer, which might be an accountant, where obviously there's a fee to be paid there, because there is an actual deliverable that's required by you at the end of it. I'm not an advocate for free work and free everything. That's what broke the Northeast community to begin with. When we had one Northeast, we built a culture of free, and we're still paying for it dreadfully. But what I'm saying is that where you've identified that to get through this, you just need a helping hand. Then if the person you go to for that helping hand is asking how you might grease their palm, I might suggest that you're probably having a conversation with the wrong person.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I can see our Michael in the green room, and he's an interesting chap over from the other side of the pond, Deb. So you might want to hook up with Michael one of these days. Thanks so much for your transparency, your straight shooting, as you always do. You lush, you always are. So I'm going to kick you out.
Okay.
Is there anything you want to leave us with before you go?
No, I'll continue watching. Thanks for doing this. You know, we see a lot of people. Just 2 minutes. We see a lot of people doing a lot of things that don't really, you know, that because they feel they have to put something on. We feel we need to push this. I can honestly say I tuned in last week on my desk. This is more than business advice. This isn't to do with your brand. I think what you've done, Ian, actually is really quite exceptional in just bringing together a group of people and just having general chit chat about people. You know, we've got Colin 1 minute in a pink dress, and then we've got interesting detailed chat in other areas.
Yeah.
But you know what? You struck the chord. You struck it right now. You did it for the right reasons, and so I would really like to applaud you, because I've seen other initiatives out there which are about brand me, and this was never about brand you. So I think it's been great, and thanks for letting me take part.
Oh, thanks so much. I love that. Thank you. I'm a little bit modest now. I don't know what to do. I'm going to throw Michael in. I'm hoping some people say things out. Right, okay.
All right, I'll see you later.
What? Oh no, I was cutting my hair.
Let's have a look at the sides. Let's have a look.
Yeah. I didn't chop it yet. I got to give it to you, man, for that beard.
Oh man, it's coming on well, isn't it? It's coming on well. Yeah, I'm dying to get it off. I'm dying for this whole thing to end.
Oh, geez. And Ian, I wanted to say, if you got to go pee or something, I'll keep everybody busy for a couple minutes. So I know you're.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking around for a bucket, but yeah, I mean, I think I think I will have to do that shortly. We've got a great Lego workshop planned for about an hour's time. And I was thinking that could be the comfort break, but yeah, if you've got something that might last 2 minutes, it could be a good idea to dart out. But I tell you what was really interesting. Deb was talking about her time over in Boston, and I could see you that were going to come on next, and I think you guys would be really good to chat, because some of your experience would be invaluable, and I think that might be a great place to start, actually, just to tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, you know, the short is, you know, I started as a programmer, and then I worked my way up the corporate ladder, and then, you know, I got into started my first business and my second business, and then I realized I wasn't a good leader, and I was a good technical guy. I was smart, I was driven, and you know, and that I sort of put the business on my, you know, I was driven, and I ran it on my charisma and my willpower. But after we got to a certain point, I realized I didn't have leadership skills, and that was really holding us back. And then there's a longer story, and I think when I talk about this, it has to do with, I had a business partner who assaulted me, and then there's substance abuse, divorce, restraining orders, lawsuits, all that stuff in there, which really is the long dramatic story. But we don't got time here, so people are gonna have to tune in for Netflix specials. So
they don't want to actually listen to Netflix for the next half hour, and I ain't going anywhere, brother. I want the story.
I hear you, man. And so I realized I had to do something differently, because my life was a mess. You know, I was making some money and getting some traction, but it's like it wasn't sustainable. And so I actually ended up earning a master's degree in spiritual psychology. And when we say spiritual, nothing to do with religion, but it's a loving, compassionate view of psychology. And, you know, I was really training myself to be a leader. So I got coaches and mentors, and that all helped a lot. But it was really understanding more about myself, because I at that point, you know, again, I'm a smart and driven guy, but I was just insecure. I didn't understand myself. And so when I tried to be a leader, it wasn't congruent. So it really was, I wasn't connecting with people. I wasn't showing up really the way people wanted me to were needing me to show up as a leader. And then once I really got to know myself and comfortable with myself, then I got the true confidence. Then I could really step up and be a leader. Everybody talks about authenticity, and I think authenticity is important, but authenticity is a byproduct of people getting comfortable with themselves and getting past trying to be other things rather than what they truly are. And it's interesting, because once I did make that shift, you know, we really had a lot of success. We were on the Inc. 5000 list. We were voted #1 best place to work. I was Social Entrepreneur of the Year. That was externally, but internally, it's like I was finally having fun, because I was finally making an impact. I was connecting to my employees. We became a really high performing, tight team. We were providing such great value to our customers. We were giving back to the community, and I think that's what we're all in business for. And it's like I finally found a system to do that. So some of my friends in California were like, what are you doing over there? So I started coaching and teaching them. And now I coach and teach, leaders at Microsoft, Uber, Salesforce, those type of companies, and then small companies like, for example, Stanford brought me in for a while to help teach their startup community. So that's a little bit mine in a nutshell. I teach leadership because I was such a horrible leader. And so I know all the stuff not to do. So, and now, I've spent the last 3 weeks basically coaching business owners about, the difficult decisions they have to make, do they have to do layoffs, how to reforecast their pipelines, how to really conserve cash. It's been tough. It's been tough. And now we're out of that phase, I think. And now we're at the phase of how do you really thrive from a leadership and management position through these next couple of months. So, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
It's interesting because I think what you could bring to the table is experience, Michael. And I know we've spoken, you obviously worked through 9/11 and recessions. And I'll be really interested how that worked out for you. So you were in the States during 9/11?
I worked for a European-based company, but I worked for a North American branch. And I just moved over to the UK to support Europe for the North American branch. And I remember watching, because I was dating this girl. Actually, I was in Denmark, because that's where it was headquartered. I remember being at her place for dinner with a bunch of relatives, and she's like, and it was on CNN International or BBC or one of those. She's like, "You're real quiet now," because I was watching out of my corner of my eye. I'm like, "We're going to remember this day for the rest of our lives." I mean, this is, and I don't know if everybody remembers it, but it was a different world back then, because when that happened, it was so sudden. We didn't have pandemics, we didn't have terrorist attacks. That happened with no warning, and all of a sudden, just business halted for weeks. Do you remember that time, Ian?
I do indeed, yeah. And I remember actually, I was sitting at work, and I remember watching BBC News. I got an email through that somebody had sent me. It was like, check the news out. And I was like, wow, just definitely what you just said. They will remember this for a long, long time.
Yeah, and it was such a big thing, and we didn't really know if it was terrorists or did somebody crash, but it was more than one plane. I learned a lot through that. I remember that I was in Europe, and I was talking to one of my buddies, my coworkers, and the top salesperson, his name was Ken, who was one of my mentors I had a lot of respect for. He was stuck in Vancouver because they were having a sales meeting up in Vancouver. And the guy says, "Hey man, you should see Ken. He's doing something amazing." I'm like, "Well, what is he doing?" Because we sold multi-million-dollar enterprise software systems. So these were a year-long sales process. Nobody was going to buy these things after this happened. And this is, a day or two after it happened. I said, "Well, what's Ken doing that's so impressive?" And the guy told me that Ken was reaching out to all his prospects and customers and just asking how they were. It had nothing to do with the business. It had nothing to do with the sale. He was just checking in. He said, "Can I do anything? Did you know?" Because a lot of people, in the U.S. had friends or family that lived in New York City or might have worked in the towers. And you'd be blown away by how many people were affected with first or second degree contacts. And I really learned just about being human in times of crisis, because he really solidified relationships because of these small acts of kindness through that.
Yeah, I was miles away listening to you there and feeling that. But what I thought about was Ken doing this solely from a human point of view. He was interested. It wasn't a sales thing, no?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And I think it can be. And actually, this time around, I see society so much more resilient. I live in the UK now, outside of London, and it's and I talk to a lot of relatives and friends in the US, and the issue with the US is they're getting a lot of mixed messaging right now. So, because we have a federal, Trump's at the federal level, and then we have state and then local, and we're getting different messaging from federal, state, and local, because your governor who runs a state may say one thing, the federal government and Trump and the administration may say another, and that's very confusing. And then one state I have relatives in different states might be telling different people different things. And so in the UK, I found that there's consistent messaging, and it's like we're all in this together. And I think that that's a benefit we have, but it's just something, I thought I might throw out, that everybody doesn't have that type of visibility. And everybody I pass, when I walk my dog and things, everybody's got a smile, and we give each other, space, but everybody's like bringing their best and bringing their compassion. And I think it's, I said to my wife, I'm like, a part of me doesn't want this to end, because it's like I have I do want it to end, but there's like a part of me that likes this simple life and really is appreciating not driving anywhere, going to get our food every couple of days, come cook it at home. And there's a simplicity to life that, I'm sorry, I know I'm off topic and rambling, but
you're not, because I feel exactly the same. And I think it epitomizes me when I run on an evening. Everybody says hello now, and I ran last night. There was an older lady. She was on the other side of the street, and I looked over just to try to catch her eye, to give her a little nod, and she shouted over. She went, "Hey, you're looking fit." And I said, "You're the fit one. Look at how quick you're marching along there." Shopping bags. And we wouldn't have done that in the past. It might have been a little nod, or it might have just been literally just a passing. But people are looking for that human interaction now, and I can really tell. And I'm glad you can, and maybe if anyone leaves in something in the comments, if they can tell as well.
Yeah, and it's tough because they as business owners and business leaders, whether you lead a team or you're part of a team or whatever, you have to make really difficult decisions right now. I've been talking to a lot of people through layoffs, and because as a business owner, as a business leader, if your business doesn't survive, nobody wins. And that, and they interviewed a bunch of CEOs. They did a study. This is a couple of years ago. They did a study of CEOs that have retired, and they said, what would you have done differently in your go round? If you had to live your leadership life again, what would you do differently? Two things really stuck out. One was they would have gotten rid of mediocre employees quicker, and that's a whole other conversation for another podcast. Second is they would have made layoffs quicker in a downturn, because I think we talked about this too, Ian. It's going to be 3 to 6 months. I was talking about this is going to be a 3 to 6 month type thing. And if you're like, hey, I'm going to hold on to people for a month or two and hope a miracle happens, a miracle ain't going to happen. Or if it does, I wouldn't count on it, because you burn so much cash.
Yeah.
And I went through 9/11, and then a couple of years later I had that lawsuit, and I learned so much about myself and about the organization. When the Great Recession hit in 2008, 2009, I was ready from the mental, the emotional, and the organizational one. And I pulled my cash, and I actually doubled the size of my business and doubled my profits, because I was able to make an acquisition of a company that wasn't ready for that.
Okay.
And I bought it for $10,000 in 3 years of a percentage of the revenue. So I doubled the size of my company for basically nothing. And if you can make the smart, hard decisions now, and the fact is, you never want to lay people off, but it's better if you do it once and for all in the beginning, so you can tell people. You don't want to do, I think my friend Nigel Risner calls it the salami cuts. You don't want to do today, next week, because everybody's freaking out. If you can do them hard up front and then communicate that we don't have any other coming, people can relax and settle into their jobs. Because everybody knows what's going on. And then you can really prepare yourself, because there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of acquisitions to be had, especially in a month or two. And you're really giving a gift to that organization, because you're allowing them to survive in one way or another. It's a good time to release products, because if you have a new product, you can give it away to get feedback right now. That might be a good way to do products. There's a good way to get good talent out there. There's a good way to gain market share, but you need cash, and you need to be creative, and you need to do a lot of things, again, from the mental as well as the organizational standpoint, to be able to do that.
I totally agree. And actually, this came through from Suki, and it's interesting, Michael, because this, and you probably don't think it's a big thing, and you kind of skirt over it, but actually, from the outside, Suki's picked it up there. How did you find your authentic self? Because you're saying that, when the Great Recession hit, you had it in here and in your heart and in your head and from the organism. How? Where does this start? What's the awakening? What's the catalyst?
Well, that's a great question, and I went through a 2-year master program and then 2 additional years to do it. And I figure I'm a portion on the journey, so that's a great question. Without, but I got it through a lot of work on myself, through psychology, through therapists, through meditation, and I continue that today. And it's just, to me, it's just, do I get closer to my authentic self? And the thing is, you could think of it as our authentic self is always here. It's just getting rid of all the crap that's between that's between the connection of us and our authentic self. And that shows up as fear, that shows up as sadness, that shows up as guilt. And so the quicker we can be honest with ourselves that we have those thoughts and those emotions, and that we can have the intention to lift them and heal them, the quicker we get to our authentic self. But those are really lifetime journeys.
It is, isn't it? It is. I know you're a huge fan and advocate for meditation. Was that a big part of that? Getting rid of that fuzziness and all the rest of the crap that's in there?
For me, yes, it was and continues to be, because when I meditate, well, first thing, I joined this spiritual psychology program, and there was a lot of people that had have done more work on themselves before it. And so, I'm this achiever. I wanted to do it quicker. So, I would ask them, what could I do to speed up my learning? And then so I asked that, and the first person said meditation. I'm like, well, I don't want to meditate because there's really no shortcut. You got to do it. And you got to do it for an extended period of time, and then you get good at it. It's like. So then I asked, so I figured there's got to be a hack, a shortcut. So I asked the next person, they said meditation, and the third person said meditation. I'm like, all right, I guess there's no, I guess meditation's the answer. I wanted a different answer. But for me, when I meditate, it's like life slows down for me, because before my ADD was off the charts, and I used to do a lot of things that weren't healthy for me to manage that and mitigate that. I used to drink a lot. I used to smoke weed. I used to do drugs. I used to do a lot of things basically to slow my life down, because I didn't have these other tools. And now that I meditate, and I can tell, because when I don't meditate, like, life speeds up and I'm so much more reactionary. So something happens, I get angry, right? As I got to get back at this person. And when I'm meditating, something will happen. It's like I have that pause, and it's like, oh, what's happening? And I just look at it from a very, Zen, a very, very neutral standpoint of, hey, this happened. What should I do to get through it? And so, and I teach my flagship transformational leadership course. I don't tell people we do this, so this is a secret, everybody. One of the things we do is I ease people into meditation. And every single person who's been through the course is like, the meditation's amazing, but so many people don't know how to do meditation, and there's ways to do it and ways not to do it. So it's really one of the things. And my intention, this is something that I learned, Ian, that when this was coming, obviously that we knew we were going to get quarantined and everything, I doubled down on my meditation, because this is the time that I really need it, because this is a time where I'm supporting people. I'm going through a lot of change, and there's a saying, and I think it's in Buddhism. It says, I meditate for half an hour a day, unless I'm really busy. Then I meditate for an hour a day. It's sort of like you're running, I bet, your meditation, right? Because when you don't do that, you're probably a little quicker to anger, right? You're a little bit harder on yourself, I got to guess.
Yeah. I really wanted to touch upon that, because I wanted maybe to inspire or people who don't meditate, is maybe to take that message away, that during this pandemic, maybe that's something they could look into.
Absolutely. If they drop me a note, I'm happy to send. I have a book, Soul Centered Leadership, that has a couple of videos that introduce, especially high performing ADD people, to meditation. So it's like adapted to them. I'm happy to drop them a link to that. So if they contact me on that, I'm happy to send that, or send something through here and tag me. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah.
Fantastic. Just going back towards the business side, then, what could any business owners do right now? Obviously, you've been advising people. You're spending your time a lot coaching people around the things to do right now. What are they, Michael? What are you seeing? What are the questions? What are the answers that you're seeing?
Yeah, the one, well, the big, the one business thing I'll talk about, and then I'll talk about the mental thing, and then maybe we can transition to where to go from here, because I think we're past the phase, or we're just getting to the end of the phase where you have to make the quick hard decisions, because we've been in this for a couple of weeks, and that's about cash flow. Making sure you do everything to get as much cash as you can now. Get it in, collect as much as you can, make deals, renegotiate your lease, renegotiate your rent, renegotiate with all the different vendors out there. And then, for example, pull your lines of credit. I have a line of credit with one of my software companies. I took everything out because during the Great Recession, banks called the lines of credit. So I know this one lady, she had a company, she was relying on the line of credit. She could have saved her company, but the bank pulled it from everybody. And then she had to sell her company because she didn't have the cash to go through the hard times. And so, apply for every single, government loan or whatever you can, because cash in the bank, because you may say you may not need it now, but then you might get a chance to acquire a company, to buy some market share. I'll tell you, a little bit of cash goes a long way right now. From a mindset standpoint, you have to be careful, because you got to be careful from coming from a place of fear, because you don't want to make decisions from a place of fear. You don't want to show up and talk to your employees from a state of fear, because that's going to put them in a state of fear. It's up to you. This is, as a leader, this is where your character is going to be made. It's easy to be a leader when things are going well and everybody's profitable and the economy is going well. We're going to see people's character. Anybody's character comes through when things are difficult. And so you as a leader have to say, this is a difficult time. How am I going to show up for my team? How am I going to show up for myself and my family? Because you're a role model, like it or not. If you lead a team, your team looks up to you, your peers look up to you, your family and friends, just because of the position you hold, they look up to you, even though you probably don't realize that. And so the energy that you show up with to your meetings, to wherever it is, that is contagious, and it's amplified by 100 because you're the leader. So if you show if you show fear, you're down or you're depressed, they're going to pick that up. And it's okay to have down moments as a leader, but don't go in front of your employees when you're down. So that's why I know Ian's you're great about community. So I know there's peer groups. Reach out to somebody. I think Ian or me would be happy to have a conversation with you just when you're down. I know how difficult it can be. But you really it may be fair or unfair, but you have to be that superhero for your team. And it's okay to acknowledge that this is a difficult time, but you have to show people the way out. And you don't have to, you just got to say, hey, we're moving this direction. You don't have to have a detailed plan for the next 3 months, but you got to give them the faith that you're all going to get out of it together, because they're going to ride on that energy. Yeah.
I love that.
Yes. Good. I do want to send you this. Where did I have it for you? I'm gonna chat it to you, and maybe you can put it on there. Right now, Ian, I have a survey. It's a 1-question survey, because I spent the last couple of weeks doing a couple executive briefings, going into more detail what we just talked about. I don't know if you can put that out there for everybody. It's bit.ly/1Q-survey, because a lot of leaders are saying, okay, we made the decisions. Now we have to support our team, and I'm not used to a remote team. And interestingly enough, I do enterprise software, so I've been dealing with remote teams since actually 1997. I'm one of the first people, because we do accounting systems, and so what happened is multi-location. Multi-location manufacturers, distributors, they needed something to manage their multi-location business. So Citrix actually came out with a product that now got bought as Terminal Server. Anyway, too much technology. We've been helping people do this actually for a long time. And the question I've been actually had a couple calls today, because people were like, hey, I need to know how to manage this remote team, because people are used to getting a sense of their team because of one-on-one, face-to-face meetings, body language. I talked to one guy, and he said, hey, my team's out there, asking how they're doing, and they're telling me they're okay. Whoops, that was a rookie mistake. Let me cut that off. What's that?
I was going to say they're saying they're okay, but you can't tell because you can't see them. Is it just the British thing where they go, yeah, I'm fine, or whatever?
Yeah, and they're trying to be strong for you too, because they know we're all going through this tough thing. And I was talking to my friend, she's another psychologist, and she was talking about how when it's tough times, people really put up the guards, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, hey, we know it's tough. We got to be tough for our family, got to be tough for our customers, our peers. And so we're used to answering, yeah, it's okay, because looking internally and admitting that really takes a safe place, and it takes some skill to really have that conversation. So which actually makes it worse and more difficult to people to go through right now.
Yeah, sure.
And the one question survey is really for people to ask what would support them right now, because I know leaders need support, and so I'm just trying to get a gauge on where everybody's at and where their difficulties are at. So, I mean, if anybody can throw that in the comments, I'd love to comment around that as well.
So in terms of where we are right now, Michael, in business, what would help you now? What do you need support in right now? That's what the survey is asking, is it?
Yeah, it has, so one question, do you need, is it more mental and emotional health things for you as a leader or for your team? Do you need accountability? Is it team performance you're worried about? Because, I talked to, let me got my notes right here. They talk about how, the one guy talked about how he was, I think people are really busy, and in a way, productivity is high because people are scrambling all around. But it's a draining type of productivity because we're not used to. I have a 9-year-old, so it's like I have to spend part of my time doing homeschooling, and it's like I don't get that much work done because I got to do the dishes. When my wife works at home too, it's just like this other lady, she's got a 10-month-old. I'm like, how do you get any work done?
Yeah,
How do you get any work done? And a lot of us are dealing with these things. And, he was talking about how, he has the 3 things he wants to get done every day, but he's not getting them done because there's so many ad hoc things coming in. He's like, this person needs this person needs this. He's like, am I not delegating well? Am I not carving out time? So I think there's a lot of coaching needs to be done and accountability for leaders to make sure that they take care of themselves and they're doing the strategic things. They're not just fighting fires. But how do you do that without putting your team under too much stress? So I think there's a lot going on here for leaders that really are causing a lot of stress. And I think we're going to hit a wall here. I think in the next 2 or 3 weeks, people are going to be burning out. People aren't going to be showing up for meetings. They're going to drop deliverables. I think it's going to really come to a head.
What do you, judging from your survey, what are the main things that are popping out of that? Not wanting to put words in people's mouths, but is it what are the needs support in?
Well, they're needing what I don't realize, because I've spent really almost my whole life managing remote teams, and I forget how different that is, because we've always done implementations in enterprise software. I mean, I think you've had experience in this too, Ian, where everybody's on the road, right? So we're all remote by definition. Yeah. And I was talking to a guy in Malaysia, and he's like, companies here, they buy desktops for all their employees. They're used to their butts in seats. He's like, they don't even have laptops for their employees. So all of a sudden their employees are at home and they don't even have anything to do their job. And so I'm like, whoa. And
I hadn't thought about that. How are you going to get a desktop at all? Wow.
Yeah. That's right. And some companies are like that. They don't provide laptops. And so that's just one issue. The other is, people don't know how to run meetings on remotely. They don't know what type of accountability to put in. How and there's that balance between that any leader has, but I think it's amplified now because you want to hold people accountable, but you don't want to micromanage. So what does that look like? And there's a lot of tools I have for getting some transparency and clarity about what's up with expectations, because you don't have those drop-bys. You can't just, and again, I think, like, for example, that leader said there's so much ad hoc things coming in. This is great to talk through because I just talked to him before this. I think he's having a lot of ad hoc requests of him because he's not spending enough time up front. Because when you have to fight a lot of these fires, that means you're not spending enough time with that person up front, clarifying expectations, thinking through the project. Because to me, a good leader, when you give somebody something to do, you really go through and clarify so that there's, to me, the more back and forth you have after something's given, the more inefficient it is, right?
Yeah.
You get the emails, you get the IMs, those different types of things. So by being more proactive, that can really help with that.
Yeah. So what you're saying there about connecting with people, just connecting with your teams, maybe checking in on them, making a joke, maybe.
It's funny she brings this up because I'm an introvert and I'm so zoomed out right now. As people are like, let's do a Zoom, like let's do a phone call. I'm tired of being on camera, and that's, she brings up a great thing that it's we're such different communication styles and we're outside of our own rhythm.
Yeah.
That it really, and she mentions joking and humor, and a lot of leaders have brought up they're making time for some humor and some lightness because it's everything seems so serious. And when we're on, a Zoom call, there's no small talk. We're getting right to, it's almost like there's some obligatory small talk. We're getting right to it. It's not like you and I are having a meeting and it's like we're chatting. Hey, how's the kids? You look, It's like boom. And so they're actually making time for some of that social things, and it really takes a lot of the pressure off. And so I think, I'm not like a fun guy, I'm a bit serious and focused, but I also am seeing the need and benefit for some lightness and some levity through this whole thing. And I think that's really important to bring in too.
Fantastic. Well, I can see our Anne in the green room. Is there anything you're going to leave us with before you head off, Michael?
Well, I'm working. So right now I'm working for some leaders and managers of how to support them through these next couple months, these next 2 to 5 months at least, about remote working tools, remote leadership and management tools. So they're welcome to reach out for me for that. And I'm working with a guy from Glasgow University, actually, and we're studying companies that make it out of a downturn successfully, what they do, from a data standpoint, what companies can do to really hit the ground running when things pop up. So stay tuned for that. Maybe that's something you and I can do to really get the word out there about that.
Cool. Good stuff. Well, hey, thanks so much, Michael. It's been interesting as always, and we must catch up for a pint very soon. Well, this cow's gonna kick you out. Hi. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing fine, thank you. Been enjoying today watching everybody and listening to their thoughts.
Have you? Yeah, really good, really diverse. Love how Michael he speaks. As I love the meditation side of it, what he was talking about there, and maybe people can try some stuff like that. I'll take a few little takeaways from different speakers.
Yeah,
really diverse, isn't it? It's good. Good.
I think now as well, people are finding that they've got time to learn different things. So I've started to learn to play the piano, things that you would say, oh, one day I might. You're just like, if you've got a bit of time, why not?
Why not? Why not? Indeed, I can see. Is that Mickey Mouse behind you?
Yeah, I've got Mickey. I've got my friends the metronomes as well.
Oh, you need to tell the metronome story.
My metronome story.
Where are we going to start? Where should we start?
Where do you want to start?
Oh, there's Suki saying the lovely
Hi, Suki.
Yeah. So what will we entitle this? Visual.
Well, what I would say is it all starts with an idea.
Okay.
So everything starts with an idea, and I tell a story about, although everything starts with an idea. When I was a child, I didn't know what I wanted to be. I had no idea, and I go through the story of I wanted to be a ballerina. I wanted to be a ballerina and all that kind of thing. And it's interesting how your life evolves, and there's that pressure on you to decide what it is that you want to be. Throughout your life, people ask you what it is that you want to do. But some of the jobs that I've done, so I've ended up having a chocolate fountain company called Charlie's Chocolate Factory. And, chocolate fountains didn't exist as a child. I ended up working for a Christmas decoration company for 25 years for all of the major shopping centres in Europe, and shopping centres didn't exist. So that pressure sometimes on people to kind of know what they want to be. Sometimes that job doesn't even exist now. And I'm sure at the end of all of this, there's going to be a whole new world of things that have been created during this lockdown period. So, the world's constantly changing. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting. I love exploring ideas and looking at vision and all that kind of thing, because that world of imagination can be fascinating.
It's interesting you mentioned vision there, and Natalie's just put a nice comment there saying that you helped her on Friday, and I'm I've saw some of the bits and pieces you've been working with in some of our friends in our network. That visualization piece where you take the ideas and the creativity of people's heads and you lay it down. Are you still doing that kind of work?
Yes, I am. So what Natalie's referring to, yes, she's referring to the Free Day Friday. So that was an initiative set up by Michael Owen originally. And quite a few of us have joined in on that. So what we're doing is we're giving away some time on a Friday to help other businesses. So my Free Day Fridays are focused on ideas and transforming ideas into reality, which is what I do as a business anyway. And it's fascinating because I always find that people have this stuff inside of them. They just don't realize it. And it's about connecting the dots and getting it out and talking to somebody about this, because you can't do it in isolation. You can't do it by yourself. You need somebody else. So I've done, what have I done? Probably about 9 of these so far, and I've absolutely loved it. So yeah, with Natalie the other day, we were exploring her ideas, and it was interesting because a lot of people come to me because they don't have clarity. They're a bit confused. They've got all this stuff in their head, but they don't know necessarily how all of the joints, the dots are connected, you know, what makes sense. So going through that process with Natalie, it was amazing that she already had the stuff there. It was just when she was reflecting it back to me and I was asking her the questions that she was like, oh yeah, well it was this and it was that, and it was like, so if it's this and that, is it that? Could you make that out of it? You know, so she's now going forward, bringing those ideas together with something that's actually part of her bigger vision. It's part of her purpose. It's part of her why. What I find is a lot of people get they get too much focused on the how, you know, and I talk about, if you focus on the why, that's your purpose. Look at the bigger vision, and the how will be worked out in that process.
Yeah, totally.
You know, start with the big vision first. So yeah, that bit about, you know, why do ideas die? That was a bit that we were kind of like titled as that. And that's, there's one word that I say that stops ideas, you know, it squashes them, it kills them, and that's the word but.
Okay.
So I don't know how many people out there have said, you know, I'd love to do this, and then they go but. And they jump in with that, and they've squashed their ideas before they've even given it time to grow. And so my advice to that is, if you replace the but with a because, so because is then your purpose, it's your passion. So if you think about that sentence, I'd love to do this, but, so like I set up a chocolate fountain company, so it might be, I'd love to do this, but, you know, I don't know where to get the chocolate from, I don't know how much it's going to cost, people might want it, and then you've talked yourself out of it. If you go, I'd love to do this because, and my because at that point was, I want the chocolate fountain at my birthday party. It's like, I'd love to do this because I love chocolate. You've then moved to your level of being passionate about something, and that's your purpose and your why, and then you work back from that. And what I found with that business was that things like, you know, well, where would we get the chocolate from, and blah blah blah, they're just problems to solve. You know, things to overcome. But if you've got the vision there, and this is something with my friend kind of over here, Mickey Mouse, I learned that through Imagineering when I did a course with Disney. And you know, I know Pascal was talking about Disney earlier on, the storytelling stuff. And with Disney, the Imagineers, that brings together the engineers and the designers, the imagination people, you know, so you dream it first. And Disney would say that you can't create an idea and judge it at the same time. They belong in different rooms. And often that's what people are trying to do. They're trying to come up with the creative solution and judge it at the same time. So often when I have these conversations, like when I've had it with Natalie and others, I'll say to them, well, we'll maybe spark some ideas at that point in time, but I'll say to them, look, you'll go away. I've had phone calls from the beach. I've had texts in the middle of the night when people have all of a sudden had that aha moment. Because it comes, doesn't it? You've just got to start opening your mind up. So that's the bit that excites me, is all about ideas and keeping them alive. So when you were saying about the things that I do, one of them is vision trees. So that captures people's ideas, and we plant the ideas as roots. And then the practical stuff grows out of that. That forms a tree. but you've got to have the roots, or the grounding is based in the vision, in the ideas. And then the doodles that I do, they're a way of capturing conversations, stories, that kind of thing, because otherwise, again, they just float off. You know, so you might come up with a brilliant idea, or you might have said something fascinating, but it just gets lost in the moment. So I do the doodles, and then people refer back to them, whereas maybe they wouldn't necessarily look back at their notes or watch a recording of it or something like that. So yeah, that's kind of where that's all evolved from.
My mind's spinning now, so I'm just going to see if I can do this. I don't know. Can I share my screen? I was just going to try and draw something on here.
Ooh.
I know I was going to try and draw, but I might not, because I might break it. But basically what I was going to say was, like, you know, it's never a straight line. Like that business, you know, kind of does this, and this. When you lay down those roots and ideas, it's kind of hard. It's there. How do you pivot through? I was talking to somebody, I was talking to somebody about this yesterday, about why you start doing something, and what they said was, oh no, but it'll only take us an hour and I'll be finished it. But I said, well, actually, well, why don't you do it? Because after that hour, it might take you somewhere else, and then somewhere else, and somewhere else. Don't just write it off. So in terms of that, moving around and pivot, and how does that happen within what you do?
Yeah. So when we plant the ideas, when we do the vision trees, there's lots of roots, because people have lots of ideas. So once they start talking to me, I suppose there's a lot of coaching involved in that, because I see what they say, if that makes sense. Because sometimes they say things and then I think, you don't look very passionate about that. And then I'll ask them about something else, and they'll go, oh, I love. And you go, oh, okay, let's just go down that route. So we plant all of these seeds of ideas, and some of them are longer routes than others, and we explore those ideas. And then what might happen is they go down one route, but they might hit a roadblock, or it might be not now. So then they've got a different route that they jump onto. So, for example, Vicky Smith, I don't know if she's watching now, but who's got Taylor Fit Physio. So we did her tree, and I'm sure she won't mind me sharing, because it's out there now. So normally, you know, this is private between me and them, because they're telling us what their dream is. But one of Vicky's visions for the future, which we started the conversation before this happened, was that she wanted to go online, do some stuff online, Pilates classes. And then there was the kind of the buts, you know, well, I need to be able to spend time doing that. I need to get a videographer in. I need to, you know, but it was on a vision tree as a long-term goal. Of course, we started that conversation. The next time we picked up the you know, well, I was going to say phone, but it was Zoom conversation. It was like, she was having to close down the chapel because of what's happened. So all of a sudden it was like, well, you know, you had that on your vision tree further ahead. How can you make that happen now? So then we explored the ideas. And what I keep saying to people who I've been connecting with is, at the moment, I think connection is more important than perfection. So a lot of people wouldn't do stuff that they're doing now because they would have the idea, but they go, oh, well, I can't do that because, you know, because again, that word because. But if it's a purpose, you know, I'd love to do that. Sorry, can't do that, but if they do it because, you know, I want to do this because I want to go online, I want to reach a bigger audience, then you can actually jump onto that now. And a lot of things where they're going, you know, I can't do this because I haven't got the setting right, and I haven't got, you know, all that. Doesn't matter. Look, we're sitting in like our own rooms doing this stuff. So that letting go of perfection and having the connection, I think at the moment is really important. So that's opening up a lot of opportunities actually for people who've got that big vision and that dream to go, do you know what? Let's just try. I know another shout out to our friend Gillian Fortune. You know, I mean, we've had so many conversations previously, because I've worked with her about, you know, technology and all that kind of thing. And she's just embraced it because she's had to. And she's doing amazing things, you know, going on there with her videos, with her poems and her tips and all that kind of thing. So, you know, sometimes, as I say, people have got the ideas, but they're just too scared to do anything. Yeah,
it's really interesting. I spoke to Gillian about that, and what I love to do is tell people if they're inspiring you, or tell people that they're changing you, especially around books that you read or podcasts that you listen to or videos that you might have saw. And I was sitting in the pub, and my friend's wife was sitting down going, there's this lady, she's dead funny. And as she was describing, I was thinking, it's Gillian, it's Gillian. I went, hang on a minute, I got my phone. I went, is that her? And she went, it is. And it was, I think she was doing it on Facebook. Was she on Facebook?
Yes.
Anyway, basically what I said, I sent Gillian a Facebook message and I said, I'm sitting in the pub, and I took a selfie of me and Michelle, and I said, she's talking about you right now. I thought, I need to tell you that. And she loved it. And it just sometimes gives you that little bit of impetus, that little bit of spark, that, like, you know, allowing yourself to take that leap and to get in front of the video. And it was amazing, that little bit. I thought, she's going to take that and use it. And up there, you know.
Yeah, so I think there's some amazing things coming out of this, because in times like this, the thing that's going to get us through is being creative, you know, exploring ideas. The other day I saw a post about Barber, you know, which I know, local company, not very far from you, really. They're now making gowns for the NHS, and it's just like, that's amazing. But actually it comes down to also the skills, the experience, the knowledge, but also the brand values, you know, their values. So they've always kind of made protective gear, haven't they? You know, way back when they used to, I think it started, didn't it, with stuff for the sailors, for fishermen.
Yeah, that's
you know,
right.
And then obviously the waterproof jackets. So if people are going out in the countryside, they don't end up wet and all that kind of thing. And now they're making protective uniforms, you know, protective wear for the NHS. It's amazing. And it's that idea, it's still about their focus, their passion, their skills and all that kind of thing. And I know people are using the word pivot at the moment, but it's still being on purpose, isn't it? It's just throwing new ideas into that pot and saying, right, what can we do right now? Where's our value? How can we help people? That kind of thing.
And this is what worries me about this is what we're going through now on, because I'm really worried in case we lose businesses in this, because those are the businesses that innovate. You know, SMEs are the innovators, not the large corporate. It's the people who are agile, who just say, you know, why don't we give it a try? And we don't have to have a meeting with 20 people in it with lots of post-it notes working it all out. We just do.
Yeah.
And it's marvelous. And we've got so many friends in this network of ours that we've got doers who try and are willing to fail and aren't scared to fail. And this is what worries me right now, that we might lose some of those, you know.
Yeah. So, you know, with these 3-day Fridays, if we can all kind of come together and help support each other, help inspire each other, if there's a way that we can help, you know, move forward, then that's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's all we can do, is just try our best to get through, however. Yeah.
You're now being called gorgeous by Nikki.
Ah, well, that's my friend Nikki. She's way up in the top of Scotland. And she bakes bread for the local community normally. So I guess she's probably very busy at the moment.
Busy right now. Yeah. So let's talk about your metronomes then, because we touched upon that conversation, and it's a great story. So come on, let's share that.
Herbert, Sherbert, Maggin and Rusty. So this goes back to the ideas. I've always mapped out ideas, love maps. Anything that, if you're going to build or do anything, go on a journey, you start with a map or a plan. So when I used to do the Christmas decorations for the shopping centres throughout the UK, and Metro Centre was one of them, we would start with the map of the shopping centre and then work out what decorations we're going to put in there, because it all has a purpose. You know, it was for driving footfall, it was increased dwell time, that kind of thing. It wasn't just to make it look pretty. So Metro Centre had paid for Noddy and Rupert previously for the Santa's Grottos, and they came to us with an idea about creating a character called a metronome. And I'd already been to Disney and done the Imagineering course. Santa Claus just goes whizzing past. So I kind of got the team together, because I've always liked to explore ideas with what they were called brainstorming, you know, mind mapping, that kind of thing, because that's when you start connecting the dots. So with the Metro Centre, although they asked for a character to replace Noddy or Rupert, it was like, well, hang on, there's 4 different coloured malls in the Metro Centre. It was the biggest shopping centre in Europe. People used to get lost. I don't know if anybody can remember that, but it was like when it was first built, you know, there'll be people on this call that like Metro Centre's probably older than them, but you know, the oldies can remember when it was first built. It was like, wow, I've never seen anything like this. And then you get lost. And often the security guards would be like, the people would say, I've had my car stolen, it's disappeared. And they would go, well, where did you park? And, you know, they'd come in at Marks and Spencer's and they'd left by Debenhams, that kind of thing. So there was red, blue, green and yellow malls. So we created the metronomes. We imagined a world underneath the Metro Centre. And it was like, well, the red mall, what could that be? Oh, it could be Volcano Land. So we've got Rusty here, you know, and then it was like green, oh, that could be the forest and that could be Herbert and all that kind of thing. And at that time we had a Metro World. So Sherbert was the one for the Yellow Mall because Metro World was in the Yellow Mall. So yeah, that's where they came from, and they've survived. Gosh, they'd be over 21-year-old now. Little metronomes, my pals.
So looking back then across some of the projects you've been, have you always been around creativity then? I know that's a word that it's synonymous now with that in English as creativity. Is that is that you? Is that the
and it might sound a bit cliche about transforming ideas into reality, but the truth is, for over 25 years, I used to do 60 shopping centres throughout the UK, and it wasn't just about tinsel and lights. You came up, the client gave you a brief, and then you would come up with an idea. But you would know that you'd be the person, the team leader in that shopping centre with 10 guys, had to install it in the middle of the night, had to equipment, all that kind of thing. So it wasn't just about the creativity. You had to then work out the practicalities of it.
Yeah.
Because if you were in the Metro Centre, say that was over 9 nights, and I had to organise which lorry, which entrance, at which time, with what stock on it, it was a massive logistics exercise. So although I am creative, I've always had the practical side on it as well. I've had to, because I couldn't just come up with this idea and then leave it to somebody else to sort out afterwards. So yeah. So I've got behind us. Have you seen my ideas hats before?
No, let's have them.
No? All right. So this is a bit of fun. So these are my ideas hats.
Okay.
Inspired by Ghostbusters.
Okay.
I'm a husband and engineer, so I was just like, John, I've got this idea. Do you think we could make some with some colanders? But this is just a joke thing because I've got 2 of them. So anybody that I work with, what it's about is transforming their ideas out their head to me. And then I feel like I talk about myself being a visual communicator. I transform their ideas into reality. So when I was talking about maps and plans, to me, maps and plans are the bridge between the world of your imagination and the real world. So if you're going on holiday and you look at a map or a globe or something like that, you're imagining, you know, the place that you want to go to.
Yeah.
And if you're going to build a house, you would have a plan, wouldn't you? You know, if you're going to build anything, go anywhere, create something, it's normally through a map or a plan. So what I'm doing by putting marks down on paper is getting it out of people's heads and making it tangible. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it totally does. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm just watching some of the comments here. David just popped something up there about business owners feeling isolated. I love that. What he's saying there is people are getting emails every time I keep in touch with them. It is good, and that's why we're doing this today. I mean, April 1st, we had 16 speakers. We've got a dozen speakers today.
It's fab.
Really good. People are giving their time to help and, you know, watch across the day, and also watch back later on and be chopping them into podcast episodes, just trying to give people a little bit of inspiration. And it's working really well. And obviously we're going to do this Lego workshop, so I can see our friend Terry is in the green room. No one else can see him but me. And I'm hoping that people will bring their children together as well and do this next Lego workshop.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So I've done Lego before, I think 3 times with Terry, and every time it reveals something new. I mean, he'll mention it, but he talks about how you think with your hands.
Yeah.
So, and everybody that I've done this with gets blown away by actually what's inside of them. But I find that anyway, people have got the answers inside of them. It just takes somebody to coax it out.
Do you know what it is? I think that's what, I mean, what we are now, nearly 2 o'clock, and that's what I've heard over the last few conversations, especially Deb McGargle was talking about that from a mentoring point of view. She was saying that she was chasing her mentor down the road, but she was very skeptical about it initially, but she was wanting to try and get it out. And I think I've certainly had that as a mentor. You just sit back, or even as a coach, you kind of sit back and just listen, don't you? And actually, you haven't got the answers. Their answers are in their heads. You're just coaxing it out of them.
Yeah, and connecting the dots often. Yeah, and saying, well, if it's this, is it that? And what I say to people is, I've seen a bit about the hat. What was I going to say then? It's just, I was just thinking about my hat.
Sorry, I threw you about
that woman. But you've got the answers, you know. And it's sometimes, I believe everybody's got a superpower. You know, everybody's got their own set of unique skills, experience, wisdom, insights, and often you don't see that in yourself. So the map stuff, it was my problem solving way. I used to always create the mind maps, the ideas maps. It wasn't until I started working independently with clients and they were saying, what's that you're doing? I'm saying, well, it's the way I solve problems. Yeah. And then they were reflecting back at me. That's amazing. And how many of us often, when people go, oh, wow, that's amazing what you do, and we just shove it off, we just brush it off our shoulders and go, oh, it's just what I do. If you say something like that, it's just, and somebody has said to you, that's amazing what you do. Yeah. It's the things that make you go, So if you start listening to that, that's probably because they've spotted what your superpower is, something that you find really easy, but other people value. Yeah. That's that interesting. I do a lot of time when I'm speaking at conferences or training. Sometimes I've heard the same sentence many, many times, and I'll whip over it quite quickly. Yeah. But I know there's a couple of sentences in my talks or in my training that actually see a lot of nods or a lot of light bulb moments. And I've got to remember for myself to slow down and say them, you know, properly, because they're the bit that really people do that very much, that kind of trigger moment. But for me, if you heard it many times, it's just like, what have I done? It's crazy. We can all inspire each other. Yeah. You know, as I wanted to say as well, the stuff that you're doing, your mind mapping and your trees and the visualization piece, you leave your clients with that as well, don't you? Give them that from their wall and they can frame it and stuff like that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it was actually Simon Bourne was the first person to frame it and put it on the wall. And he talks about it being, talks about it being like the history of his business, and you can look back and check it over. And Michael Owen refers to it as a visual business plan, which I suppose it is, because business plans normally they sit within your desk, don't they? And they're just a lot of words. Whereas this is something that's a bit more organic. And yes, it will evolve, it will grow, it will change, but it gives you some pathways to follow. And what I'm doing with the Friday ones is, whilst we're talking, I'm doing the doodles. So I do my doodles sometimes when I'm at talks and things live, but when I'm just listening and recording. Whereas when we do the free days, I'm listening, talk and reply and doodling at the same time. But I've sent those out to people as just little reminders of what was discussed, the ideas that came up during the conversation. And again, people are reflecting back saying, I'm printing it off, I'm going to check it off, you know, because what it does is it gives them a bit of a focus, something to look at, to work forward, because it's all very well coming up with the ideas. But if you then don't take action, you know, it's a stage process, isn't it? Yeah. And a little bit my era said here about when she's coaching young people, they often don't see how gifted they are. So, you know, giving them a little bit of like doodle or that little, the tree or whatever, it just helps remind them that actually those are their ideas, not yours. It's in their head. Yeah. I love it. And we've just, I've done one with Myra as well. And it's amazing to hear what's in people's heads, you know, and find out what they're passionate and what their skills are. It's fascinating. Yeah. Well, listen, I think we should do some Lego. Should we do some Lego? Yeah, I've got my little friend here. So
shall we bring in the most handsomest Terry we know?
Hey.
The only Terry you know. Go on, let's make this.
Hey.
I do know two Terry. He lives over in Australia. I haven't seen him for about 15 years. So I'm going to say that you're the most handsomest Terry.
Thank you. I thought I should wear me Peaky Blinders cap because I thought the audience would be expecting to see me as I was in that fly that went out.
It was that I don't do those flyers there. That team D do all my flyers and marketing stuff for me. They're an awesome team, but they've just been
very good at finding obscure photographs of people as well.
Hang on a minute, right?
Yeah,
You put your hat on.
That's me trumped.
I don't have a prop. I don't have a hat with us.
You've got your luscious beard here. That'll do.
Luscious is a word. Oh look, hat goals. Right then. So who's leading this? Are you leading this, Terry?
I guess I am. Yeah, I'm going to take this off. It's messing with me. Lockdown mullet.
Well, I tell you what it is. Can I take a comfort break and remove me while you two do the?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then shall I just get started? Is that all right?
That's amazing. Right. I'm going to remove myself. Over to you guys. Okay.
Hi, Ian. Hello, Terry. I'm saying
Hello,
I've done
Anne.
this about 3 times with you now, and every time I've done a serious play, new ideas pop up, new things, and it's surprising when you listen to everybody around the table, and even people that go, "Oh, I'm not creative," the stuff that comes out of them.
I find it's the people who say, "Oh, I'm not creative," that get the most out of it. And I've been in sessions where people have been getting quite emotional, and it's often the ones who say that at the beginning.
Yeah.
And I think because they don't have any preconceived ideas and they're not expecting what happens to happen, and they're kind of taken a bit by surprise by how intense it can be in a way, or the kind of insights that come out. So we're all going to have a fabulous hour, I think.
Yeah, it is amazing, like you say, because people say things because you story tell, don't you, through the characters, through what you build, and people say things, really profound things, and all of a sudden they realise what they've just said, and it's like it was priceless. And I think sometimes we should be capturing those more because it's fascinating, and there's a lot of metaphors, isn't there, within it?
Yeah, that's right. And that's the bit that I love. I love being in a room with a group of people and seeing kind of lights go on and people realizing something really quite profound that they've never thought of before, and being able to share it. Because one of the good things about the serious play is that you're creating these models to tell a story. So it's a little bit removed from you, so you can talk about things that are quite personal in a way perhaps wouldn't otherwise. And that often takes people by surprise as well, that they'll be talking about things and they'll kind of think, ooh, I've never said that before in front of other people, but I'm quite happy to now because there's that little bit of distance.
Yeah.
So it's really, really powerful, and it's I don't think it's what anyone ever expects it to be. When I don't know about you, when you did your first workshop,
I was just blows your mind. I think the interesting thing is as well, because you ask us to question the model, so it's not the person. So again, you can ask why things look the way they do, why, and people come up with answers, and they say it before they even realize where that came from. It just comes out, oh well, I put that there because of this. And the fact that you're questioning the model and it's not directly at them is quite a safe space for people to explore ideas.
Yeah, that's true. It is. There's so many things about it that I really like and that I think are really quite powerful. And so for me to be, I mean, the workshops I've done, everyone, it's almost like it's a privilege to be there, you know, to be amongst people who are learning new things and creating new things, and all I'm doing is, you know, kind of prompting them and guiding them.
This is exactly what we were talking about, because I was saying about everybody has a superpower, and then often we just shrug it off and we go, oh well, it's just, and you've just done that. You've just gone, well, it's just there. But honestly, Terry, without you, because you are the facilitator, you know the right questions to ask, you know the right prompts, the way that you guide people through. It is a bit like a coaching process, isn't it?
Yeah, and it is a proper process. It's not just playing with Lego. It is a quite structured, well thought out process, and I've had to go on a 4-day training course to actually learn how to do it, and the principles behind it. So it is very well thought out. It's got a lot of history behind it, which I'm going to talk about very briefly today. So hoping, so you've got some, you're already equipped with lots of Lego?
A little bit. So I've got this character. Well, I've got a bucket.
Oh, there's a box there.
I've got a bucket. It's got random bits in it. So
that's the more random, the better. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping the viewers have all got some Lego as well.
Yeah. Love for everybody to join in.
It's really not a spectator sport. It is something you've got to.
Hey. And I think that the fascinating thing with Lego, because I've thought about this afterwards, and can you do it with other things? Of course, you could use Play-Doh or building blocks or whatever. The nice thing about Lego is it takes away some of that, I was going to say storytelling. It makes it simple to tell a story. So when you talk, I thought it was fascinating when you talk about the white brick that could be a polar bear.
Yeah.
You know, whereas if you get the Play-Doh, what you would try to do is model a polar bear.
Exactly. It takes that element of having to be able to make models out of something. It takes that away from it. You've just got these bits of plastic that everyone knows. It's almost like a common language that everyone has, or most people have experienced. So I mean, you could do it with stickle bricks. You could do it with. Could you do it with? No, you wouldn't want to do it with Meccano. You'd drive yourself mad doing it with Meccano. But yeah, it's not about the Lego. It kind of is at the start.
Yeah.
People focus on the Lego, but very quickly it becomes about what comes out and the stories that people tell and the things they're able to share and the insights they're able to get. And the little bits of plastic kind of become less relevant then, and it's more about what people are coming up with. So we've got an interesting hour ahead of us, I think.
Yes. And normally you give us little packs which are facilitated. So we'll talk about metaphors. There are some things in there that, like see-through blocks and bits that twirl around and people and stuff.
Yeah, but having said that, they're all just standard Lego pieces. There are some kits that are put together specifically for Lego Serious Play, but they're just a collection of standard bits that are put together. So if you don't have them, it really doesn't matter. So for anyone who's doing this at home, it doesn't matter what you've got. The more varied the pieces are, probably the better. And even if it's not standard Lego, if it's got bits of other things in there, bits of model aeroplane, it really doesn't matter. It's all about using those tangible objects to connect with your brain.
So I can have Playmobil then, like off-brand.
You could certainly.
Random cows and things.
Yeah, definitely. Well, actually, the big Serious Play kit has lots of Duplo stuff in there as well, and big animals, all sorts of things, just to get your brain going. So don't worry about what you've got. It's just whatever comes to hand.
I've got this vision of people running around the house now, just trying to pick up all this stuff.
I'm hoping so. Yeah. Because
so who's got the Lego ready? I see Gary's got his Lego ready. So many people out there got their Lego.
Sorry.
Just us and Gary?
Stuff some food into it.
Hey.
I'm going to have to mute my mic so you can't hear me munching. So, Terry, what we can do is if people take screenshots or photographs of their Lego. Have you done this already? Have you said this? We can put them in the
No, I haven't, but if because a big part of this is sharing what you've created with everyone else. So I think probably the easiest way is if you take a picture of it and either tweet it or share it on Facebook, and then you'll pick it up, Ian, is that right? And you can then show it?
Yeah, I think if somebody can test it for me, if someone takes a photograph or something of a bit of Lego and put it in the comments of Facebook, I'll try and share the Twitter and share Facebook, and we can look at various people's creations.
Okay.
So are you going to set us off with a creation?
Should we get started then? Right.
Let's do it.
So what I would normally do is do a bit of an intro about what Serious Play is about, where it came from. But rather than do that, we'll just launch straight in, And then while you guys and the guys at home are making their models, for those who are all regretting it now, I can tell, but for those who don't have any Lego to hand, rather than them watching us have far more fun than they are, I'll do a little bit about the background to it in those gaps.
Great.
That's all right. But just very, very briefly, what Lego Serious Play is, well, what it isn't playing with Lego. It isn't about making a model of something like an architect would to represent, to do a proper representation of something. It's not about trying to explain the solution to a problem, like, what the offside rule is or whatever. You can use Lego for all those things, but that isn't Lego Serious Play. So really what it is using the principles of play, which we all have done at some point and some people still do, to kind of unlock the creativity in your head. Because we're all creative, and usually the people that say they aren't are the most creative. They just haven't had the opportunity to be. But to unlock that, to kind of solve problems, explore solutions to things, and particularly in a group setting, because that's often the least innovative environment. When you've got a group of 10 people around a table trying to solve a problem, doesn't really work, does it? Not usually. Excuse me. But what this does is allows everyone to contribute, everyone to have a say, and for everyone's ideas to be recognized and acknowledged and incorporated into whatever the answer turns out to be. So, and as I said to Anne earlier, it's not really about the Lego. It's about the stories and the insights and the conversations that come out after you've built the models. So that's all I'm going to say. So your first task, you've got your Lego to hand, dive into your box of Lego, and what I'd like you all to do is to build a tower. That's all I'm going to say. Build a tower. You decide what that means. And you have, let's see, got 3 minutes to build a tower. Off you go.
Pull up the social feed to see if I can share some people's.
Any pieces you like, whatever you've got to hand, let's just let it happen. And so while you're doing that, I'll just the way I got involved Serious Play is that I think I probably heard about it about 10, 12 years ago, but didn't really know what it was. And then I met a chap called Tony Edison, who was the head of design at Sunderland University, and he was an accredited facilitator. And he did a workshop for us and for some of the other companies within Design Network North. Just a little half-day thing, and it was great. It was really good. And I started to see the kind of the point, what it was about. And he then introduced me to a chap called Michelle Klusterman, who's one of quite small people around the world who are able to train facilitators. And he came to one of our Design Means Business conferences a couple of years ago and did a session. And he had 100 people in the room all making models out of Lego, a bit like what we're doing today. But explaining what it was about, explaining the principles. And then I think a year after that, he wanted to do a training course in UK. So I encouraged him to come and do it in Gateshead at the Design Centre. And there was about a dozen people went through the training, including myself. And so since then, I've been running workshops for this. And as I was saying to Anne earlier, it's amazing to see the things that come out when you guide people through this fairly simple process of using little bits of plastic to think about things in a new way. So you've had 2 minutes. So I'm hoping that your towers are now complete. Yeah?
Yeah, it's looking good.
Right. So Anne, would you like to show us your creation?
Okay. Kind of cheated a little bit because I found in the box that there was bits made, and I thought, ooh, could use those. So here's my Santa tower. It doesn't quite look like the bits of Lego that he was meant to. He's a bit, but yeah, and I thought that was appropriate, having for 25 years done Christmas decorations. I thought, yeah, we will have a Santa lookout tower.
Yeah, so that's what you were. That's what you were going for when you were.
Yeah, I saw the bits and I thought, why break them up? Let's go with Santa. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, great. Thanks for that. Ian, can we see? No? All right. Oh, you've been
Too busy eating.
I was hoping I'm with you talking.
Right.
Ah.
Here's mine.
No, come on. That's a tower.
Ooh.
So what were you going for there, Ian, when you were creating that? What was kind of going through your mind? Because you've chosen quite a limited number of colours there.
Mm-hmm. So there's a
the
goat
whites.
on the top.
Uh-huh.
There's a goat on the top, and often when you're walking in the Lake District or whatever, up mountains, and then you'll scramble over the top of mountains and over these little summits, and you'll be like thinking, oh, wow, I'm out of breath here, and you'll be pausing and wiping the sweat from your brow and taking a little drink. Mm. And over the top of the summit comes a little goat or a sheep or whatever, randomly thinking, I've just worked all hard. And you're just looking nonchalantly. So this is me climbing the top of the tower to realize how much I'm working hard, and then there's always somebody who just
makes it look easy.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Right. So those of you at home, feel free to tweet or comment and send us your pictures, and we'll show them if we can. But now, what I'd like you to do, Anne and Ian and everyone else who's taking part, is to add one more piece to your tower. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, the goat could have been my other piece, couldn't it?
Well, yeah. And you'll just need 30 seconds for this, I'm sure.
All right, okay.
Just, just have a look at what you've got available and just see what appeals. Don't think about it too much. Just let you...
Try to build the Lego. Right.
I've just snapped the top of me tower, Terry.
That's one of the, it's always the hazard, especially when the pressure's on.
Being watched by thousands here.
Yeah.
Millions.
Hey, right. I don't know how to attach it, but I know what it's got to be.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Right. So, Anne, do you want to show us the piece you've added and maybe tell us a little bit about why?
Yeah. So we've got
that the Darth Vader thing?
Batman at the
Batman,
top of the Santa Tower. So this is about Christmas in July. Okay. We're not going to wait till December. We're going to bring Christmas forward to July, because hopefully by July we are going to have a mega party. We're going to be through the other side of a lot of this. So Batman's come to save us. This is his lookout tower, and this bag is full of gifts for everybody.
Right. So that's you anticipating the next or the end
Christmas
of all of it
in July. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we're going to look forward to from my lookout tower.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Ian, what did you add to yours?
I added like a little beacon of light, really shining down from the tower, and just shining light on like the current situation we're in right now, and trying to understand it a little bit more.
Right. Okay. Brilliant. Very good. So what you've done there is the basic element of any Lego Serious Play workshop, and these workshops can last for a day, 2 days, depending on how far into things you want to get. So basically what you've done is I set you a little task. You then responded to that by creating a model. You then shared what that model meant with one another, and then kind of reflected on, what does it mean? And is there anything we want to take away from that? And that's, wow.
Hey.
That's fabulous. Fruit and all sorts of things.
That's exactly that. Yeah.
Excellent. And and that's kind of the building block, if you like, of any workshop, going through that process and then taking it to the next stage and then the next stage. And that's essentially how it works. So that's what we're going to do now. So that was just a little warm up to get you kind of, get you into the swing of things. So what we're going to do for the rest of the session is we're going to look at your own business, how it was before everything changed. Then you're going to look at how it is now. Then we're going to have a look at your customers, your clients, and how they are. And then we're going to explore how you might continue to support them in this new normal that we're in. Okay, so that's the path we're going to go down. So, so the first thing I'd like you to do is to create a model that represents your business. Okay, and I don't mean build a model of the office or you sat at a desk. I mean the thing that really makes it what it is, the thing that is the heart and soul of it, the thing that your customers, your clients kind of really see when they look at your business. And you can use the bricks however you want. As you mentioned, Anne, a white brick can be a polar bear, it can be peace, it can just be a white brick. It's entirely up to you. It's your story. A model that represents your business. Okay? And you've got, let's see, you've got 3 minutes.
Right, I'm going to take myself out of the stream for a second.
Right.
Just to have a huge bite of my sandwich.
So while everyone in the studio and at home is doing that, for those of you who aren't, I'll tell you again a little bit more about where Lego Serious Play came from. So I guess it started about in the mid-90s. Lego, obviously a very well-known company. Pretty much everyone probably has Lego in their house, but they nearly went bankrupt in the 90s mainly because kids were playing with video games rather than little plastic bricks. Now, because Lego is a family-owned business, they were able to dip into the back pockets and put about $90 million into the business to keep it going. But as you can imagine, having done that once, they really didn't want to do it again. So they decided they wanted to be better at innovating, developing new products, running the business. And they kind of went back to first principles in a way. So they thought, right, well, we produce these products that are to help people be creative. Why don't we use them ourselves to see if they can make us more creative? So that's essentially what they did. They worked with some psychologists, various other people from different universities, and over a couple of years pulled together these creative thinking techniques that used Lego to help to kind of unlock the innovation, the creativity that was in the business, in the people in the business. And that's one of the sort of the core principles, if you like, of Lego Serious Play, is that if you've got a group of people who are tackling something, the answer's in the room, the answer's in the people. You just need to find a way to bring that answer out. And as I said before, the best way to do that is to make sure that everyone is able to contribute rather than the one or two people who shout the loudest, which is often the case. And so it was developed initially as purely as an internal thing for Lego themselves, but then they rolled it out, and now it's kind of an open source thing, really. So they've just made it available to the business community, and it's used in all sorts of organizations, large and small, to do all sorts of different things. Really, it's around, the real value is in, as I say, helping groups of people to tackle and explore quite complex problems that need complex solutions, and in a way that really lets everyone get involved. And I guess there's probably three elements to it. One is that it taps into our kind of playful nature, if you like. George Bernard Shaw apparently said, we don't stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing. And I think there's a lot of truth in that. We can all play, but we sometimes stop earlier than we should. And Plato apparently said something along the lines of, I can learn more about someone in an hour of play than in a year of conversations. And when you think about innovation, when you think about playing, you're playing games with, when you're a kid or whatever, you're coming up with new ideas, you're making new rules, you're developing new ways of doing things. And that's innovation, really. It's the same thing. So you're kind of applying the same principles just to tackle a serious problem rather than working out how you can beat your mates at Cowboys and Indians or whatever. So that's one of the reasons why serious play does seem to work. Now you've had nearly 4 minutes. How are we getting on? Ian's right. Anne, how are you getting on? Do you need a few more seconds to put the finishing touches?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm getting there.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go first, Terry?
Well, yeah. So Ian, could you show us your model and tell us a little bit about it?
Well, I was being quite entrepreneurial, enterprising, and took the tower from before and used the tower and then put it on this little kind of car in terms of driving companies forward. And this is my company at the top here, and look at the landscape and helping people move their businesses forward.
Right. So where would you say you were on that? Is that you at the top?
Yeah. Just looking out across the business landscape and being able to offer advice and coaching.
And it's because you're high up that you can see things differently, do you think, to the people in the business?
People in the business or clients will be kind of doing the do, if you like, whereas this is more of a strategic approach, looking out from the landscape and sort of understanding what the business landscape looks like and having ideas, getting off the hamster wheel, if you like, working on businesses. I know it's a bit cliche, but lots of people are down here going around, working in the business, and working more out there, give ideas.
Okay, great. Now, what I've just done there, that is another key element of it. It's not just about the person saying, right, this is my model. When you're working in a group, it is very much about the other members of the group asking questions or making observations, because sometimes you'll find that someone will say to someone who's showing their model, right, why is that? Why have you used a red brick there? And say, it was just, actually, no, you know what? I used a red brick because, and they didn't realize why they chose it until someone asks them. So that kind of interaction is quite an important part of the whole process. And I'm hoping Anne is now ready to share something. Yes?
Yes.
So Anne, let's be your model.
So a bit like, I kind of had some of this in Santa Claus before. So this is the people that I work with.
Right.
And what they're trying to do is, they're trying to balance, their business. So that, they've got their arms out with trying to juggle things.
Right.
And the bit that I'm going to help them with is this bit up here, the stuff that's in their heads, and getting that out of their heads so that they can kind of keep it so that they don't topple over, so they keep moving forward.
Right. Okay, brilliant. So that represents your clients. Then you are the little red kind of sparkly bits.
I see through that. That's a bit I see.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah, I can see through into their heads, into their vision, into their dreams.
Right. Okay. Ian, do you have any observations about Anne's model at all? Or?
Just this bit here, if I can just share this. Is that working?
How did you do that? We've got to get our hats on again, haven't we?
Who's done that?
let me see. So Natalie, can you see Natalie? So are you showing that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I am the driver. I help most people, most teachers, but now parents guide them, hold them up, so children enjoy new language.
Right. Brilliant. Excellent. Okay. Right. So, so now what I'd like you to do is so that's your business as it was maybe a month or two ago. What I'd now like you to do is either modify your existing model or build a completely new one that represents your business now in this new environment that we're in. So are the things, there probably are things that you can't do, or the new things that you are able to do, or is it completely different?
Okay.
Okay. So again, let's see, you've got 3 or 4 minutes for that, but don't feel any pressure. It's more about
I'll remove myself.
Creative.
Tell me to come back.
Okay. And what I used to say to people is, if you're struggling a bit, don't think too much. Just start building something and let your hands start talking to you. Because that's, again, for those who aren't actually taking part, that's another reason why this really works. Ian, am I able to share my screen at all, do you think?
I don't think so.
Shall I have a go?
Have you got the option, have you?
It says share screen at the bottom, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Shall I give it a try? Right. So the other reason why this works really well is that you're using your hands. If you were doing this just by, staring at a blank wall or writing on Post-its, yeah, you could do that. Sorry, Sugi, what? I'm not sure what Sugi wants me to repeat. Was it the? I'll carry on until she comments again.
Yeah. Could it be a bit about? I found it fascinating about the thinking with your hands. You used to have a big a picture of that, didn't you?
Well, that's what I'm trying to show.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you were being creative or innovative or whatever by drawing things on a whiteboard or just thinking about stuff, yeah, that would work. But actually using your hands does unlock a lot of things in your brain. And the reason for this is where I'm going to share the screen, or attempt to. Right, can you see a very strange looking fella on the screen?
No.
No.
Oh, something's coming up. Oh yes,
no,
that's it.
Build anything, go anywhere, create.
Right, that isn't a selfie. That's actually that's the cortical homunculus. That was a model that was developed in the 50s by an American psychologist called Wilder Penfield. And what that shows is how different parts of the body are connected to the brain. So it's connected to everything, but it's connected differently to different parts of the body. And as you can see there, that handsome looking fella has got gigantic hands. And that's because the hands are the most, by far, connected part of your body to the brain. So when you're using your hands, you're sparking off all sorts of things in your brain that you wouldn't get otherwise. Now stop sharing, so hopefully
yeah, that worked.
Did that work? Right, so yes. Are we back with right, grand. So when you're doing this, what I often say to people is don't think about it too much, just start using your hands, start building something. Let your hands talk to you, which sounds a bit weird, but they do. You'll pick up a piece of Lego and you'll think, actually, you know what? That's just made me think of something. And that's another reason why this works really well. So I'm just going to see how long you've had. So you've had 4 minutes. How are you getting on, both of you?
Yeah, nearly there.
Yep, I'm
Except
good.
you add one bit and it falls off.
Yeah.
You just think, I'll add one more and it goes.
So Ian, do you want to share your model with us?
Yeah. So I had a tower, and I've added this. It's green, isn't it? Look.
Yeah, it's yeah. It looks like it's sliced you in half.
Actually, I tell you what it is. I'll replace it for a pink piece. Okay.
Okay.
So, and then at the end of it, the wheels have come off. Okay.
Right.
So the wheels have. This is the business, if you like. So in this current situation, is the wheels have come off a little bit, and then I've got a tractor. So I'm trying to. This is again a green tractor. This is this is now pulling clients along a little bit, and we're just trying to dig through the fields and the mess and work out what to do until I can replace this, take this back off again, and put the wheels back on, if you like.
Right.
And I've got this to fight off other things that are happening right now.
Right. So there's a bit of a battle on your hands, and you're helping your clients to fight their battles as well.
Yeah.
Okay, but the model itself is pretty much intact.
That's good observation. Apart from the wheels falling off.
But in principle, you're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
That you were before.
Yeah, pretty much doing the same thing, but just trying to do it differently.
Okay. And do you have any sort of comments or observations on Ian's model?
It was interesting. Can I have a look at the bit that's held up? What's it he's got in his hand? So you've added that, have you?
Yeah.
Which wasn't there before.
That wasn't there before. And the wheels, and behind that was a tractor. So if you imagine trying to dig through stuff, then also pulling a heavy weight behind you. So it's as if you put on a jacket which is really heavy. I'm dragging this behind us right now. Yeah.
That's brilliant. I love the character at the top.
He's a little fighter.
He certainly is.
Okay, thanks, Ian. So Anne, could you show us your model?
So here she comes. So balancing an awful lot of stuff now, having to do that. Interesting. I was building this and I'd started to connect between my hands and the ideas, and then you were talking about the thinking with your hands. You know, so it's, for me, it's the other way around. So it's getting the ideas out of your head and making them a reality, turning them into something tangible. So it may be that it's not, this would be nice if it was symmetrical, you know, and it was balanced, but it's not. We're going to be all over the place here. But actually what we need is, I've had to increase the foundations. So we might need to go a bit wider, you know. And to me, this is about the support that maybe people need. People might need a lot more support, potentially from different people, different styles. But actually, they can manage. This isn't toppling over. It's just, it maybe doesn't look as neat as potentially it once used to, but it's still doable. You're just going to have to juggle a lot more stuff. Yeah,
that's a good point. So it's still achieving the same objectives and goals, just in a bit of a more haphazard way. And she's still, she's still got a smile on her face.
Oh, she's still smiling. Yeah, so she's going to get there.
They seem to be embracing this new chaotic reality. Yes,
exactly. You just got to kind of go with the flow. I mean, you will work out a way through this, you know, a method, a way to make this happen.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Right, so that's your businesses that you've looked at, although there is an element of your clients in there as well. So what I'd now like you to do is create another model. So if you put that one to one side, because that's kind of you. If you could create another model that represents your clients now. Not all of them, just maybe have one in mind, or if there's a a typical client that you work with, something that represents where are they now?
None of mine.
That's all I'm going to tell you. And again, you've got 3 or 4 minutes for this.
You're a hard taskmaster.
Well, it's serious play. It's called that for a reason.
And when you do this with in workshops, Terry's with many people, do you go around the room getting everyone to discuss why and what?
Yeah, I mean, typically the way it works is that we'd usually, if it's with a single company or a team from a single company, we'd usually have maybe 12 people. Any more than that, it gets a bit crazy. But if we're doing it with a group of individuals from different businesses, like we are today, you can have as many as you want, really, but we prefer to have them working in groups of maybe 4 or 5, so that we can do the sharing bit, because that's really important. It's not about making a model and keeping it to yourself. It's about sharing that with the people in your sort of group, even if they're not from the same organisation. Their insights and observations can often be really useful. So yeah, and as I say, a key part of it is the conversations that come out about the models that people have made and what they've learned from that. And this part that we're going through now is very much just the first stage. This is very much around what you yourself think as an individual about whatever the situation might be. What we then typically do is, if we were working from a team from one organisation, we would ask them then to sort of combine their individual models into something that represented the whole group, but that kept the individual elements of that. And you can then take it a stage further and say, right, this perhaps is a model that represents our organisation, but what about our suppliers, clients, stakeholders, all of the other things that are around it? So what's the environment? And so you can, and then you might think about, right, okay, so that's us, and that's all of the other things that are around us. How are they connected? What kind of relationships do we have? And some of those connections might be very loose, wiggly connections. Some of them might be very strong, very rigid. And you can then start to, so then essentially you've mapped out your whole sort of business ecosystem, if you like. And then you can start to use that model to think about, well, what might happen if, say, this client disappeared, or if this relationship changed. And you can use it as almost a living thing to look at different scenarios and how you might respond to those different scenarios. So you can actually make it fabulous. So you can actually make it a very deep, meaningful, very descriptive model of your whole business. But that would take a bit more time than we've got today. But even just these little workshops can be really useful as well, just to get some good insights. So have you both created something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And do you want to go first then? Sure.
Cheated.
Your client.
But do you know what? I looked down. I thought, I think this just feels perfect. So here we go. He's back, but he's headless. He's a bit lost. He hasn't got any clarity. He's just feeling a bit uncertain. Doesn't know where to focus, where to look and stuff. But having said that, still got this sack full of presents, full of gifts. So they still own all of their experience, their wisdom, their knowledge. They haven't got the focus. The head's a bit like spinning. Because I was looking for another head and I didn't have one. I thought, well, actually, yeah, the headless.
Yeah.
I'll go like that. Shall I go like that? Does that make sense?
That's one for Twitter, I think.
There we go. So yeah, so they're a bit lost. They don't know, but actually, in this bag, that's all our gifts. Yeah. They've still got it. They just need to focus on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Ian, do you want to? I've probably timed that badly, but we can't hear you.
Yeah, can you hear us now?
Yeah.
Well, I muted myself because rooting around the Lego boxes was the most annoying sound ever.
Oh, sorry. You can hear
So here you go.
Ooh.
Right.
So
Wow.
let's have a look. So if I tilt this without it dropping off, this is my client at the end of a point. If they walk backwards, there's many routes to take, but the route here is where the food is, where the money is, if you like. But they need a door. They need to get through the door to get there, and they're a little bit blind at the moment. They don't know how to get there, so they're just at the moment on the end of this precipice, and they don't know which direction to go to get there. There you go. Is that deep enough for you?
It is, and that looks like quite a scary place to be as well, on the end of that long kind of, yeah. And I notice they are very much at the end of it. They haven't started to progress towards the door. Is that how you think things are?
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's because there's lots of different information and different messaging coming out. I still don't think there's clarity yet about what it means for businesses, not just from what does the future look like, but actually what do we do now to continue to survive? What do we go for a loan? Do we apply for this particular grant? Do we furlough? I think people are still kind of lost a little bit and looking for that information.
Yeah.
So very much at the end still.
Yeah. That's
So
why mine's headless.
even 3 or 4 weeks in, they're still at the very beginning of this journey, perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Brilliant. Right. So now what I'd like you to do is so you've got two models. You've got your business as it is now, and you've got your clients as they are now. So a very simple thing, I'd like you to place them beside each other, but place them in a way that you feel describes your ability to support them in terms of how far away you place them. So if you feel that and you're kind of, then put them close together. If you're still not quite sure how to, what they need or how to give them what they need, then maybe put them a little bit further apart.
I don't know about social distancing. This might be a bit of an issue.
No, I think plastic is probably immune from any infections.
But I think if we came together and then kind of we combined our talents, then we can make something whole. It might look a bit odd, but we can make something that makes sense by combining their gift and mine.
Where would you say you are now, though?
Where would I say I was now? Well, we're kind of like this, but I was talking to Ian about that 3 days that I've started to do, the Michael Owen initiative. And honestly, it's been amazing when I hear about people, they come in and they say that they need to gain clarity. They're feeling really lost. And then we get together and we kind of, juggle ideas between us. And then at the end of it, they say that they've gained a lot more clarity and focus and, they feel inspired and stuff like that. So I feel that kind of coming together just makes it whole and gives them a focus and a purpose.
Yeah.
So, I think bringing the two together to connect, whether it is like this, virtual, you feel like you're in the same room as people, even if you're not.
Yeah. Well, I've certainly found that because, as you both know, and some of the viewers know, I run Rising Design events every month, have done for the last 11 years or so. And we did our first online one 2 weeks ago, and it was fabulous. It was really, we had 40 odd people on Zoom. And I don't think we lost anything in terms of what people would typically get out of it. So we had some great speakers sharing some really good advice and knowledge and resources. And then we had some people just sharing some really good stories about what they're doing. People had the chance to network in smaller groups. It was brilliant. It was really good.
Yeah, it was.
I was really touched actually by the amount of people that got involved and got stuck in, and I really got the sense that people were really looking for those opportunities to connect and to and not just to connect with their colleagues, with their families, but to connect with other people who are going through the same sort of thing. So what we've done since then, we've been holding just a weekly sort of drop-in thing on a Friday morning, 11 till 1. There's no format, there's no agenda. People just come along and just chat. And we did the first one last week, and we had about a dozen people there, and it was brilliant. It was really good. Yeah. And just people sharing ideas and, having a bit of a moan, putting the world to rights. Actually, one of the things, Ian, you were talking earlier about all these pubs who've got all this beer that needs to be drunk. I think it was Julie from Octo Design had this idea of commandeering ice cream vans. They've got fridges built in. They've got a little tune they can play, drive around the estate, dishing out beer. I mean, it's a perfect solution.
Wow,
So
love that.
I think the first person to jump on that one will make a killing. So yeah, I think people still really do want to connect, don't they?
Yeah, they do, definitely.
So Ian, can you show us? Would you mind showing us, or even just describe how close you feel you are to your clients in terms of being able to support them?
Yeah, I'll show you mine. So basically, what I've done is I've took my client from the edge of the plank and I brought them forward near the business, which is my business here,
right,
and put them side by side.
Right.
Side by side, but the door's still closed, and it's up to us now together to try to open that door and find out the route forward. But
right.
At the moment the door's still closed, so I think a lot of people's businesses have kind of put on ice a little bit. Some of my clients' projects have certainly been put on ice, and what I'm helping with at the moment is just trying to maintain day-to-day stuff and survive. Yep. And the future stuff where that door as a metaphor could be new projects, new business, new value propositions for them. I think that door is pretty much closed at the moment, but actually we just need to concentrate on sustaining where we are. And I certainly think, I digress a little bit. I certainly think that's what will happen with some of the ERDF projects as well, which are very much centered around scaling up, increasing employee count and such. I think after this, it's going to be about maintenance mode. How can we protect employees rather than bringing new ones in? How can we protect the business's revenue rather than looking to scale it up? I think that's what the future looks like.
Yeah. Anne, do you have any comments on what Ian is model?
I think it was interesting what you were saying, and the fact that you had a door, and to show that, because yes, that's literally what's happened. Everybody's had to close the doors, not just their business doors, their front doors, all that kind of thing. So it's like, it'll be interesting to see as those doors start to open, what the next move is. So as that door opens, what's your next move? Yeah.
Okay.
What do you do next?
Which leads me on to our final stage of this. So we've thought about the current situation. What I'd like you now to do for your last sort of task is either, again, using the model you've already got or building something completely new. How do you think things will be in, let's say, 3 months' time? In terms of how will your clients be different? How will you be different? How will the relationships between you be different? How will, whatever it is? Because I think we're all suffering, and it's a horrible time for so many different reasons. But I think there are really positive things that are coming out of this and could come out of it. And I'd like to think that at the end of all of this, we're all better in some way, both as individuals and families and companies and communities. So on that basis, on the assumption that you will be better and your clients will be successful, how do you see things being different?
I'll try to avoid using Santa Claus at the end of that. So it doesn't. I don't want to wait till Christmas before this all goes right.
No,
No, Christmas in July. definitely.
Ah, yes.
It's happening.
So what's your vision for, let's say July. What's your vision for how you and your clients will be operating in July?
Okay.
And hopefully all the viewers are joining in on this as well. And if if you have created something to visualize what you see as being your future relationship with your clients, then it'd be great to see it.
Terry, I love this. Can you come round
Good.
tonight? Sit in my garden. I'll distance myself from you.
That's fine. Yeah.
Can you bring the ice cream van with a beer in?
Well, actually, I'm going to do a shout out to. I had a bit of help last night because I wasn't sure if this was going to work online. I thought it might, but I wasn't sure. I enlisted the help of a few people who did a really, really good job of kind of going through this with me. So a big shout out to Louis B and Ailsa, who were my guinea pigs last night.
Oh, brilliant.
Did a great job. And came up with some amazing stuff. It was brilliant. So, and I'd quite like to do. I mean, as I said before, we're still. I'm still working from home. I'm still trying to do all the things we normally do, and I'm just trying to keep things as normal as possible. So I'm really keen to do stuff like this, and just moving online, because I think it works. It can work just as well, because I think prior to this, doing stuff online and video conferencing was kind of seen as second best. Whereas now, this is what we've got, and it's brilliant.
Yeah,
and I think everyone's up for it now. So, if anyone would like to go through a workshop like this, I'd be happy to appear in the corner of your screen and guide you through something similar for your business, or for a group of businesses, or for whatever it might be. So,
would you wear that Lego hat that I showed you earlier?
Yeah, that's going to be one of my props now. Yeah.
And this is what I was saying earlier to Ian about, I found that now that connection's more important than perfection. So where we would have said previously, oh, you can't do that, it won't work. We're finding new ways. We're using our creativity to actually come up with new solutions. So it's going to be interesting when it all goes back to, I was going to say normal, but there won't be a normal, because everything is going to be different. We will have found and created new ways of doing things.
Yeah, definitely. And I think people have realised what's important.
Oh gosh, yes.
And often it is those connections with other people. But all right. So now we can't enjoy those connections in the same way, but we're making the most of it. And when things do get back to normal, I think things are going to be a lot better, hopefully.
Yeah.
So how
can I apologise to Jessica because I found one of her jigsaw pieces?
It's been looking for that for weeks.
Okay, I'm done. If I'm still.
Ian, do you want to go first and share something? Share what you've got.
Look at this, man. It's like bucket.
Awesome.
So the door's open. There's the clients who've been farming and they've found the fruits of their labour.
Yay!
They've been digging it out, and I'm next to them, really inside there, with the door wide open, helping them through this transition period. That's
brilliant. It. Excellent. Go and hold it up again so we can wonder at, and
there's a little flag, look, because they're flying the flag.
Because you were on top of that tower before, weren't you? But now you're much kind of.
Here. That's correct. Yeah. But now I don't know if you can
come down to meet them.
Yeah. I'm just in there. I've opened the door for them, and this is a little flag on the top because now they're flying the flag through creating content, social media, shouting about what they're doing, and they're winning projects now and bearing fruit.
So they're hopefully in a better place.
100%, definitely, without doubt.
Brilliant. And what about yours?
Yeah, so mine, we're side by side, we're holding hands, we're going through this together, walking through it together. Like I said, they already had everything they needed really inside the package, their Christmas gift bag or whatever you want to call it. They've turned it into superheroes. You know, they're going to go out there, they're going to share that with the world, whatever it is that they can do, whatever they can bring to the world, you know. So everything will just open up again, and these people will be the superheroes, because I think Ian was saying it earlier, that it's the small micro businesses as well. And I don't know, there's so many superheroes out there at the moment, you know, that are keeping this world running. But the small micro businesses are going to be needed. We're going to be the ones that are going to start to, you know, reinvent things and bring new things to life. So yeah, hold on in, guys, because you need it. You're going to be the superheroes that are going to bring a new wave, and we're all going to just work together on this. You know, we'll just hold each other hands, really get there together.
Yeah, because you are joined together there. You're not just hovering each other. You're quite firmly joined, aren't you?
Yeah, we are. We'll get through this together.
The way things will be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. I think that's it, really.
Yeah, brilliant.
It's as if you planned it.
Isn't that amazing? How it's 2 minutes to 3. That's incredible. So that's given you a bit of an idea of what Lego Serious Play is. It's not playing with Lego. It's about using it to really unlock things that are there already. They just need to come out, and also a way of kind of explaining it and sharing it, and you know, kind of exploring the little details of what you've come up with. And I think it's great that it's been so positive. You know, that you're, for both of you, and hopefully for everyone out there.
Yeah.
You know, the anticipation is in, you know, when it is Christmas in July, it is going to be Christmas and it's going to be fabulous. And yeah, you will have, some of us might have lost people, some of us might have lost a lot of things, but we'll have gained a lot as well.
Well done. Love that. Sorry, I was just looking through some of the comments here as you were speaking. Terry, thanks so much. I think this is a goer. I think you can take this online at all. So people can shout out. Let's get it done, because as I asked you before, when you're running this for teams, it's great to kind of go around the table and ask people why and what and how, and also see how aligned teams are. You know, how are you all feeling as a team? And I think that alignment really just helps. It's like a problem shared is a problem halved. Everyone's on the same page, how they're going through things.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, as I said before, I think people can be a lot more open about things that are going on. So even if these sessions are just a way for the members of a team just to talk about where they're at and what they're struggling with, perhaps, or how they're finding things, it could be quite a useful way to do it. And it would, I'm sure it works as well as it would if they were all sat around a table.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm certainly up for it.
Good man. Right.
Fantastic. Loved it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bit of silliness as well, but it's all good stuff, isn't it? Yeah.
Silliness. Fantastic. We don't do silliness. Right. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to kick you out via a pig.
Please do.
Can I kick you out via a pig?
Yes, that's the way to be kicked out.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Anne. It's been wonderful and sharing all your knowledge. So hang on, Anne's going first. And then we're going to bring Leon in. Do you guys know each other?
Yeah, I know Terry, yeah.
We do, yeah.
How are you doing, Terry? Okay?
I'm good, thanks. Yeah, you?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you.
Yeah. Right. We're all just getting on with it, I think, aren't we?
Yeah, what we're going to do now, I'm going to kick Terry out via a horse.
A horse? Okay.
Hi, mate.
How are we doing, Ian? All right?
The pops have been Legoed right out.
Well, so I've seen.
Let's just have a look at all these wonderful comments. Look at this, man. Yeah, you've got something to live up to now. Right, let me try fiddling with my camera. Hang on, mate. Did you watch all that Lego?
No, I had to come in late there. I've just been on other calls there, so.
You mean you didn't privatize our Lego?
No, I didn't. No, I was shocking there.
Yeah, man, I had this all set up lovely. I was even in a little lounge area. Shall I see if I can throw it on again? Look for you.
Yeah.
Look. Green screen. Look at this.
Look at that.
Beautiful little lounge area.
That's
right
beautiful.
It is beautiful. I've even got.
That's scary because that looks like my front lounge. Because I recognise a piano.
No, I'm not downstairs in your front lounge. Now let's have a look. I'm going to take this. I've got a banner for you. For you.
Okay,
let's have a look. Durham City Incubator. DCIincubator.co.uk. Absolutely fantastic. There you go. So, Leon, lush to have you with us. I'm so pleased because you guys are sponsoring this session all about the DCI, and it leads us quite well into some of the discussions we've had today about like funding and support and mentorship and everything. And that's you. That's your role in all of this because you do a lot of that. So, where would you like to start, Leon?
Well, why don't we start about, what is an incubator, basically? To explain that and just give everyone a highlight of what's out there as well. So, essentially, incubators, accelerators as well, are programs that primarily help kind of startup businesses. And essentially, the difference between the two is an incubator generally starts with like pre-startup, startup. The length of the programs usually longer, and generally they're set up in a certain geographic area as well. And the guidance there is to kind of provide a program to provide the building blocks in helping a business really kind of plow through the idea, develop a business plan, developing a business model, and really test that business. Essentially, an accelerator is slightly different, where sometimes they're more sector focused, so maybe tech, something like that. Normally shorter programs, and they're looking really for businesses with kind of high growth potential scale up. And often from that, they're linked into networks, mentors, and the focus is more on the investment side. So the similarities and differences, but essentially, I'm here to talk about the Durham City Incubator and incubators in general. Really, it's just to provide the building blocks, Ian, just to help businesses get off on sound footing, and to carry on from the Lego kind of session that Terry's done. I'll kind of just show. So there's a little car there. So maybe you come in with as your business, you're a little bit confused, and you want to make your car go super fast and your business grow. And ultimately, what we'll then do is provide you with the tools. So there's your little toolkit. It could be putting you in touch with the right mentor, investor, could be helping you with your business plan, your strategy, anything like that. And then at the end, you come out super fast. With a little smiley face. So yes. Sorry, well, I got to get carried away with that. But yes.
Into the session. So you mentioned there about they're coming from maybe in its infancy, Leon, or could it be an established business? Has it got to be a new startup?
Yeah, I mean, there's different incubators, accelerators, but in terms of DCI and a lot of the other ones in the Northeast, they tend to be kind of like startup, just pre-start, maybe idea, but ready to start up, if that makes sense. In terms of the businesses I kind of deal with, I look for kind of three things: are the potential high growth. So basically, you think about that business idea and has it potential to kind of grow quickly? Is it scalable? So basically, ultimately, it's going to create jobs. It's going to be not just local, potentially national, potentially international. And then the final thing, the second one is innovative. So I'll look for innovative businesses. Usually high risk, probably high risk of failure, which, it's a bit of a shock to the system when people come on the program. But not every business works. But we'll look for innovative businesses, something different. maybe in a niche market, maybe a new product or service they've come up with. And then the final thing kind of look for at a business at a really early stage is the people themselves. So you're looking at their kind of background, their skills, and their attitude as well. So them three of the key things that I look for. I wouldn't imagine any other incubator is any different, but I think a combination of them, then you've got a chance to be part of a program.
It's really interesting there about what you said about the kind of risky element. Why is that a thing, Leon? Why is it the risk that you're interested in?
Yeah, so it's, I think it's kind of proven in terms of risk. I'll put it this way, and this is not being disrespectful in any way. What was mentioned beforehand, there's lots and lots of great micro businesses out there, but setting up a business is really difficult, whatever game you're in, and particularly in times like these, it's super hard. But developing an innovative business has kind of an extra layer of complexity around there, because you're probably going into an unknown market. There's unknown things that can happen on your journey, and the cost involved is often immense as well. So innovative businesses tend to be high risk because of all of them factors. And I often say sometimes there's I say to all the founders on the programs, you're going to get chucked curveballs. And the curveballs are, no matter how much planning you do, there's just things happen that you're not ready for, which can throw you off track, and therefore the risk is really high. Having said that, I always keep saying about the curveballs, with the current situation with the COVID-19, that's more of a hand grenade than a curveball, which has affected every business. So it'll be interesting in terms of innovative businesses, how the landscape is in terms of the financing, because often innovative businesses need financing behind them.
Let's talk a little bit about financing them, because a lot of people look for finance, and where does the incubator have something where it's got some finance attached to it?
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty lucky at Durham City Incubator in terms of we offer a £2,500 grant, which is very rare now, where you kind of get grant funding to support your business. So that's certainly useful, because it's fairly flexible to kind of cover overheads. If you're developing a product or an app, you've got a little bit of investment to start you off. Secondly, as well, we team up with North Star, essentially one of the investment businesses in investment organizations in the Northeast, and they offer an optional £7,500 loan. So basically the package could be around £10,000. I think as part of that as well, we encourage the founders and the businesses to link in with a wider business support ecosystem. So there's likes of NBSL, there's Digital Drive in Durham, there's Northeast BIC, there's RTC, and Growth Hub and so forth. Provide lots of business support in various means, and sometimes they provide funding towards projects as well. As part of that as well, we've got the North Star Loan Fund. We also link the funders with other investment opportunities as well. So to be honest, there's the Northeast has got investment there. It doesn't compare to anywhere like London, but nevertheless, to start a business, it is a pretty good place. So in terms of investment, it's okay as a startup.
I think what you mentioned there about like linking people up, but you're also linking them up with other like-minded businesses as well. I mean, I'm involved with you guys and delivering some of your workshops, and that's the real beauty of what I see is they're all around that table together on an even keel, if you like, going through the same business challenges of a new startup, getting a value proposition polished, understanding your market, your sectors, taking it to market, your social media bit, your marketing bit, the sales process. They're all kind of working together, actually, like mentors, really.
Yeah.
Obviously you do a lot of the mentorship as well, but actually they kind of all mentor each other as well.
Yeah, Yeah, you're totally right, Ian. So you know from your experience, you know, on the delivery, you know, you do the boot camp right at the beginning and the energizer halfway through. I think one of the beauties of an incubator or accelerator is that kind of you have a little cohort, so you are working together, and it's amazing the different skill sets of people. So you mentioned there, you know, you cover a whole range of things in business. You know, I call it Tommy 10 hats. You know, you got your marketing hat on and then your product development hat or whatever that may be. But you sometimes find some people have been there, done it, got the T-shirt, or they're educated well in marketing or whatever, and they can just take someone aside or the group aside and say, look, this is what I suggest. So there's that kind of the practical sharing experience and knowledge. But you're right, is they're all going through the same journey, probably at different stages. But it's just to share experience and they're all in it together, which is a really good thing to be part of. And I think in particular this time here, obviously like everyone else, we're doing some of the workshops online. But it's just good to meet together and just share and grumble and show some of the, you know, the achievements people make, provide a little bit of inspiration. So there's all that kind of stuff that's really good. So you form your own little network. And what I've noticed from DCI moving forward is even, you know, on to a third cohort now, I still keep in touch with the first and second cohorts, and they keep in touch with each other, which is a really cool thing, you know. So that's a really, really important part of being part of an incubator or an accelerator.
Yeah, and you know, it is. I still keep in touch as well. A lot of it around social media. You know, I see their posts and I'll respond or I'll retweet or share or whatever. And it's like you say, it just kind of never leaves. You're always got a support mechanism.
Definitely. And I think adding to what you just said before, Ian, is another important part. Obviously, you know, there's a program, there's workshops, but the dealing with guys like yourselves and other people who are, you know, maybe not yourself who's great in the field, but others are quite. No, on all due respect, you know, we've got some great people in delivering there, and you go out your way, so yous are well connected, you know, just you know, showing the show that you've put on today, your connections, you can get them founders to connect to them people if they're going to help the business, and that's how it works as well. It's the networks are really important as a small business, and it take a lot of time if you graft at it yourself. But if you can use other people to introduce you to them, then you know your own little business ecosystem is going to build up a lot quicker, which is super important. You know,
I hadn't thought about that from a delivery point of view. So the delivery team that you bring in, it's beneficial for them to be well connected and have a good network, because they'll then have that other influence on the cohort as well.
Definitely. And you know all about kind of networking as well, as, you know, if you've met someone on the cohort and, you know, they're all good people, and you make the connection to someone, you know, that there's a trust element there as well. Whereas if they try to approach that person, you know, cold, there's them barriers there. So it's just showing you like some of like the hidden benefits of being a part of like an incubator or an accelerator program, which, you know, I would really recommend to any business that's thinking of starting up or wanting to grow and scale up.
You know, when you do your kind of wash up or you survey them at the end, what is it? What's the thing that sticks out for them?
Yeah, well, that's quite interesting, that, because I'm glad you asked that question, because I think in terms of every founder, they find different things that are valuable to them, and that's the beauty of being part of one. So some people enjoy some of the workshops, particularly some, and they just get a little bit of gold there where they say, right, that's really turned me business. Some of them through connections, networks, so they've, you know, really getting some great opportunities. Some of them in terms of raising investment, so we've had pretty good track record. So over the first two cohorts, we're nearly at £1 million. So, and that's in total 16 businesses. So pretty good.
Good.
So there's the investment side. There's that community side, which we've already mentioned, with the network, being part of a team. And some people have said foolishly that just some of the one-to-ones as well. So obviously you have to spend a bit of time on a fortnightly basis, just keeping them on track with a project, So yeah. It's a different thing to every person you ask. But most people who've been on it have seen the value in it,
So it sounds like a bit of accountability as well. Then, when you say kind of one-to-ones or the fortnightly catch-ups, I can imagine what they look like. It's like, so did you do what you say you're going to do?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely. And in terms of that, that's important because one thing I would say to people if they're considering an incubator or accelerator is kind of think about some milestones. So that's important business. You've got to have a strategy. But if you're going to attend apply for an accelerator or an incubator, have a think about the time scale you're going to be on there and what you want to achieve and are they achievable. Because that's what you're going to chat to someone who's on the program, who delivers on the program. You're going to set up an action plan, and basically they're going to kind of push you and challenge you to meet them milestones, which I think is a good thing. And as a small business, a founder, that someone is there pushing you, and it's sometimes things don't work out. So sometimes you just need a little, arm around your shoulder and say, well, what else could we do? How do we change it? So it's coming from that perspective.
So I'm in South Tyneside, and obviously you work in Durham, the DCI in Durham. From an authority point of view, who decides? Do they put out and try to win some funding from Europe to put this on, or?
Yeah, so it's interesting. So I've got a hats off to kind of Business Durham, which is the economic development arm of Durham County Council. They'd work closely with Durham University and felt the need that an incubator may kind of stimulate more of the kind of graduates, postgraduates from Durham University to stay in Durham. So that's one of the main aims of our incubator. And we also work alongside New College Durham as well to stimulate entrepreneurship. So there was a key focus around why Durham City Incubator was born. But I think, from what's happened with Durham City Incubator, I have had discussions with other local authorities and they see the value in it. I think it is worthwhile. So coming back to what you asked in terms of our programs funded by European Union ERDF. So we're thankful that we got money for that. But there's opportunities to if there wasn't budgets there, you could approach an All-Star perhaps. They back Ignite and some other programs that they may kind of put some investment in and come to an arrangement where more can be set up. So I think what I've noticed is there's some other brilliant accelerator incubator programs. Some of the universities do some great stuff. Newcastle, Sunderland, Northumbria. There's also Ignite, which is tech startup, which is a really great program. NatWest, Tuss Park, all of them kind of things. There's some really good programs out there, and they're all funded slightly different, but ultimately they do the same job.
And it's only for a short. Is it like a year or two, or what?
Well, often less than that. So depending on the program, I would say on average between. It could be as short as 1 month, but rule of thumb's kind of between 3 and 6 months, I would say. But they are pretty difficult. The selection process is pretty difficult to get on them. So, yeah. And
then once the 6 months comes, what happens then?
Yeah, so it depends on which program you're on. I know a lot of the some of them I've mentioned Ignite and Accelerate, as were mentioned. You know, if you're on the cohort, you build that kind of community, so you tend to meet up afterwards. If we've got shared workspace, you can pop in there as well. I think with the Durham City Incubator, what we do is we're very conscious of you know, your 6 months, see you later, bye bye. We don't kind of offer that kind of option. So what we do is we're based at Salvers House, which is a lovely building. On the ground floor, we've got a space there where they can go there for another 6 months.
All right.
So you've got really like a 6 month kind of runway, in other words, for your premises, which is in a, you know, a beautiful place. We also team up with Atom Bank, which is interesting. Is that they have a little incubator program themselves where they select someone off the DCI after this program ends to move into Atom Bank, which obviously that's a great opportunity in itself. So I'm very thankful for their support.
Is that just from a space point of view or a mentorship point of view, or is it like an osmosis point of view where you're around people and you're going to feel more entrepreneurial and get more ideas? Or
yeah, I think with Atom Bank, it's obviously the space first and foremost, but to have an address that you're based at Atom Bank, you know, in terms of it gives off, you know, a good impression. But, you know, having worked with Ed and some of the others from Atom Bank, they are very helpful, but it is that kind of creative space as well. So I think that's important. I mean, it's a really cool place for, you know, for a young founder to be part of. So so it's a good vibe, you know.
Young founders like ourselves.
Oh, totally, yes, yeah. Yeah. I keep noticing when I'm jiggling in my chair, I keep seeing the wrinkles as I get closer.
You could have some white light blasting in your face and making you look like Darth Sidious.
I know, yeah. So I noticed my head's going like a rock lobster as well. So
so like last few minutes are really interesting. There's like through the cohorts that you've saw come in, what is their main challenge? And I'm asking this from a problem shared, a problem half point of view, because there's going to be a lot of new founders, micro businesses watching this right now, thinking that they're the only ones that are going through this. What is the main challenge that you see, that you often speak about from a mentorship point of view?
Yeah, there's a have I got to just do one? No, thanks. No, there's a few, which is a common theme. So I think first of all is the kind of business model. So does that business model stack up, and can they validate that? So that's everything. Every founder with an innovative product is got to find a way to find out. So obviously, Ian, you know, you deliver the business model canvas, value proposition. And you know, halfway through the Energizer, the value proposition's probably changed. So maybe their customers, it may be their offer, it could be, you know, they could have pivoted and could be totally different. That's a learning process that everyone goes through. You know, your first idea might not be right. It might need fine tuning. And sometimes it might just not work. You're going to discover that. And I think part and parcel being an incubator, it is a safe space where you could try them risks and we'll manage them risks as best as we can. So that's one in terms of finding out the business model. I think the second one is understanding the customers, and that goes across any business, and particularly with a startup business. And my pet hates are who your customers, anyone and everyone, or any business, and it does
I'm smiling away.
It does my head in. So, you know, if I could give some advice, anyone or everyone or any business, it's not you in terms of marketing, you can't market to everyone in any business. So it's finding your customer segment, your niche market, or I call them your perfect customers. And you sometimes got to categorize them as well. I often talk about bread and butter customers. And they might not be your ideal customers, but they bring cash in, and then ultimately that's what you want to do. So your perfect customers in terms of your sales funnel might take ages to start getting them. And particularly with a new business, you've got no track record. You might not even have a product. So it's all of that kind of stuff is big learning. And then I think that probably the final one is a common one is investment. In investment, it takes time. Investment is so I mentioned, there's literally a 10 grand package there, but if you're developing an app, 10 grand may not be enough. So is the investment out there who fits best for your business? And that's really important to discover, and what's out there as well. So there's three things there really, but they're common themes which you get asked all the time.
Well, that's a nice little segue into our next guest. So, Leon, I'd like to thank you so much for your time. Thanks to the DCI. Is there anything you want to leave us with before we go?
No, just if anyone's interested in the DCI or wants to get in touch, there's the website below, and just everyone who are thinking about a business, kind of consider the accelerators and incubators and the business support out there, because there is some good support. But thanks for having me, Ian. It's been a pleasure.
No worries. I'm sure you would like people to connect with you on LinkedIn, Leon, because you're such a rock star.
We'll leave it there. Yeah.
I'm going to kick you out. What do you want to be kicked out by? What kind of animal?
Have you got a frog?
I do not have a frog. Is that a frog?
Yeah,
it's nice. I like. It's
very nice.
I'm going to bring Anthony in.
Yeah.
Anthony, do you have a frog?
No frog here.
No. Okay, well, this pig is going to kick Leon right out. What have you got there? A Muppet.
DK.
Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong. Got in the spirit with a Lego, didn't I?
Oh, did you? Did you watch it?
I did. It was good. I have to be honest, I had a couple of quick calls in between, but yeah, I was listening to most of it. It was good fun. It's serious play though, right? It's quite nice. It's quite a creative way of just getting people to talk.
Yeah. There's Pascal wanting to kick Leon out. Yeah, it is really good to get people talking, and obviously it's a metaphor, but it does get people to talk, and sometimes you don't realize why you're doing things. It's good. It's good. It worked well online, remotely. That was all right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder how many people are at home building their towers and what their business looks like. I think it's great.
Exactly. So how's things going from your point of view of working remotely then? Because obviously you're the telephone assassin, right? So
I'm
telephone.
From a business perspective, I'm suffering like the rest of us. I'll be honest with you, I had sort of 4 months of sales streaking. I was rocking, and that's kind of come to a bit of an end now. I'm adapting. I've delivered my training program, the thing that I do most of, virtually now a few times, going down really well. Turns out some of my exercises actually get even better and more interesting when you do them remotely, which was kind of interesting to learn. But yeah, it's hard times. I think we're having to evolve now, and I've started to get over the panic and the negativity side to go, actually, there's a lot of great stuff, and particularly in the world of training and speaking.
Yeah,
this is going to transform our industry, the way you can deliver stuff, the way you can engage people. It's an opportunity that I think we all need to start thinking about moving forwards.
Yeah, it is interesting because I think people have been forced to innovate. Like, for instance, even here's something we're doing right now. So I'll do this maybe once or twice a month with one guest in front of an audience. We have beer and pizza, and it's a great night.
Nice.
We also live stream it. So I normally have about 3 or 4 cameras dotted about. And there's a team of us, and everyone's around and hugging and selfies and shaking hands. But now it's all at arm's length. So I was going to do this live. I was going to do this 8-hour podcast live in front of the audience. I didn't think for a minute that I'd do it through this bit of software where we're doing all these kind of little bits and pieces. And so I've had to learn. I've learned this. I've invested in this sort of stuff. It works really well.
Yeah, and I have to say this has been brilliant with the green room and stuff. It actually really flows. And to be honest with you, I was thinking, how are you going to keep going for so long? But after our chat yesterday and stuff, it's very smooth. So and I'm one of those technophobe people that's kind of where I'm the telephone assassin. It's easy to have a conversation with somebody when you've got to figure out how to log in and set something up and go into a portal and all of that. It sometimes can be a bit intimidating, but it's made me go from throwing in a couple of video conferencing calls as part of my training to now being able to deliver full training exercises. The follow-up and the coaching's changing slightly. I think it's made us all up our game.
Yeah, I mean, let's take it to the telephone assassin then, the moniker that you live by. So where'd that come from? What was all that about?
So the last time I had a proper job and was employed was probably about 15 years ago. And I basically used to sell a data profiling tool. So people used to buy databases. They used to think that I wanted to sell them as much data as possible, but it was kind of the opposite. I always used to say, no, I want to sell you a wish list, not a database. And then I would end up writing telesales scripts and helping them to figure out what do you say to warm people up or to do a follow-up with that data. And eventually enough of them said, would you make the calls for me? So I started to do that for a while, got locked into lots of retainers and what have you. But it was precisely saying to people, don't give me a database, just give me a wish list. And people then started to say, well, you're a bit of a telephone assassin, aren't you? And I was like, well, yeah, just give me a hit list. I don't want to sift through thousands of records. I want 10, 20 names of people that if we get in the door, they could make a massive difference to your bottom line, and kind of going whale fishing, so to speak.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah. Going back to your data, then you were giving them some data, but then you thought, if that data doesn't work, they're going to come back and go, that data was naff. That's your problem, and that's you. No, it's not the data that's a problem. It's the way you approach that data. So it's your telesales script, your follow-up, content, that sort of stuff.
Absolutely. So the only way I could make sure they always got a return on investment and wanted to recommend me was to actually get involved and have that strategy type of chat with them. I wasn't just somebody who sold data. And it's interesting because one of my clients who I'm training at the moment has a online marketing platform. And one of the things that they're trying to get away from is to be being seen as these platform experts, because they're actually marketing consultants. They know how the platform works and how to use the insight to be really strategic. Yeah. But they're sometimes treated and act like product experts. So it kind of it's nice to get an opportunity to fully engage with a client. So you've worked with lots of different businesses. If one party doesn't want to be there, it makes the whole journey a lot harder, right?
Yeah, but it's also interesting that you can bring lots to the party from working with lots of different businesses and lots of different sectors. So sometimes sectors mightn't be very aligned, but actually they are, because at the end of the day, they're just producing a product or a service that they sell to people. The mechanics are still quite similar, no matter what sector you're in. So I guess there's been a lot of cross-pollination. Yeah. Little bits of tips and tricks you can give your clients.
Absolutely. So I always say when I teach people to perfect their pitch, I say it doesn't matter if you're a lawyer or a landscaper, the principles work exactly the same. Exactly. The best way to perfect your pitch is to share a success story somebody can relate to. So basically use a case study and a testimonial of somebody like them and show it to them. If you look at all the adverts on telly, it's really clever how they all do that. They get their customers to tell you about their experience, but they try and use people from 2 or 3 different demographics or pools of their market to tell that story, because they know it will connect with certain people. So this is why, as businesses, now's a really good time, if you can't sell, but speak to your customers and see if you can start to build up what I would call your credibility library. Build your case studies and your testimonials. And actually, once you start to realize that you've got a great track record in a certain area, it makes marketing really easy and obvious. You just go and target a very particular niche. It's back to this wish list marketing or sniper sales. Just the way I always describe it is just go and drop off a pizza menu. Okay, don't knock on their door and try and take an order, because that would be rude. But just say, hey, look, this is what we do. You're probably not looking for it right now, but if you are in the future, have a read of this, because you might be interested in what these guys are saying about us. Easy as that.
That leads me nicely into something like LinkedIn then, because obviously you're about telephone and speak. Do you prefer to pick up the phone and do that rather than cold reach out on LinkedIn, where you get that LinkedIn request and then you get that right hook straight in your inbox saying, buy my stuff?
So I think that there's far too many people sending what I would call LinkedIn spam. But there's automated systems and companies out there that try and generate you leads. And usually as soon as you accept the invite, if within a couple of minutes you end up with paragraphs of emails, you know it's an automated thing. It feels very spammy. Don't get me wrong, I love LinkedIn. It's my favorite platform. It's people's online CV. And you would get invited into a business for an interview based on your CV, so you can tell a lot about somebody from looking at that information. So it's a great platform, and I think that particularly now, while people are furloughed or people are working from home, I noticed a massive spike in people on LinkedIn. It seems to have dropped off a little bit now, but when this was all kicking off a few weeks ago, and actually, I know clients who are very effectively reaching out with personalized invites to specific people, and they are getting people accept, and then they're sending a short message back or a question to them, just something very quick, or saying, look, could I share this case study with you? Could I offer you a test drive? Can I? And it's amazing, actually, some people will engage, and it's nice. That's the nice thing with email campaigns, is you can look at your click-throughs and open rates, and you can figure out who are the warm ones, who followed the link to my website and actually might be interested in what I do. Because if I know that, then it might be worth picking up the phone. And yeah, I think that at the moment, I think people are craving conversations. We're all going a bit stir crazy.
That's really interesting. I've noticed that the phone is ringing a lot more, even Zoom calls like this, which is good, because that's connecting. It's not the end of the email, or it's not the end of a message. So where do you come in, Anthony, in terms of where you like to target? Do you do the warm up first through email and then go in for a phone call? What would you say was the best?
No, typically I just do some research on people beforehand. That way you can stick to their favorite topic of conversation, which is themselves. So if you can do a bit of research, it's easy to flatter somebody and tell them why you're interested in them. If you make it feel like you're dropping off a pizza menu, then it's no more scary than popping a letter through somebody's letterbox. Really, you're just saying, hey, this is what I do. You're probably not looking for what we do right now, which is a really nice way of saying I'm not expecting to close you. And it just disarms people. Once they realize you're not going to be able to sell to them, quite often they will engage in a conversation. And just using really good manners is, so when my friends ask me what the telephone assassin does, I say I teach people good manners and advanced common sense, because if you have good manners, people will engage with you. And from a common sense perspective, if you have a process that you can take them through, where it's almost an emotional journey you can take them through, where they come out the end thinking, I want to do business with you. That's the outcome, right? So yeah, that's kind of my take on it. But don't get me wrong, sharing stuff on LinkedIn is a really good way of generating sort of warmer leads or inbound inquiries. So if you get a testimonial, for example, from somebody on LinkedIn, so if you write me a recommendation, I'll wait for a week, typically, just to see if any of your connections look at me, because they might have noticed you've written something nice about me and then decided to check me out. And if I can see that they've looked at my profile and I can see that they're connected with you, as long as they don't have the word recruitment in their job title, I'll usually pick up the phone and go, hey, John, sorry for the random phone call, but I was on LinkedIn. I can see you've been looking at my profile and you're connected with Ian. Did you see what he wrote about me? Is that how you found me? And I just reinforce that good news story. I'll have already thought about past clients I've got similar to him. So I could say, well, look, don't know if I can help you, but why don't I share what a couple of other people in your industry say about me, or with these kind of problems say about me. And it's just you build rapport, establish your credibility, create a bit of urgency by offering a little test drive. Easy.
I love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, what's interesting at the moment on the test drive front is quite a few of my clients are stretching out their test drive. They used to give people a 2-week trial or do something with them, whereas now they're extending it much further. That marketing platform that I mentioned are giving away a 12-week online course, which is actually brilliant, because what it allows the biz dev team to do is act like account managers to people who don't yet have an account, and that's how you nurture your pipeline. And that's what I'm noticing at the moment is people are reluctant to sell. If people are coming to you and finding you and you're dealing with people on the front line, fantastic. But from a prospecting perspective, a lot of people aren't ready to sign on the dotted line. But if you nurture those relationships and you start to build that relationship with them, when the doors open again, open the floodgates and you're ready to go.
I love that, going from biz dev to account management. So what we're saying is, if they've been kind of wedded to us for a couple of months, 3 months, using our product, are you saying that the account managers have got more to talk to them about, or the fact they've wedded it so much that they don't want it to be pulled away from them and they want to keep it, or both?
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. And the other thing that I've asked them to do was to think about the fact that it's a free online course. People are still investing their time, and their time is worth money, so that they should put some form of value to that time, and try and help the client do these various tasks throughout the courses, generate some new leads and some business, so that they can get a return on investment for their time. And the challenge that I've set the team is, well, firstly, who can help their clients generate the most leads, but who can get the ROI first? Because the first one to get their ROI is likely to get their first client say, can I actually sign up to the full product now? Do I have to do the rest of this course? I realize it works. Let's start working together more.
Yeah. So what do you do, Anthony? Are you the outsourced sales or marketing or whatever team? They don't have somebody in house doing what you do, and they employ you to do that, or
the company that I'm talking about at the moment, so they just engaged me to train them. So I spoke at a very big conference for them earlier, at the back end of last year, to lots of their clients who are obviously marketing people typically. And off the back of that, they wanted me to do some training with their team as well. So it was kind of interesting, because their customer service team weren't supposed to be included in the training, and then once they found out about it, wanted to get involved too. Which is lovely. And I just think that at the moment, like I say, people are craving conversations, and there's actually some hard conversations to have, or some awkward conversations to have. And it's easy to send an email, that gets it off your desk, but it usually doesn't complete the task, which is why there are still a few people. I'm still getting inquiries. They're not chomping at the bit and wanting to get things going straight away, but there are people who are ready to invest. They know that they need to upskill their staff at times like this, and they need to be selective about the most useful skills to them right now, as well. So
what would you say from a sales point of view that people are lacking right now in terms of the skill set or the knowledge?
It's a bit of a mixture. There's the age-old thing of people don't like cold calling, okay, and I don't really do cold calling, but people don't like making outbound calls, usually from a fear of rejection. And that's typically because they've been cold called by somebody before who was reading a script or was a bit rude and bolshy with them, and they don't want to be perceived like that. And that's good. To be honest with you, they're the best people. The more reluctant people are to make calls, or the more adamant they are that they're not in sales and they're just account managers, they're the best kind of people. Because once you change their mindset to the fact of, I'm not asking you to sell, I just want you to go and drop off some pizza menus. Okay. When you empower a account manager to say, well, I tell you what, I've got this great testimonial from one of my clients. Okay. Marketing have turned it into this lovely PDF case study. I'm just going to go and reach out to 10 other companies just like that and say to them, hey there, please excuse the random phone call. I don't normally do this. It's normally our sales guys, but I look after this particular company. And I thought you might be interested to see what they say about us. If you'd like to have a chat with me at some point, just let me know. That's it. It's as simple as that. And what you tend to find is actually just that pre-frame at the beginning where they allow them to position themselves not as somebody who would normally do this, as in I'm not in sales.
Yeah.
And I get directors of smaller businesses to do this, where they kind of go, sorry for the random phone call. It'd normally be one of my sales guys, but I'm actually the boss here. And I noticed you on LinkedIn and just thought it'd be worth reaching out. All of a sudden, you can get somebody's attention. It's like, oh, hang on a second. This is not some person sat in a call center or at home virtually in a call center. It's somebody who's switched on. And actually there's, like I say, people are, if they're not stuck on a Zoom call, which a lot of people seem to be booking full hours for video conferencing meetings, when they answer, they're keen to chat, but getting hold of people is harder at the moment. And that's where things like LinkedIn can be a little kind of a useful tool to help you get some of that low-hanging fruit or see who's being active when they're being active, so that you can kind of strike while the iron's hot. So
that's interesting about being active. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that. Do you look at their posts and see what kind of content they're sharing and what stimulates them? And yeah, great.
Absolutely. Well, if I can see what you're sharing and what you're commenting, then it will start to give me a much better picture of what you're interested in or what your views are, which make it really easy for me to then angle a conversation. I've even phoned people up who I've wanted to reach out to, and I've waited for them to post an article so I could phone them up to thank you for writing the article.
Excellent stuff.
I've phoned people up before and gone, so I'd be going, oh, hey, and sorry for the random phone call. I wouldn't normally do this, but I've just read your article on LinkedIn, and it's probably the first article in about 3 months that I've got all the way to the bottom of. Thank you so much for writing that. I'm going to share that with some of my clients. And at some point, I'd love to take you for a coffee, because I've got a feeling we could have a really interesting chat.
Yeah.
That'd be it. And you'd be kind of going, oh, what, my blog? Yeah. Right. Or you kind of go, oh, what, the one that marketing put out on my behalf?
Yes. Okay.
But typically, it makes calls that feel spontaneous don't feel like cold calls. And I think that when you've got a bit of background and you've bothered, we now live in this digital world where most people overshare anyway, right?
Right.
So it gives us all the ammunition we need to kind of go, well, this is what they're like, what they're interested in. You have to be careful. I would tell somebody what I've read about them on LinkedIn, but I probably wouldn't tell them that I've been on their Facebook page.
Yeah, stalking the hell out of them. Yeah,
it gets a bit creepy then. But
Suki asks a question here: do you ring them or email them about the articles? I think I know the answer to this. Telephone us.
Yes, unfortunately, you do need to pick up the telephone. So my tip for everybody, right? So when you ask that kind of question, is if it was me, I would phone, and quite often you're going to get a voicemail. And I usually don't leave a voicemail on my first attempt, particularly if I'm phoning a mobile, because there's a chance that they might call me back. Or that they'll even text me before I've even left a message saying, I'm busy right now, I'll call you back. Occasionally I will actually just leave them a voicemail, and it might just be saying, hey Ian, really sorry for the random message. You don't know who I am, but I follow you on LinkedIn, and I just wanted to say I read your article earlier on about X. It's the first one in ages I've got to the bottom of. I think it's really good. I'm going to share it with some of my clients, and at some point I'd love to have a proper chat with you, because I think there's a couple of questions I'd like to ask you, and even a case study of another company who does X that I'd love to share with you. Okay. I'll buzz you a quick email now, and fingers crossed we'll speak soon. Phone down, send a quick email. I tend to go down that route. What you then find is if you always phone before emailing, your email can then be like 2 lines long. Hey Ian, just left you a message. Can you give me a call back? Such and such. Rather than trying to have the conversation through email, it becomes so stunted or stilted that it's kind of awkward. There's no flow to it. So, like I say, my view is usually an email gets it off your desk. It doesn't complete the task. Where a conversation, you can get agreement of what's going to happen next, and you can answer all questions to move forwards.
Let's have a look at Pascal's question here: is who inspires you as a conversationalist?
Oh, interesting. It kind of depends, really. There are so the person I love listening to speak most is probably Russell Brand, because he's so eloquent. His vocabulary is amazing. That really, I could listen to it all day long. It fascinates me. The descriptive words that he uses, he really paints a proper picture. Okay. And to do it with that East End accent at the same time, you that kind of Londoner boy accent, you kind of think, actually, that's really interesting to listen to. But I don't know if there's anybody in particular, but my dad, as a child, I used to get annoyed with my dad when I used to ask him questions and he would pause before answering. And it was because he was trying to figure out a way of explaining something to me in a way that I would understand. And I would always get frustrated in kind of going, come on, just don't dumb it down. Just tell me the answer. Come on, I'm not stupid. And it would almost irritate me. But he's probably perhaps the biggest influence I've had in my life when it comes to having conversations. And it's only when you're older you realize how great your parents were and are, and all the things that they did that you were totally oblivious to back in the day. So yeah, they're probably, hopefully that answers the question.
That's really good. Thanks for that. Suki's asked a question here about recommending any book recommendations that you can put out there. She's been recommended Way of the Wolf.
So the Wolf of Wall Street, when that came out, I remember getting a few phone calls from people saying, "Hi, I understand you're the telephone assassin. I want to be a telephone terrorist." And I just sort of laughed because it's a phrase that really made me laugh. And I remember watching that bit of the film, and what I ended up kind of saying to them is, he lied to people to do the deal, right? So basically, before they realized he was lying, he'd already done the deal and he'd moved on, and he'd burnt the bridge, he'd got his money, and he'd moved on to the next one. Whereas if you're not selling stocks and shares over the telephone, that approach probably isn't going to work. And bullying people or talking people into doing something is the way to get that buyer's remorse. And actually, what you should be doing is helping people to decide that they want to buy from you. So book recommendation would obviously have to be my book, The Telephone Assassin.
There you go.
There we go. Say again.
Where can we find that?
You can find it on Amazon, but if you go to my website, which is anthonysteers.co.uk, you can buy it on there. And just for you guys, because you're special, use the word special for a discount code, and it takes it down to £10. So you're welcome. You're welcome to do that. If who was it who asked that question? Sorry, I didn't spot the name.
Suki.
Suki, if you do buy the book and you want to have a chat once you've had a chance to read it, then my phone number is really easy to find. So give me a phone call, and I would love to have a chat.
Excellent. What was the website again?
anthonysteers.co.uk.
Excellent stuff. I'm going to try this on the fly again.
Yeah. If you go there, sorry, I know you said I should have sent this all to you. This is where I said I'm slightly technically challenged.
There you go. Is that right?
But go there, you can go to buy the book, and it's just down the bottom. But like I say, use the word special with a capital S, and it will get you a cheeky little discount.
There you go. Suki's on a yes already. Good.
Perfect. So out of interest, Ian, who have you been phoning?
Who've I been phoning?
Yeah, have you been reaching out to, obviously...
Don't put me on the spot.
Yeah. Have you reached out to any old friends, as in not from a business perspective, just old friends you've drifted away from, people that you've seen pop up on social media?
It's really interesting. So I used to spend a lot of time down in Cornwall, and a friend of mine, Andy, lives down there. And Andy is he's furloughed. So it's really interesting to see people you haven't heard of for a while just come kind of back up again, right, resurface. And it's not because we've lost touch or, fell out or anything. It's just because we've had children being busy at what we do. And now
life gets in the way.
Yeah, and it's funny how I have had a few real random texts or emails, and it's been quite nice actually. And when Andy texted, I set my back, you really lifted me today. Because it was one of them days where, you might have been struggling and stuff like that. So
absolutely, yeah.
You're dead right.
And we all have those days, right? It's we try and get on screen, and particularly when we present, we have to go into work mode.
And what's really interesting is that your first question was, who have you phoned? I remember doing this on the podcast last year. I said to people, I encourage you now to pick up the phone to someone you haven't heard from a while and just check in with them. And a couple of days later, I got a phone call from a friend of mine. He went, I'm just ringing up because you told us to. We had a laugh, but we had a great conversation. And he said, seriously, you inspired us to ring you.
Yeah.
So I was like, fantastic. Awesome. Picking up the phone is fantastic. Yeah.
Well, hopefully that will happen to me, because I've got a list of people who I've been meaning to catch up with for ages that I want to check are okay, that I just wanted to let them know I'm thinking about them. And I think for our own mental health, like you say, just getting that message really lifted you. And if you are worried, because I've had a couple of people that I've been giving some more personal advice to rather than business advice about reaching out to people that they feel bad about. And I think if you take ownership of the fact that you dropped the ball and you're the one that's let it get I'm sorry that it's been so long since we've spoken, and kind of take ownership for it. Instantly, human nature is that they kind of go, oh God, yeah, no, me too. And all of a sudden nobody's blaming anybody. There's no animosity. There's no guilt or anything. And then the tip is just ask some questions. Ask about other people, a proper selfless conversation that isn't about you.
Yeah,
it's amazing. It's amazing how heartwarming it is to hear somebody else's story, and like you say, know that they're in a similar boat or that they're okay. It can make a massive difference.
Definitely. Last one, I think, before we go at the time. How do you find the difference between writing to sell versus calling to sell?
So I am slightly dyslexic. So when it comes to writing, I'm rubbish at it. Typically, it's definitely not my field of expertise. I know there's lots of people out there that if you can write something interesting, you have a good call to action, you can get the value across, great. But quite often, value is in the eye of the beholder. It's a bit like beauty, and you need to have that conversation with somebody to find out what it is they value before you really want to start talking about cost. So writing, I usually use a sentence that's, I didn't say he stole the money. And basically, if you put the emphasis on any one of those words, it totally changes the meaning of the sentence. And I usually use it to torture marketing people who create messaging documents. Because it depends on what mood you're in when you read it to what message jumps out the screen. So if you're going to write to sell, I would say probably less is more, and have a conversation first and then create a paper trail of what you discussed. That's typically my way of doing it, is when people inquire about training, I tell them how the program works and then say, if you want to download all of this off of my website, all the prices, everything's really transparent. It's all up there. Go and have a look. Yeah.
Awesome. Love that.
Easy.
Good stuff. Right. We've got someone waiting in the green room.
Oh, exciting.
I'm trying to find out who I'm going to kick you out with. I might use this cow again, because the cow is really good.
Oh, is it time to move?
Oh my God!
You're
definitely getting booted off of that. Cheers, Andy. See you later, brother.
See you.
Wow, it's time to move. Apparently, are you all right? How you doing, Martin?
I'm very well, Ian. How are you?
I think this could be the last one of the day. Is this the last one of the day? Let's have a look. I think this could be the last one. So I'm excited. Yes, good. I'm excited. Yeah. Good. Have you been watching?
I haven't had a chance to, mate. I've been literally snowed under.
Yeah,
so I've had to set the alarm to make sure that I didn't miss that 10-minute window.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't miss that. So, is it in terms of business as usual for you then? Are you still
business as unusual? I would say we're pretty much there or thereabouts, running the same as usual. We've had to furlough a couple of people.
Okay.
But apart from that, it's pretty much as is. Apart from our distribution, we can't send guys into offices that are closed. So the bulk drop can't happen, but our direct mail is still going ahead as it always has done.
Right. So, we might as well tell people what you do then, because people are thinking bulk drop. What's going on?
Well, bulk drop would be how we actually drop the magazines into offices across the northeast. So we have two
magazine, Martin? We don't
know.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'd be surprised if nobody knew who it was. Come on.
Oh yeah, I love that. For our viewers further afield, and obviously this is going global. Okay. So
naturally. It is the Northeast Times magazine, which it's the leading business publication for the Northeast. So yeah, we have been affected. And the distribution is one of our sort of key USPs. Mm-hmm. We like to be able to get the magazine to as many people as possible. So our usual 7,000 has been disrupted because of lovely COVID. But you know, on the flip side of that, we've seen a way of how to continually add value by reaching out through digital. So we had plans in place maybe to increase that anyway around September time. It's just forced us to move a bit quicker and really up the ante on the digital side. So I think a lot of our audience will have seen that there's a lot more activity, certainly on digital and social media from Northeast Times, as well as the group involved, you know.
It's interesting. So that obviously the Northeast Times is a hard copy publication.
Yes.
Was it always online as well?
It's always been online. Yeah, always been online. It was from day one. It's been online. I think because the publication is so beautiful in its appearance and the way we get it to our audience. There's never really been a need to really heavily promote the fact that it is online. But with the pandemic hitting, it's a case of, well, actually, it's always been online. We just made people more aware of the fact that it is available to read online. And we do, you know, put the content on the actual individual pages on the website to make it more reader friendly as well.
Okay.
So yeah, it's fully available online.
It's interesting. You kind of dove into the why about the magazine. Why it's like it's nice, it's good quality stock, it looks good, and I think how is that perceived now in 2020? Actually having a physical magazine, you know. If you hear some people, they'll say like, well, what, you actually still read magazines now? You still buy books? We've got Kindle, or we've got online. Is this always a business challenge for you guys at Northeast Times?
I would think so. You know, especially now with people sort of digesting the content more online at the moment. But you know, everything that we've done with the magazine has been clearly thought out for that reason, to engage, you know, a spectrum of people within business. So from your trainee solicitor right the way through to your top chief executive. So that it has to have that sort of aesthetic appeal to pull people in. The content is the thing that keeps people flicking through the pages. So yeah, everything's been clearly thought out to make sure that it is engaging. So, you know, publications themselves, especially magazines, you tend to find that niche publications, especially business magazines, tend to do pretty well regardless of the situation. Hence why Vogue still print, you know, millions of copies every single issue. So we're quite fortunate that we do fit into a bit of a niche. So yeah, there's definitely a challenge, but I think as long as we keep trying to be forward thinking in our approach, we'll be okay.
So how does it pay for itself, Martin?
It's fully funded by the advertiser.
Right. Okay.
So we always put the message out there that it's, yes, we might run the publication, but it belongs to the advertisers and the readers.
Right. Yeah.
So, you know, it's their magazine, and if they support it, it'll continue to be around.
Yeah.
That's the message that we always put out there. It's the readers and the advertisers magazine. So, you know, we cannot be any more thankful for the support that we've had from all our corporate partners and advertisers, because they're the ones that keep the thing running.
Yeah. It's interesting because this is it quarterly or monthly? Quarterly.
It's monthly. Yeah.
Monthly.
Yeah.
Whose decision was it to put Grant Murray on the front cover? I mean, really? There's lots of people out there.
I think it might have been his.
I'm waiting for it to pop up in the comments shortly.
You probably will do. But no, it like all our independent content, it's run through Alison Cowie, our editor, who's absolutely brilliant, and her team. They're the guys who come up with all the editorial themes, and they decide 100% on the content. So myself and the commercial team, we have zero input into what content Alison's going to run, and that upholds the integrity in the publication, and just makes it a better quality read. So yeah, Alison's choice to put Grant on the cover. There was strong competition, mind, but he got there in the end.
No, I'm just winding Grant up because actually it was a nice little lead in, because I think the front cover makes the magazine as well. I think it's like a lot of these magazines you mentioned, the Vogues and things out of the world. The front cover is really, really powerful when people pick up a magazine. So how is that a real tough decision? I know you've got a great photographer as well. So is it?
Yeah, it is again. It's what's relevant at the time for the region. So the front cover is essentially the shop window at the magazine. It is really a snapshot of the biggest story for the Northeast at that current moment in time.
Yeah.
The photography again, that's driven by Chris Owens, who I'm sure everyone who knows Northeast Times will be familiar with Chris as well. He's arguably the finest portrait photographer in the Northeast. He'll probably tell you the world, but you know.
He would.
So yeah, again, it's a choice between the editorial team deciding who they want on the cover, and then a creative decision between Chris and Pete Mallon on what the look's going to be like for the cover, and then Chris will have an idea of how he wants to shoot that. So you definitely had the God lens on for Grant, that's for sure.
He certainly did. He made him look really good, and I noticed Grant quickly changed his profile pictures to that very much. That picture straight away. So he must be pleased with the outcome for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
Yeah. So, do you guys have an office, or do you work from home, or?
We're all working from home at the moment, that's for sure. Yeah, we have an office in Gosforth. We've been there for the best part of 5 years now, so a decent location, central to the gateway of the north, really, straight from the A1, A19. So it's dead handy. An abundance of coffee shops on the high street for anybody who wants to have a meeting there. It's literally take your pick. So yeah, we've been there for 5 years now. Love the place. We're based in South Northumberland Cricket Club.
Right.
So that it's a great place to have an office, really.
So who come up with the concept of producing the Northeast Times then? So
Northeast Times, it's a really old publication, believe it or not. So a bit of a history lesson on it, really. It was first launched in 1981, believe it or not.
Was it?
Yeah.
Wow.
1981 by a guy called Chris Robinson, who still wrote for the magazine as well up until around 2002.
Right.
It was then bought out by another magazine publisher in 2002, and that's pretty much when I started working for the title, really. Up until 2015, I think it was when I left. And it unfortunately it went under. So myself, Pete Mallon, Alison Cowie, Chris Owens, we all seen an opportunity to relaunch the title and make it the magazine that it should have always been, really. I don't think it was really as well respected as to what it is now. So we almost try and leave what was done in the past behind us and just look forward now to what we can really control going forward in the future. But of course, none of us had any cash. So we went and got a couple of investors involved. One of them being John Duns, who I know a lot of people will know from his Watson Burton and Brew and Dolphin days. And myself and Pete basically pitched to John and said, look, this is what we'd like to do.
Yeah.
We'd like to make Northeast Times the leading business title in the Northeast. Would you be interested in investing? Luckily, he said yes. We also got Pete's father-in-law to invest as well. And we basically took it from there, from being a name that was in the gutter to now what is sort of held up as the leading business title for the region. So really exciting.
Yeah. It's interesting that it's monthly. Is that not a challenge to try to get out good content every month, though?
I don't think so, because the Northeast, and I'm sure if Alison and our team are here, they'd tell you the same. That there's so many good stories, and you know, it's just not a problem for the region. We're always being invited to interview people, feature businesses, constantly. I mean, Alison's inbox is just non-stop.
Is it?
So I don't, yeah, non-stop. So, there's definitely there's no lack of stories in the Northeast. And that's what the magazine is here to do, is to celebrate the reasons why people want to live and work in the Northeast, why it's such a great place to do business.
Yeah. So, what success stories would you stick out for you then when you think about the magazine in its current guise and since the investment?
Basically getting it launched. I think that was it was because it was a really scary thing, taking a, it's all right having an idea and thinking you can do it, to actually going and executing it.
Yes.
So, to see it grow from an idea that was pitched on my tiny little iPad, going around businesses saying, remember that magazine that you used to look at? Well, this is what it's going to be going forward. To where it is now, it's unbelievable, that it's almost created a community. Hence the reason why we say it's much more than a magazine. It's a community. It's a multi-channel platform. It's not just print. We have various, a huge reach on social media. So it's basically grown from nothing to a bit of a beast, really. And I think people who are involved with it, certainly even from an editorial perspective, the likes of Grant, because we've just mentioned him, I think are really thrilled to be featured in it, and really, it's a real privilege to be featured in it. So, I think just even getting the thing from an idea onto to the first pages back in 2015 was the biggest achievement, I would say. Yeah.
And what about the fact you're showcasing some fantastic organizations and people? That also must be really exciting, and you must have a lot of pride to be able to do that. Was there a particular article or edition that really stands out that had an impact?
For me, the one that really stood out was I think it was probably the first built environment one that we done, where all of a sudden there was just an explosion in ad sales. We had George Clark on the front cover. Again, able to attract that type of name into the publication is only happening because of the integrity in the magazine. If we were to put a commercial link to the cover, it just wouldn't happen.
Right.
So yeah, being able to have those types of names, on there, and that one is the one that really sticks out, because you see your ad revenue skyrocket, and you just think that's absolutely incredible what we've managed to achieve, and it just goes to show that people really value this as a marketing tool.
Thinking about some of the lessons learned, then it's a really corny question, and I never really like to talk about lessons learned or challenges or when you faced adversity. But I think it'd be remiss not to do it, because obviously in a publication, you could definitely put a publication out that really works, right? And then there must have been one or a front cover or an edition where you just think, I can't believe that didn't work. Now, I don't want you to call anybody out that was on the front cover, but there must have been some kind of lessons learned about what you've done.
I think, and again, it's maybe not just publishing. I think it's probably any business. I think we all went into it with a sort of naive enthusiasm that this was, instantly going to be a hit, and we're going to, do really well and make loads of money. But it doesn't actually work like that. I think the biggest lesson that we learned was to, really underestimate the sales side. Okay. Because you go into it think this is going to be amazing, and it takes a bit of a while, especially with a tarnished publication like Northeast Times was, to really get people to understand what value you're going to bring now. So it probably took about 3 or 4 months for the people who were sort of sitting on the fence to really drop in, and then from there we managed to bring on some really big name clients, who again added credibility to the publication. That's when we realized we're doing something right, sticking by the principles of being sort of transparent, having real integrity in the publication, and being creative with the look of the thing. They came to the forefront, and basically that's when people thought, yeah, it's definitely something that a business like mine should be involved with. So, the underestimating the sales in the first instance was definitely the biggest lesson learned.
Is that in terms of what people would pay to advertise, or the amount of advertising?
Well, no, I heard a really good phrase, and it came from the guys at Apple, which was, your price point's right when people complain and still pay for it.
Yeah.
Because the product's so good. We're definitely not cheap, that's for sure. But, what I would always say is we're definitely competitive in terms of what we do and the value we bring. So now I don't think anybody really questions the price, because they understand the value first. They understand the reach of the publication, that it's going to be sitting in front of 4,000 business owners, managing directors, chief executives, whatever. they know that that's going to bring value. So no, I think that the point I was making about the sales side is just people were still thinking about what the old publication was like and having that sort of a reputation of, well, will it or won't it do what it's supposed to be doing? Hence why we really pushed on those sort of three key values. It's
interesting when you talk about ROI though, because quite often there's not an instant ROI. You know, people's not going to say, "Oh, we advertised in the Northeast Times and then this happened." It's a bit like giving someone a business card. Sometimes it can sit in your bottom drawer or a case study, and then you pull it out a year later or 6 months later when the time's right. There's a friend of mine, Ted Rubin. He talks about R&R, which is return on relationship, and I love that, and I use that a lot when I'm
definitely
coaching.
Yeah.
And it's about, yes, we'll invest, but let's not think about the return on investment that comes back. Let's think about the relationship that we're kind of nurturing along the way, and we're playing the long game.
Yeah.
How does that kind of sit in with the people that advertise with you?
It sits exactly with us. That's what the whole magazine is based on, relationships.
Yeah.
If we look back to, like I say, 2015 when we first launched, we've got the majority of those clients still advertising with us now, and that's because we've gone down the relationship route. It's not a transactional thing.
Yeah,
it is all based on relationships and making sure that clients are getting the value from it and seeing the value, the long-term strategic plan. We tend not to do one-offs, if you get what I mean, in terms of advertising. We wouldn't ring up and say, that page that was £1,000, it's now 50 quid. Do you want to do it? Because the magazine, the value at the end of the month is exactly the same as what it was at the beginning. There's no change in the cost because the publication is going to come out in exactly the same way.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think people really see the value in that, and so yeah, it's a relationship driven business for us for sure. Yeah.
We've got I'm trying to ignore Boomerang Geordie here because we've already spoke about him being on the front cover. He changed his profile picture just because of that lovely, beautiful picture. So let's ignore him. So he's asking there, is there a big team behind the Northeast Times?
Not huge, but we're probably up to about 15 now. So if you think about the editorial team, the amount of content they churn out, there's only 3 journalists.
Right.
So they are working really hard, as well as Chloe on the digital side supporting them. The amount of content they churn out is absolutely frightening. It really is.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, you look at the size of the magazine, and then the digital side. There's a hell of a lot of work goes into it, a lot of hours. Exactly, quality over quantity. Well done, Grant. So it's there's a lot goes into getting that magazine out every month, and it's I don't think people appreciate that. I think they just think it's the click of a finger, press a button, and it's out there. But to do an interview and get it written up, you're probably looking at the best part of a day and a half to make sure it's right for the publication.
Yeah. What about, you mentioned before about Alison's email box sort of bulging at the seams? Is that people thinking that they've got a story that you guys should put it out there and I'm going to send you it?
Yeah, well, I would think so. But everybody thinks their business is the biggest and the best and the most important. Otherwise they wouldn't be in that business.
Yeah.
So I get that, but she's literally got something like 70 pages to play with in the magazine. So she has to really make sure that those pages are given to the best business stories. And again, that's completely her decision, really. And it's a choice between her and the journalists who are featured in the magazine.
Does it ever get to the end of the month, or when you're starting to think, oh my God, we haven't got those pages filled yet, or waiting for this, and it gets close to the wire?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, because people's diaries fill up. The people that we tend to interview have sort of important jobs, so their diaries move and change all the time. So
yeah,
I think one of the big ones was when we had Rafa Benitez on the cover, and it was radio silence. He agreed to do it, and it was radio silence for about 3 weeks, and then all of a sudden Alison got a phone call and just said, the front cover's happening today.
Right.
So that was just it. Everybody had to drop everything and get across there, do the cover, and the photographs that Chris managed to pull out the bag on the drop of a hat was incredible, you know. But it was Rafa Benitez at the end. I know you're a Sunderland fan, Ian, but you know it's. I
tell you what it is. It's never going to beat that picture of Roy Keane. The black background where he just looks grimacing, asking people to renew their season tickets. If you ever want to take a photograph of anybody, Roy Keane's your man, like.
Yeah, he's entertaining, that's for sure.
He certainly is. So, obviously, we've spoken a little bit at the top of the conversation about the current situation around this pandemic. What impact is going to have on content creation and people getting out there and, you know, Chris photographing people and, you know, what's the impact?
I think he just bought like a really big zoom lens. Keeping the social distancing rule, you know. No, well, I think today he was doing the front cover and he's done it over Zoom. So it's a really creative way of doing the front cover.
Seriously?
Yeah. He's done it over Zoom. I'm really interested to see how that's going to turn out.
Wow.
But again, it's thinking outside the box and being creative with the space that we've got, you know. So of course, it's causing problems for everyone's business. Luckily, we can do all the interviews over email or telephone. That's not a problem. But yeah, the photography side is going to be a bit tricky. Wow. But again, we've got a huge bank of imagery now from the work that Chris has done. So we're quite lucky to have real high quality photography whenever we need it, really.
Yeah.
So yeah, it should be okay, I would think. Yeah, but the creative side of doing the Zoom front cover, I haven't seen yet. So it's gonna be really interesting. Yeah.
I wonder if the backdrop's like mine with my little piano over here. Where is it? Can't even. Oh yes, there I am. Touching the keyboard. So you mentioned there about like getting the publication out, which is going to be the struggle. So what's happened there then?
Sorry, I missed that, Ian.
You talked at the top of the conversation. You talked about the publication getting out there, being distributed.
Yeah.
Normally, did he say 7,000 copies?
So we guarantee 7,000 every month, and how we would distribute that would be it would be 4,000 tracked by Royal Mail to business owners, decision makers, influencers. Why do we track it? So we know it's going to the places where we say it's going. You know, it's measurable for the advertiser. And on the flip side, it's the distribution team we use internally would bulk drop into offices across the northeast as well. Yeah. But like I say, unfortunately, we can't do that. So the cash that we would ordinarily spend on that distribution is being invested into digital. And like I say, we've moved them plans forward from September to now. We'd always planned to do this, just not as quickly. But I think being part of a small team, you can be agile, can't you, and adapt. So, disappointing we can't get the full print run out there. But as soon as the normal times return as to what that really means, we'll get that 7,000 straight back out there.
And has the print run literally gone to zero because of this?
No, the print run's 4,100 as it stands.
Oh, sorry, that's gone to Royal Mail.
Yeah. So that's Royal Mail.
Right.
But we've also said, look, if you're not able to get to the office, which you know most business owners will still be going to the office, we've said send us your home address and we'll get the magazine sent to your home instead. Which again, we've had a huge uptake on that as well, which has been great.
Yeah.
So people are still really wanting to get that physical copy of the magazine in the hand as well, which is great.
Yeah, no, it is, and like we said a couple of times, I think it is that real, tangible, good stock, good feel to it. It just feels nice. Yeah.
It does, yeah. It smells nice as well. There's nothing better than a good sniff of high quality ink when it gets back from the printers.
Have you got any Uber fans that collect all the different copies?
We've got quite a few. I suppose the biggest one, who I would probably say is Emily Bentley from down in Teesside. So she's the BD manager of a company called Communicate PLC. And I think she's got every single one from when we launched. She's an avid collector, hence a name that she has within the office of Emily Bentley Superfan. So Emily Bentley Superfan. She's a great advocate.
She's trying to get on the front cover, isn't she?
She's probably trying to get on the front cover, She probably is. But again, she's a really well respected business person down Teesside. So it's great to have that kind of support from those guys as well.
100%, yeah. And I think there's you've got a great community here in the Northeast, and I think if we've got anything, especially in this time, we've got the support of each other, which is absolutely fantastic. We push each other. Even when I said I was going to do this on April 1st, you guys said you'd help push it off for me again on your social channels, and it's absolutely fantastic. We're all helping each other.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's what we're here to do as a publication. We're here to help at the end of the day. We're here to get that message out there of what's happening at this moment in time, especially when it's crisis point, and people are really struggling. And I'd like to think that when they get the daily news from Northeast Times dropping, it's a bit of a highlight throughout the day,
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's, when the magazine arrives with that boatload of content, there's something that they can really get the teeth into and enjoy for the full month. They've got nothing else to do, have they? May as well read Northeast Times.
Reading the Northeast Times with Grant on the front cover and the bath is probably the worst thing I'd ever imagined. But he's talking here about the network event also being available.
Yeah.
It's set up for that, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's like he was set up for that.
Yeah, we ordinarily do a breakfast every single month. We originally done it to launch each publication, but it sort of evolved from that really to a case of just being a really good networking event. Very informal. There's no pressure on anyone. There's no one ringing a bell to say, right, you've got to move on to the next person. It is literally, again, formed a community around the publication for like-minded people just to get together, have a coffee, have a bacon sandwich, have a chat, and hopefully do business around that, And the magazine's just a talking point. So yeah, unfortunately, we can't do those at the moment. And I would imagine the numbers are probably a little bit too high to do a conference chat. But once hopefully things go back to normality, we'll be able to get those rolling as quickly as possible because they are good.
And Suki asks here, are they all made in the Northeast? The printing of it?
Unfortunately, not, because we use a specialist magazine and periodical printer, and to keep the cost low for the advertiser, we can't print in the Northeast for that reason. There's nobody who can do the job to the standard that we need it to be done at. So the company that we use is actually in Wales, who are unbelievable at what they do. We've never had an issue with them yet. We did use a printer in the early days who got a few things wrong, and again, quality being a big priority for us. The fudged a few things, where these guys just haven't budged. They've been absolutely brilliant, So quality is a big thing, and unfortunately, if we wanted to get it printed in the Northeast, it would cost us double, and that cost would cost us double, and that would be passed on to the advertiser, and that's not what it's about. It's about keeping those costs as low as possible for the advertiser.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, I think that's all our questions.
That's went really quick, by the way.
Hasn't it? It's just
that's flown by.
It's good chat. It's really insightful as well, because these, like, the reason I want to get you on, like, this drops into your inbox or your letterbox or whatever, and you don't really kind of understand or appreciate the hard work that goes into it, and especially for our region as well. It's something that's special.
Yeah, it is. It's although I'm biased because I'm heavily involved with the publication, but we've got to, the team's really special. I don't think there's a better team in the Northeast, and without those, that magazine doesn't get out the door. So the team itself are really, really strong, and like I say, right the way across everything to do, whether that's a film we put out, whether that's digital content or the magazine, it's top drawer right the way across the board. It really is.
Good stuff. Right, well, there you go. There's your time up, my friend. I'm going to boot you out.
Well, thank you very much, Ian. It's been a pleasure.
I'm going to boot you out with the help of Santa.
He's got the same type of beard, though, so it's more like yours now, mate.
Thanks, mate.
That has come on a treat since the last time I seen you.
It has, yeah, but it's coming off shortly, though. Summer's coming. Trust me. Right, Martin. Thanks so much for your time, brother.
Cheers, Ian. Thanks very much, man. Cheers, mate.
Well, there you go. Another day done. I'm just going to make sure that we haven't missed anybody else, because No, well, that's it. I think I finished early today, haven't I? How many is that? 6.5 hours. That's not too bad. I managed to get a few sandwiches across the way. So just lets me say thanks for watching again. Thanks for sticking with me throughout the day. Commenting, engaging's been brilliant. Loads of you have stayed and dipped in and out right across the day. It's been amazing. Really good mix. Yes, that is my piano, Grant. Really good Thanks, Deb. You were great, by the way. Really good mix of speakers. As you can see there, Deb just commented. Really straight shooter. You could have heard from Deb for a good couple of hours, couldn't you? Even from the top, Laura was brilliant, very raw and authentic. And Pascal, again, I could have listened to you all day, brother. And Suki, I would love to play the piano. Well, actually, Anne's learned to play the piano, apparently. So this is the second one. The first one got some really good metrics, like really, really good. I was dead pleased with it all. And I really felt like I should bring it again for you. What is it now, the 15th of April? If we're on lockdown, should I do this again? Maybe. I don't know. It's up to you. You let me know what you think. You can watch these again. I'm going to chop them down as podcast episodes later on. And you can listen to them in your leisure. So there you go. Any questions from you guys? Another one? Suki's another one? It's up to you, Suki. If you want one, we'll think about it. Thank you so much, Grant. Nice haircut. That's from my son, Luke Grant. Yes, it's up to you whether you want another one. I don't know. We've had some really diverse speakers, haven't we, over these last 2 sessions? So could we find another Dirty Dozen, I wonder? We shall see. Yes, again. Okay, Grant. We'll see about that. Right. Okay. So, well, until next time, keep your head down. Stay safe. Thanks for all your support. And I'll see you on the flip side.